Still whisper of gods and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike.
Welcome. Yay! It's Champions League main event group stage time. Introducing the big boys. We've got a huge couple weeks coming for us before we get into an even huger couple of weekends for the playoffs. For those of you who are very confused, because, you know, confusion is part of life. We've got ourselves in my Discord and on Wikipedia the free scheduled games slowly leaking in. The players have the responsibility to schedule their games. I have the ridiculously impossible responsibility of trying to be here for said games whenever they decide to schedule, which is going to be impossible, but we're going to do our best. And then also the chance for us to potentially have to cover some of these via recorded games, which may or may not function correctly. So we are, fingers crossed, we're going to do our best throughout the next 3 weeks to give as much of, to cover as many of these games as we possibly can. Our first game today to kick off the main event is going to be Zuccolo versus Kvoth. And we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything from Mr. Kvoth as of yet. He has, he got a little cheeky ticket to the main event. Some people were saying, you know, like, these guys, they're too strong. We don't want to have to fight them in the qualifier or risk running into them in the qualifier and missing out on our chance to make it. Just give them a ticket in. And I said, you know what? You're right. I would rather watch these guys and the best of the next tier going up against them. So we did see Zuccolo managing to get his ticket into Champions League with a nice 3-0 in his final qualifier game. So he is definitely riding a high, but the level only goes up from here. Introducing the 8 divisions that we're going to be seeing for Champions League and Challengers League, respectively. We've got our 4 Champions League. We've got the Zeus division. We've got the Uranus division. We've got the Isis division. We've got the Loki division. Who is in those divisions? Well, I believe if we move over into the Liquipedia, for the moment, I can't show it on your screen just yet, but at some point I will be showing it to you guys on screen. But if you want to check it out and see who's in what group, you can check it out here. I'm going to chuck a link into the chat. Schmack. And for everyone else who doesn't want to check it out, well, the groups look like this. In the Zeus division, we've got Tunison, Mister, Grass, Chasing the Sun. In the Uranus division, we've got Kvoth, Zuccolo, Soup, and B. In the Isis division, we've got Rapple, Recon, Nyan, Racing Cat, and Aetherial. And finally, in the Loki division, we've got Mosca, Mini Yeti, Matrius, and Matador. Following that up, as I am trying to see exactly what's going on with these guys, making sure I don't miss anything. They're still drafting, so we've still got a little bit of, we've got to fill the time. We've also got the Challengers League, which has got a whole bunch of players as well. So we've got in oh god, I'm forgetting the names of the divisions. We've got in the Hephaestus division, we've got Nullus, Avely, Deceive, and Bachi. In the Tia division, we got Ulysses, Tiger Boss, Shelty, Asem. In the Takamikazuchi division, we got Adipus, Darth, Nox, Garneth, and Zukt. And finally, in the Horus division, we got Izumato, Hells, Kama, and Kaiba. So 2 very, very strong leagues. This is the most stacked. This is absolutely the most stacked Challengers League I've ever seen in the history of Age Mythology Retold. And then on top of that, it is an insanely high level of Champions League as well. I don't think it's ever been this competitive. I think it's anyone's game. Mr. is coming back for his fifth S-tier tournament win. Kvoth trying to maybe get his second, and a whole bunch of other players are vying for their first. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's jump over to the draft and see how these guys are shaping up before we jump into all the action. Alrighty, looks like these guys have got their draft sorted out. We've got Kvoth on the left, we've got Zuccolo on the right. Let's talk the maps first and foremost. Looks like Mirage is going to be our first map. A little bit of spice. We already saw this one be somewhat spicy in the qualifiers. Zuccolo had a very, very nasty Chronos there, but Kvoth has banned out the Chronos. So Kvoth very much paying attention to what's come before him. Unfortunately, Zuccolo, he's playing a little bit blind. So there is a little bit of advantage here on the side of Kvoth. He's seen what Zuccolo wants to do, and he's happily playing into it. So no Chronos there for Zuccolo. No Noir for Kvoth, though. So taking away those Chinese gods, which we all know Kvoth loves a lot. Kvoth's a big fan of the Egyptians, of the Chinese, of which he does take that Isis as his first pick. Zuccolo, on the other hand, says, you know what? Tsukiyomi, we've recently been blessed with a balance patch that did buff a already pretty strong unit in the Tengu. I've been having some debates in the Age of Empires myth strategy Discord. Been very, very disappointed with the lack of understanding from certain individuals. There is a unit available to Tsukiyomi which you can rush out, which is incredibly powerful. However, we aren't seeing any real massive problems here for Kvoth in terms of dealing with that. He's got Isis, he's got Ra, he's got Shenong, he's got Fushi, all these gods, Gaia even, all these gods very, very strong at dealing with potentially what Tsukiyomi can do, but we'll have to wait and see what Zuccolo is going to throw at us here. But Mirage, it's a bit of a different map, so we might not be seeing those. And I guess what else have we got? We got the Frere for Zuccolo. I love this pick here for Zuccolo. I think this is a really, really strong god. Super, super good against a lot of what Kvoth's actually got here. Great against the Chinese, in my opinion. Fantastic against the Gaia. Playable against the Susanoo. Ra and Isis are a little bit tricky, especially when Kvoth's piloting them. He's very, very good with those guys. Set also, I think this is an incredibly powerful god. I think Kvoth's also very happily not going to play that one. There's a lot you can do with Set. A lot can go wrong, but if you master Set, he is easily one of the strongest gods at the moment. And we also see Zuccolo grabbing that Uranus. I think that Uranus here is a fantastic pick to try and deal with Isis. If you can snipe the Isis on a map with Uranus, it's a really, really nice matchup for both. Then Zuccolo grabbing that Amaterasu, as Kvoth actually doesn't take any Japanese. He's taking the Susanoo, but he takes it very last. Kvoth's been playing a lot of Japanese lately that I've been seeing in his very small amount of time that he's got. He's quite busy at the moment. So then we have the Loki. And as I'm going to try and drop this as we go through, there is a schedule up on my Discord. There is also, I believe, a schedule up on that link I posted before for the Champions League. I'm gonna have to message this guy before I forget. Alrighty. Good luck, guys. They're about to get on their way. Hopefully it's going to be a fun series here and all the other good stuff. Thanks, Bomber. It is live for the subscription. 15 months, my dude. You legend. Alrighty. I have not yet spotted what we're going to be actually seeing on map number 1. So let's have a quick little look at what they're going for as the God Picker is in. And it looks to me like we're going to be seeing a Fushi versus Frere. I love this pick from Kvoth. I think this is a really, really good pick. I love the pick from Zuccolo as well. We've seen a lot of success from Frere on this map, but the Chinese, especially Fushi, who's got access to those Chillin. Obviously, Shenong doesn't have access to the Chillin. You get that double dip in onto making docks, making fishing ships. There's only 9 fishing ship spots, but you get that double dip to get a huge amount of favor. So you can go into those Chillin and have a really, really good time there. A really, really good time there. The Frere, on the other hand, does have all that defensive sort of ideas. You can actually go into Draugr here, which are actually quite difficult to deal with for the Pioneers. We did recently see some changes to China as well, in that you can get some cheaper Quaofu. So I'm sure that Kvoth's going to have some pretty tight build orders sorted out for these water maps, given that you can probably squeeze out maybe 3 or 4 Quaofu super early on, which will give you a big eco head start. And then also the Norse did take a bit of an eco hit. So there is a little bit of that dynamic that's going to be having to get dealt with in this game. But that being said, I still think Frere is really strong. I definitely think Fushi is really strong here. So this is a great matchup to start the series off with. Before we even jump into this game, let's talk a little bit about the other maps. We see Okuchichibu as the first pick there for Kvoth, and Ki for the first pick there for Zuccolo. 2 kind of polar opposite maps. You've got Ki, which is a really, really strategic, sort of aggressive map. Not much hunt, but not much wood either. It's an interesting, very, very interesting map there. And then obviously Okuchichibu, super defensive, but also a lot of opportunity for things to actually go wrong on that map for a defensive player like Kvoth. There's a handful of different styles going on in this tournament. So I'm really interested in what Kvoth's actually going to go for, considering there's been so many changes. It looks like they're just about to kick off. So yeah, considering there's been so many changes recently, the meta does shift. So there was this point specifically at the end of Mythic Wars where at the very top level, Kvoth's defensive style seemed to be uncrackable. You could not break that, but slowly that's been toned back, and we are seeing a lot of players having a lot of success with some extended classical age ideas and things like that. But we are on a map like Mirage, being a hybrid map. Things are just that little bit different, but nonetheless, let's see here as the guys they are in their game. There is a cheeky little timeout that we do have to wait for, so we will get that one sorted out. And I'm excited. First game here. This is what I live for. I mean, there's a couple of things that I live for. I don't just live for this, but this is one of my big treats in what I get to do. I love sitting here. I love watching the highest level of Age of Mythology going out. I love bringing it to you guys. So I appreciate you all for hanging out with me and all the other good stuff. If I'm going to also mention again, if you want to follow the schedule, and I am going to be attempting to throw it in your face on YouTube and things like that, as well as on Twitch and all the other good stuff. But my Discord is the place to be. Checking in on Liquipedia as well, another really good place to be too. So try not. Well, it's going to be a tough thing to catch all these games. If you do miss them, however, there will be VODs up on YouTube. I'm going to try and cut them up and basically throw them up on YouTube as well for as much as I possibly can. And in fact, I think I might just throw them all up. I'm just gonna throw them up. I think that's what we're gonna do. Every single day, I'll chop them up. I'll put every single video up I possibly can, and we'll just see what's happening. So yeah, that's it. A question in the chat about Magic. So basically, of the top players that we've got in Age of Mythology, there's two that have not decided to participate in the Champions League, which is Magic and Chemo, unfortunately. So everyone else is here. So it's unfortunate to not have Magic. He's such a good player, but he is trying to dominate the Age of Empires 4 scene, seeing if he can compete with the big guys. Chemo did get an invite, but did not even. Yeah, he didn't reply. He's off in his own world. Pegasus Rush, what about you? Well, why didn't you even? You didn't even. That's on you. You should have tried to qualify. Nonetheless, we're about to jump into game number 1. Kvoth, the most recent winner of an S-tier tournament versus Zuccolo, also known as I Kill You Die, if you guys didn't know, coming in to show some of his red hot skills, shenanigans, and all the other good stuff. We're going to jump into game number 1 and see what these guys are going to be able to come up with. It's Champions League Season 4 time. The very, very start. Let's get it. And here we go. Left-hand corner of the map, in the blue color, playing as Hushi. His name is Kvoth. His opponent today, in the red color, trying to make a name for himself. He's playing some Frere. His name is Zuccolo. Well, I mean, I say that he's trying to make a name for himself. Zuccolo has been at the top of the team game winners for a very, very long time. He's often been teaming up with Matrius Mechanics, and himself in the UCA team. For the RTSLs, the Phoenix Reborn championships and things like that. So he's had a lot of success in the team game scene. He is a monster of a player, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to be able to do here. But he does have a very, very difficult journey in front of him. Taking down Kvoth is no easy feat. So we are on the map Mirage. We're going to see this map hopefully a lot. I do love this map. I think it's an incredibly interesting one. You've got aggressive variants of Mirage. You've got defensive variants of Mirage. You've got cheese possibilities. You've got just like an immense amount of strategy possible on this map. And given that it's not really a map that many people are going to be used to playing, there's going to be a lot of opportunity to catch people off guard. So the general agreed upon opener for every god on this map probably won't change. We're probably not going to see anything but this. And the general agreed upon opener is going to be a 9 fish, approximately 4:15 to 4:30 advance time, depending on the god, and go from there. After that, that's when strategy and that's when decision making and that's when things kind of start coming up. I am very interested in seeing how Kvoth is going to be approaching the new favor thing here. He's got the villagers already over onto gold. He's got his first Quailfu coming out already. He's got one out already. He's got a second one on that auto queue. You can see that he's got himself on the back here. He's got that Peach Blossom Spring over onto this side. This dock as well, giving him some extra favor early on. And I'm sure he's going to drop a temple relatively soon, or at the very least after this next Quailfu starts coming out. Meanwhile, Zuccolo, let's have a little cheeky look. Is he getting upgrades? He's not getting upgrades here. There are some builds with Frere. It'll take you a bit of a later time to the classical age if you want to go for it, but there are some water builds with Frere that do include grabbing hand axe and pickaxe really, really early while also getting the fishing ships out. But in my opinion, it's not that big of a deal. If you're worried about these things and you more so want to be focusing on like general mechanics, fundamentals, overall strategy, missing out on getting those technologies in, getting a nice advanced time to protect yourself from any cheese, and just getting the techs in afterwards is a totally fair and reasonable way to approach the game. Let's have a little cheeky look up here at the relics and see if there's anything that's going to be super impactful. We've got the Sharon's Obel on the top side of the map there. Which is going to be helping out if any villagers get killed. But there's a little bit of a reward there. Get a bit of food back. We've got that text of Imhotep in, as well as Kvoth. Kind of close to it. It's a big relic to grab. I think it's a super, super strong relic for both players. 10% extra build time or reduction in build time can be a big deal. It can be the difference between winning and losing a game, especially with Ulla and making those hill forts. I believe that does help on those as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but anyways, Hestia's Hearth on this side as well, making the villagers train a little bit quicker. Super good relic in the middle, and on this side with the Jade Hair. Must grab relic there for Kvoth, and also for Zuccolo. You want to keep this one away from the Fushi if you possibly can, but Kvoth does claim it. And he's going through Chi Yao. I am slightly surprised to see this. I do think the Zhen Nu is the better option in this specific matchup on this specific map, just on the fact that you get so much favor. Like, he's already up to 25 favor. Of course, he can just pump out Chillin as an idea. There's nothing wrong with that. But if he wants to go for if he wants to go for Zhen Nu, then you're just going to be making yourself a huge amount of Chillin instead of Yahtzees, and that's going to give you HP back, which is going to allow you to push hill forts and things like that. If you have like if you got like eight out, you can use the special attack to just kill anything basically, right? We do see a very early Asgardian hill fort getting dropped down. No protection on this for Zuccolo. The question of whether or not Kvoth is going to be able to spot it and deny it, as he is coming out onto the map already. Sky lanterns everywhere, villagers getting pushed back. Zuccolo does manage to get his villager back into the town center, or his dwarf there. He's got to be careful though. Low HP. Kvoth coming in with another one. That's going to be a dead dwarf there, as Zuccolo does lose that one dwarf. Zuccolo going to turn around, start shanking ever so slightly. And Kvoth now does spot what's going on the top here. Picks off the Draugr. That is a big win early on. We are seeing the watchtowers coming in. Burst scene comes through as well. The Najar is on the way, and now Zuccolo, with 500 wood in the bank, has found himself in a very spicy position. Now, it's going to take him a long time to actually take this Asgardian hill fort down with the limited amount of units he does have. We've got a town center coming up as well from Kvoth. And, man, this pressure is big. But Zuccolo should be able to deal with this. He's got himself how many? He's got 3 Berserks. A couple more coming out. Does charge forward. And at the very least, pushes Kvoth back. But Kvoth's got that second town center up, basically now. So there's going to be a little bit of chasing needed here for Zuccolo. But damage is being done. Is there any more Yahtzees in the main base? Looks like no. We will be seeing a Pioneer getting sniped over there. 2 Pioneers going down. The Najar on this side getting just a little bit of damage done as the Berserks can chase that one away, being snared up with the with the berserks here. The kid will not be able to get away, but he can get chased back as far as he possibly can. Maybe get into the main base. If the archers come through and help defend, that's totally fine. The Asgardian hill fort is back up and going. Berserk's got to be careful here. Those Yahtzer do so much damage here. Now we see some fire archers on the way. So much wood in the bank for Zuccolo. I'm not sure what he's going for here. He obviously wants to play a macro game of some variety, which does include needing to drop these town centers. Maybe once he gets the Asgardian hill fort, he'll just go for the town center, but it will be significantly behind what Kvoth's got going now. Let's have a quick Quailfu check right now. He's still only on 3, so every little bit of favor that Kvoth is getting here is going in onto myth units or in onto unique upgrades. I'm not exactly sure what else he's built at the moment. He hasn't got these techs. He has gotten the upgrades for the Archer, and he's going to continue to build them. Walls coming up over onto this left side. The villagers now are out in the open to some degree as the Archers come forward. Get a bit of a dash in, trying to pick off something, but not quite able to get the villager kills. Does get a little bit of damage. Nice run into the tower, and he will be pulling away for the time being as all the walls needed. Town center will be up in 30 seconds. Look at that villager differential already. Now, does he have even more of these guys? He's only got 3 Quailfu. So you can't call foul on this one for the Quailfu buff. He's only got 3. All of the villager advantage that he's got out right now has been from the early game pressure plus the faster second town center. As now Zuccolo gets his town center up. Zuccolo is actually playing without... Is he playing without villager auto queue? I think he might be. That's so dangerous. But nonetheless, the arts are poking forward. Kvoth says, all right, can't go in there. Going to pull back. He's got himself a heft. The numbers are really starting to creep up here. Got that Golmang in as well as Kvoth is motoring ahead in this game. As the villagers will pull back, almost snipes. Does get one pick there as the dwarves pulling into the town center. Those hearse are going down very, very quickly there. Over onto the right-hand corner, some berserks are going to be attempting to break through the defenses that aren't quite up just yet. There is an opening here in these walls. Can Zuccolo sneak through here in time is the question. Answer is yes. The villager does get onto the wooden wall. The gate goes up, and Kvoth does manage to sneak around onto the other side, finishes the wall, doesn't even lose the villager. Incredibly well played at the start of this game from Kvoth, as Zuccolo says, you know what? Let's get some docks up. I'm on this side, but he is trapped here. And Kvoth has got to be going, wait, hang on. If the villagers aren't coming into my main base, he's got to be somewhere else. One dock up. He's going to get hunted down by a whole bunch of Yahtzer. Kvoth sees so much value here. That's 7 berserks he can kill in an instant. And now we are seeing the longhouses. Maybe like a transport ship or something. He's getting some Dreki out. There's going to be a defensive Chi Wen in as the Kraken is through for Zuccolo. But all of the berserks going down now. This is just free value for Kvoth. Picks off so many berserks here. Over onto this side, we will be seeing the Kraken. A ballet also coming in just to sort of help out, add insult to injury on this sort of a potential attack. We've got a couple of Meng Chong coming through as well from Kvoth, as he does need to defend against this Kraken, which is going to be really tough. Takes down one Meng Chong, the fishing ships into the dock. Will give a lot of time over now to Zuccolo, who can move forward and think about grabbing this town center, because why not? He's got some catching up to do. He is playing Frere. He does have those cheaper upgrades, but time right now, time is money. Any amount of time here that Zuccolo can buy allows him to stay very, very competitive in this game, as the Yahtzer will clean this dock up. Going to be retreating back away from the Meng Chong. Snipe that one down with that special ability, no problems. And now some Huskal looking for a little bit of a fight here, as I think Zuccolo needs to get himself out some Godi. I mean, Godi aren't the best against Yahtzer because they do have high pierce armor, but they don't have that much actual armor as the Huskarl get spotted here. The wall does get taken out. We'll be dropping 2 Huskarl for that little poke. Kvoth is so good at just denying these sorts of little mini bits of damage. Does this guy get away? He doesn't even get away. Gets burned to death there from the Kvoth Najar. The kid is now the teenager. Soon he will be the adult, as I'm sure Kvoth's thinking, what if we just go Mythic Age here? Get access to we get access to so much power from just going up through Gong Gong. The Rock Giant's slowly starting to come in. I think the best thing here that Zuccolo can do is just get the town centers. If this is going to be a sort of relatively quick Mythic Age from Kvoth, then Zuccolo can stay Heroic Age, no problem. Get himself the town centers, get himself specifically this technology here, Feast of Renown, and just pump buildings, because that's what's going to really slow down any sort of Mythic Age push. Of course, you can make those axe carts, but in the end of the day, if you can get equal on economy, if you can survive, and if you do end up losing one of the town centers in the process of defending, you're actually in a pretty good position here if you can then just hold on the 3rd town center with those villagers all out in Heroic Age. You've got the Goaty to deal with any sort of dragons. You've got the you've got the really strong Huskarl to deal with any sort of Fire Archer sort of shenanigans. Goaty and Herser to deal with all those other myth units that are potentially going to come through. But it looks like Zuccolo here, he is opting for the aggressive approach. He's getting a couple of portable rams out. Now, the question is really going to be, is this going to hit early enough? Right now, Kvoth is simply put in front by 2,400 resources in terms of military resource value plus the Gong Gong. That being said, Zuccolo hitting right now. Is it on this town center or is it on this? On the top town center, as Kvoth does make a pretty smart decision to go up onto that top one. I mean, he could have been hit anywhere, but the main town center here is all that's there. And Zuccolo charging forward. He does have Tempest. He's going to have to be thinking about dropping that one down. And immediately Kvoth says, all right, let's pull back. We will drop ourselves the forest protection on this one, as Zuccolo is going to take out the temple. Gong Gong just about to hit. So a huge tidal wave will be on its way here. The question of whether or not Zuccolo is actually going to be able to at least take out the town center before the wave comes in. Now the kid is the adult. He is going to be erasing these rock giants, and they all just get melted there. And all of a sudden, military resource differential is equal. Kvoth is miles in front. He's also still raiding with the Archer all over the place. The villager differential is ballooned out to 20. I gotta check out these Quailfu differences. Up to 5 Quailfu now, utilizing that Najar special here. Never chase the Singe, but sometimes you can't really help it. As the dragons coming through, got those Qinglong on the way. And Kvoth will drop himself the Talwu. It's back into the main base for the time being. Not pushing out. We are still seeing the Archer coming through. He manages to dash over onto this side, and all of a sudden, the dwarves on this gold mine, the number of villagers falling here, absolutely huge for Kvoth. There's no... Zuccolo cannot be dropping villagers at this point. He cannot be dropping villagers at this point, and he is just... Every one of these guys is going down. He's still trying to put pressure on. A hill fort coming down onto the front here is going to be a big help, making a couple of herdmen to help against those cavalry units. But now Kvoth pulls up to the top. He can jump out over this way if he wants to, no problems. The army over here coming in is the Qinglong. Looking very, very scary. Can use that hill fort to try and snipe the Qinglongs, or at least wait for that special to come down, then pop out and take the fight. Good choice there from Zuccolo. But his army is just not enough to deal with what Kvoth is doing here. Has some great hauls getting dropped, and now does Zuccolo even have one? He's got none up here, which means he's got no goatee, no answer for the Qinglongs, and they are just going to be getting so much value here. All of a sudden, the hill fort will end up going down. Over onto this side, Yatsa still killing villagers off as Zuccolo is just like, well, how do I deal with this? Did you get that? Did you get money for killing an ox cart from that? I didn't even know that. You get money from killing an ox cart. There you go. And beyond all of this, because there's no forward town centers grab from Zuccolo, he can't even use the Ghoul and Bursty here. And Kvoth is about to jump up to, I don't know, he's getting bronze, full bronze. He's got the iron shields here as well. Does he have an extra armory? He's only got the one armory. He could have dropped two and then had them out nearly instantly here for even more pain. In terms of cavalry, he hasn't got himself those champion upgrades, but I don't even think it matters. Buildings going down, resources getting into the bank there for Kvoth for doing this. Over onto this side, more villagers going down, and Zuccolo, game one, not going his way as he does decide to tap out. I think there was an angle here for Zuccolo. You had to play a little bit more patient with it. He wanted to try and catch Kvoth with the Mythic Age. He kind of caught Kvoth going to Mythic Age, but it was a little bit too late, just on the fact that he's pushing through. He doesn't even hit the right town center in hindsight, but it's a gamble, right? He's trying to push in. He's trying to kill the town center, deny the Mythic Age and get those advantages. But even then, I don't think he had the army size to make that happen. I do think that just grab the town centers. If your opponent's going to turtle in here, say, great, we're playing fair. We play for the late game. I'll take all the town centers. You're going to charge forward. I'm going to get some value out of Ghoul and Bursty plus Tempest, and we'll just play a late game because this is the god. This is the fair. This is what we're playing here. If you want to play a late game, if that's fine with me, should be your attitude. But unfortunately, here for Zuccolo, he tries something and Kvoth too strong in game number one. We'll move into the draft and see what these guys are going to be picking for game number two. Hope you guys are having fun watching these two insanely powerful players going at it. But let's go and check out what's going on here. Alrighty then. We are going in onto the map key. Onto the map key. So they're not quite started just yet. Let's see what their gods are going to be. As it's going to be an Isis versus Skiomi affair on key. This is going to be some fun here, I think. Let's see how it's all going to be. I got to update the scoreboard, don't I? Alrighty. Bam, bam. So a win for the Fushi and an L for the Frere. All right, let's see what's actually happening here. Okay, we are on the move right now, as the players will be jumping in relatively shortly. So, game two, Isis versus Tsukiyomi on key. An interesting one. I think Tsukiyomi is really, really strong on this map. I think there's a lot of very interesting ways to play. Now, from what I saw I watched one, I think it was either Susanoo or Tsukiyomi, but I saw one idea from the qualifiers, which was a very big amount of priests early on to pop out and flood the map with obelisks. I think this is a great idea if your opponent's like just going to let it happen, which often happens if your opponent goes for like far second town centers. So one thing that the Tsukiyomi player needs to have in the back of their mind is basically, okay, do we go for a fast heroic into these really strong Tengu, Or do we delay that heroic age? And you can actually do a really cool idea, which is build the stable in the classical age, be scouting with your kitsune. If you see something like that, oh, it looks like we're actually jumping in already. If you see something like that happen where all of the priests are kind of out on the map, you can drop the new moon onto the stable, pump out like 10 or however many resources you've got when you're trying to get to your heroic age, pump out all of those Naginata riders, and then you can just clear everything and just have a gigantic advantage with those guys. And then you can go to the heroic age anyways later. Sure, you don't have that new moon for the temple, which is really, really strong, but you can still make everything out and have a big, big advantage there. Nonetheless, let's get into game number 2. Kvoth up 1-0. We'll see if Zuccolo can fight back here. And in the left-hand corner of the map, it is Kvoth. In the right-hand corner of the map, it's Zuccolo. Zuccolo already coming over here, dropping his shrine. I love this shrine where you can hit 3 different things. This is amazing for Zuccolo. Obviously, these pheasants will die, but he hits the gold mine. He also hits the... Oh, looks like we are having a restart. I should have realized something odd was going on there. Okay, we're having a bit of a restart. Apologies for that one. All right. Now we have to wait another 3 minutes. It's fine. That's just what's going to have to happen. Okay, guys. If you guys all want to open up the Liquipedia page at this point, you can see the groups. Is there a matchup? I'm going to drop this in the chat right now. I need to change some of these things. So what happened there was Kvoth did get a cursor bug, which basically makes it near impossible to play for the player. So they just decided we'll just restart, which is totally fine. In the rules, can happen. Absolutely not a problem. But we do have to wait for them to kind of get their shenanigans off. Unfortunately. All right. Wikipedia page isn't up to date. Well, that's what's going to happen. It'll get up to date as we go along. But the group stages are there. So if you guys have got a matchup that looks really, really exciting, let me know in the comments. I think the matchup I think I'm most looking forward to. There's from each group, I've got the Mister versus Tunison as a really, really fun matchup. I'm really looking forward to that one. Kvoth versus Soup is going to be really, really interesting. Soup's had a lot of... Actually, Kvoth versus 3DB might be even more exciting there. Soup's had some problems with Kvoth in the past trying to play his actual game against him, and oftentimes he kind of gets in his head about it. I think he can definitely give Kvoth a run for his money, but he has to go in with the right mindset on how he wants to play that and play his game rather than play Kvoth's game. And then in the next group, we have Recon and Rappel. These guys do practice together, so it's going to be really interesting to see what sort of happens in that one. And then in the final group, Matrius versus El Matador, Mosca versus Matrius, Mosca versus El Matador. Mini Yeti's in that group as well for some really fun stuff. It's basically the group of death if I've ever seen one. That's how things happen. B versus Soup will be really exciting. Yeah, the craziness of B versus the big brain of Soup. We'll see. It's basically two big brains with the way that those guys think about this game. So there's a lot of excitement. When's Mr. versus... Okay, so the actual schedule isn't really posted anywhere. It's more of a you guys can follow this, it'd be good. But, you know, it's not going to be that way because it's a free schedule situation. So we don't actually have the Mr. versus Tunison organized just yet. We do have Mr. versus Chasing the Sun scheduled for, is it tomorrow or the day after? Mr. versus Chasing is scheduled for tomorrow at 1800 GMT. So that's going to be fun. There's actually a bunch of games happening, or a couple of Challenger League games happening tomorrow, as well as the Champions League with the Mr. and Chasing the Sun tomorrow. So it's going to be some fun. But nonetheless, we are about to jump into game number 2 after we've dealt with the technical difficulties of the whole thing. Let's get into this one and see how it's going to go. Alrighty then. In the top of the map, we do have Zuccolo here playing as Skiomi. And Kvoth up 1-0. Off to a very, very strong start playing as Isis. Map is key. We get ourselves a very fun Japanese map here to play on for game number 2. I love this map. I think this map is really, really interesting. Now, every single, if you just think about it, every single map in Age of Mythology Retold, wood is a resource which you really can't cut someone off. You can't cut someone off of wood. Even if you do cut someone off of wood, it's not even the biggest of deals. You can still make infantry, you can still make cavalry, you can still play the game, right? But on key, as soon as these forests expire, all of a sudden, what ends up being important is this central area. And if you can walk forward and potentially drop some castles down here or some towers down here and lock your opponent off of these forward forests, well, all of a sudden, there's not going to be much wood for your opponent to use on the map, which does end up making life very, very difficult. Just on the fact that your opponent can say, well, if you're only going to be building infantry and cavalry, I can counter that very easily. And also you can't build siege, so buildings aren't going to be getting taken out very easily, of which I've used to lock you off of wood anyways. So really have to keep that one in the back of your mind. On top of that, all the gold around the outside of the map is really, really fun in terms of playing defense. Also for playing offense. You run through the center of the forest to try and get over to the other side. Your opponent can go walking this way, walking back over to this wood line, popping over here, coming back over here, and vice versa, doing the same thing. And finally, my final favorite thing about this map is, yeah, these town centers on both sides, that's the 2 town centers for the player. However, it's very, very often that we end up seeing the map go something like this, where we go this town center and this town center versus this town center and this town center, and the map gets split in a very, very fun way. Let's take a little look-see at the relics here. Over onto this side, if I can actually click on the relic, I can't. Eye of Horus, so a little bit of plus population there. Huge for the Isis, who already has +5 population per town center. Going to turn that into +9 population for town center. It's almost like she just gets free Citadel Center at the start of the game. Nonetheless, on all of them, right? For the entirety of the game. Anyways, Archimedes' Ledger here with the siege population cost -1. Always nice for late game. Over on this one, Chariot of Sibel can be huge. You definitely don't want to give this over to either of whoever gets this relic is going to be really happy, because it basically means you can be either a little bit more aggressive, or you can be, or you can shut down any sort of aggression that your opponent is going to be putting onto you. Super good for like shutting down any sort of early game priest shenanigans and all that stuff there as well. And finally, we got the Heavenly Jeweled Spear, a relic that I scratch my head at, because there's another relic very similar to this one. This one gives max range of melee attack to all counter infantry, or all infantry that hold a spear, except for one unit, the Prodromus. The poor Hoplite has been left out of this relic. Every other spear, and there's a mace holding dude over here as well, isn't there? You've got the Catapeltes. He holds a mace. What is he doing with this? What is he doing? What's he going to do with a Heavenly Jeweled Spear? He doesn't know how to use spears. The Hoplite, however, does. I'm angry. I'm writing a letter to the devs saying, you guys have you've taken me out of my immersion inside of this game. I'm unhappy. Fix it. I'm just kidding. All right, Inari Warkami coming through here for Zuccolo. Very, very stock standard. Going for the other side of this with Tsukiyomi, where you go for the Goshin Boku, is actually a very, very smart and strong strategy. However, we see double stable here for Zuccolo, actually. So really, and he shows that off to Kvoth as well. Going in for the other side, we go Amano Uzume. Can work as well. And especially when you go into things like, do you get Orkuni Nushi? I'm forgetting. I do, yeah, you do get Orkuni Nushi. So if you get like Orkuni Nushi and you get double Goshin Boku tree, and then all of a sudden, all your myth units will just keep staying around. So it's just infinite value for 4 really, really big myth units, and you can add even more in later. But this Inari Warkami is also amazing because of this technology here, Ivory Netscape. This is probably the most powerful classical age mythic technology in my opinion at the moment. It gives you a huge amount of eco later in the game, and you can even grab it super early, and that can be nice too. But we do have the 9-tailed Kitsune in, and Zuccolo here is going to be running around looking for pressure. And I love this because right now Kvoth, he's going to try and defend this with his Anubites. But here's the thing. So long as Zuccolo doesn't actually take any fights, the Anubites can't kill these Kitsune, because they can just distract, and if the Anubites run over to his side of the map, then all of a sudden there's no problems there. But it will be an Anubite opening here for Kvoth. He's getting himself some Spearmen, obviously, to deal with those Naginata Riders. Do have a little cheeky obelisk in the main base that's going to get sniped down, as Kvoth says, Zuccolo says, I'm not really sure I want to charge in here and take out that villager on the wood line there. It's a little bit dangerous. Going to try and swing around the back for the time being. Kvoth is very well aware that there's a lot of cavalry coming around onto this side as the priest pulls back. The gold lions are in there for Kvoth as well. I was saying that these are really good on the offense, but also really good on the defense. They shut down a lot of stuff here. We'll be dropping both the golden lions, but they will come back very, very quickly. I've got a huge amount of damage off for them, but still, any help early game is going to be nice for the ISIS, as now the Kvoth Anubites are off and searching. They are very blind. They don't know where to go, but Kvoth getting maybe a little bit lucky, or maybe he just really knows and understands the map. He's coming in, and he's going to be looking to take out these villages on this side, but there is going to be a Bushi over here. One Bushi, I don't think this is the unit to be building here. I think you build an on the Musha, and you sit that one on this hunt. If the Nubites want to jump in, then let them, and I will smack you for 6 with my big sword. Right? But on the Musha here, I can almost not care about that one, as I can just jump in there, pick off some villages, take some damage, and then I'll run back home, heal back up, and I'll be the victor of that sort of engagement. But nonetheless, these Kitsune and these Naginata Riders are getting a lot of damage on that chase down, as Zuccolo's got to be a little bit careful here. He does have himself the Sashimano Bannerman tech queued up. We're starting to see more Bushi coming through. There is the Jiragumo here as well. This is an amazing unit in terms of its defense against myth units. I think a lot of players look at that special and go, oh man, it takes too long. It's just not very good. Okay, so one, it is really good. It can literally one-hit a spearman. It can one-hit. It can't one-hit a villager because the Jiragumo does have a negative multiplier versus villagers on that special attack. Can't one-hit those, but it can one-hit a spearman. It can one-hit a chariot archer. It can one-hit a bunch of things. But really, what it's amazing at is the fact that it gets a whole bunch of divine damage when you get that upgrade on its attacks. Wait, is that correct? I think I'm going crazy. I am going crazy. Let me double check this technology here. Yeah, it does. It gets a whole bunch of divine damage on the attack, which then means you get that ×3. Plus, you're also doing 13.3 damage on every attack, and you can absolutely clean up myth units as a defensive resource there. Plus, you get that ivory net scare as well if you want, and that's even more gold in your back pocket. Meanwhile, Kvoth searching for any amount of damage here. You have to look at this villager differential and ask the question. This is kind of close considering Zuccolo here, he's got himself 4 Miko out. So the villager differential here is great. You guys seeing the Miko getting pushed back. little bit unlucky from Zuccolo. He's not paying attention there. Gets blocked off. Almost loses that one. Meanwhile, into the main base here, Kvoth's got his building placement is absolutely impeccable. No entrance onto this side. The Miko will be getting picked off in the end of the day here. We do see a couple of units popping over here as the Miko pops out, but Kvoth paying attention, snipes that one down. However, on the other side here, Zuccolo up to the heroic age through Hachiman as the Anubites wandering over here. The villagers will have to pull away as over onto this side, the Anubite plus Spearman going after these Naginata riders. You don't want to be taking that fight. However, he does pull up onto this top side. Kvoth trying to go for a bit of a building block here as the Swampland gets dropped down. This is the damage of which Zuccolo needs. He gets one villager kill, two villager kills, and a whole bunch of spearmen going down, and idle time on those villagers. So, both players go into the heroic age. Hachiman plus Sobek over onto this side, almost sniping another Miko over there as the Bushi charging in. And now there will be that Shogun as an answer, as well as the Tengu as an answer for these Anubites. And following on from this, Zuccolo hasn't done it just yet, but he can grab himself all of those copper upgrades very, very quickly. Copper weapons, copper mail, copper shields, and then he can drop his new moon onto the armory and get himself a gigantic timing advantage. This is one of the several really, really strong timings that Tsukiyomi can do. Now the question is he going to do that, or is he going to save that new moon for something else? There's a whole bunch of other amazing uses, like, for example, dropping it in onto the temple here. He has already grabbed himself one upgrade, so it feels a little bad, but it's still amazing, especially if he's got a whole bunch of favor. As we do see an attempt here to charge forward. Plague of Serpents gets dropped down as a bit of a safety net there for Kvoth as he drops down his Migdol Stronghold. We'll have that one nice and safe for the time being, as the Bushi attempting to take out the rock on the top side here. Tough unit to kill. But nonetheless, the Shogun now out. One Tengu. And the Prosperity down for Kvoth to give himself a little bit of a boost. So while the new moon gives a whole bunch of resources over to the Tsukiyomi, the Prosperity equally gives a whole bunch of resources over to the Isis. As the villagers sneak through, the Naginata riders getting caught out over here. And I'm interested in seeing what units Kvoth is going to go in for next. Villagers, make sure they don't get sniped onto that one. One Petsukos out already. As the spearmen get poked down ever so slightly from the Yumi archers. I'm still surprised. He's gotten two of these upgrades. He pre-queues out that copper weapons. It's a little bit delayed here from Zuccolo, I must say. That being said, breaking through this Migdol Stronghold at the moment, I think it'd be very, very challenging. Kvoth, actually, I think this is a very, very rare situation for Kvoth. Very rarely do I see this happening to him. He has to drop farms down. Meanwhile, over onto the top side, look at all the cows for Zuccolo. Zuccolo's got a huge advantage cooking right now. Does not have to drop farms. Is about to have full bronze. And he's getting himself a whole bunch of... You just use that Shogun to get yourself a couple of free samurai, why don't you? This is hurting Kvoth in a pretty big way at the moment, as the new moon does get dropped down onto the armory. Now look at these units. They're medium, but they're full bronze. We do see a huge amount of camel riders coming in. Vintage Kvoth right now. There catches Zuccolo out. Now Zuccolo's like, I don't care. I got the strongest units at the moment. Let's go for it. He's still a ways away from that heavy. The army of Kvoth is melting here as Zuccolo's timing, it's so obscenely hard, and Kvoth taps out, and Zuccolo gets his win as he levels the series 1-1 with an impeccably well-timed attack here. This is what this god is. Tsukiyomi, he is a timing attack beast. And what went wrong here for Kvoth is two things. The big one is that he had to drop farms just as Zuccolo was hitting his power point. So, I mean, you take a look at the farms and it's like, that's 14. That's 14 times 70. We're looking at nearly 120 something, 100. I can't do math. Over 1,000 gold worth of farms there, right? That could have been heavy camel rider. That could have been, what can I see the armor upgrades? That could have been full bronze in for Kvoth as well. He did have the green pheasants over on this side, but he didn't feel comfortable about going there. If he had those technologies in, then maybe this is a different story. Maybe he holds very, very easily. But he did not, and Zuccolo does show a little bit of life here in this series. We'll see if Kvoth can bounce back for game number 3, but Kvoth's ace pick now down. Zuccolo's ace pick also down. We'll see what's going to happen next. Alrighty. I'm going to give a point over to the Zuccolo Meister. Of course, this is live. This is as live as it's ever going to be. Point over to the Zuccolo Meister. Looks like they're going to be doing a bit of a server change. Kvoth was having some lag, I think, unfortunately. It is a best of 5. It is a best of 5. Did they do the draft? Next map? No, they haven't. All right, we'll just have to wait for them. Unfortunately, I think Kvoth had to restart his PC and things like that. It's like they're going to be going in onto the map Ghost Lake. I should probably do this as well. Hey. A death on this one and a victor on this one. And we'll see what the next game is going to bring us. This 20 needs to draft and ban to service. Lol. That's kind of funny. What map will Zuccolo use set on? Giza's a good map for set. I like Giza on set because you can send your priest in, steal your opponent's rhinos on their settlement, and you grab your own second sound center, and you can have all the rhinos from your opponent's settlements as well as your own rhinos on your own settlements. So yeah, I like that. We are going to be seeing a Gaia versus Uranus here on Ghost Lake. A bit of a spicy Atlantean mirror. I like this one. I'm a bit surprised to see the Uranus from Zuccolo here. My personal opinion on Uranus is that Ghost Lake is not a very good map for him, just on the fact that there's less land that you can actually build sky passages on, which means there's less angles that you can attack your opponent from. That's my takeaway from the whole thing. Also, for everyone who's hanging out with me right now and you guys are wondering, well, I don't want to miss anything, but I also, how do I know? How do I know what's happening in this group stage? It's free schedule. It's crazy. What's going to happen? Well, if you are involved in my Discord at all, you can check out the upcoming games channel, CL4 upcoming games. You might need to click on the, at the very top of the thing, there's a thing called channels and roles. You might need to click on that and then show the upcoming games channel if you wanna really know. Or alternatively, you can check out our Liquipedia, which might be a little bit on the slower side to update. But if I work out how to do it, which I'm gonna have to put some effort into, I'll probably make that happen. Alrighty. These guys are about to kick off. Just waiting on what's actually going to happen here. I have just been notified that I've forgotten one person on the schedule. So we're actually seeing another game. Is it tomorrow? What's on Saturday? Yeah. That's fine. I'll fix that later. Is the stream stuttering? I'm not getting any drop frames, so I don't think that's on me. All right, the guys are off to the races now, so we're going in shortly. So yeah, it's going to be an Uranus versus Gaia game on Ghost Lake, which is kind of an interesting one. You've got the mechanics of the Gaia player being maybe a little bit better at defense, but the Uranus having Shockwave, Carnivora, Chaos. The Gaia player's got a little bit more economy, but the Uranus has also got the option of potentially going for Prometheus, which can catch up on the eco. If it ends up being like a very defensive game, like 2 gold mines, you can go for a Prometheus angle to try and counteract the economic advantage of the Gaia if it's going to be a double gold mine in the Ghost in the middle. So there's 2 angles here for the Uranus to go for. And the Gaia obviously is just going to be the defender in this matchup. There's no 2 ways about it. And I talked about it already. Kvoth is a defender. He loves a good defense. He's going to defend very, very well. But he's going to be looking forward to his Gaia. For those of you who also don't know, Kvoth is originally a Gaia main. He was in his first tournament. He pulled out Gaia pretty much every single time and was beating the best players with what a lot of players were saying was one of the weakest, if not the weakest god in Legacy. So he kind of honed his art playing weak gods, and then he moved over to one of the most busted gods in the game, Uranus, and he has ever since been expanding his god pool. He plays all the gods now and is just absolutely insane. But nonetheless, we are moving in to game number 3. Absolutely dead even set here. Let's get it. All right. In the bottom, it looks like at the 6 o'clock position. I don't even know which side to be on at the top. We're just going with it in the default spot. In the bottom, we've got Kvoth playing his Gaia, and in the top, we have Zuccolo on the Uranus Intermediate Economic Guild coming down with both the pickaxe and the hand axe queued up. An interesting opening here from Kvoth. This is generally standard. And taking a very late advance is generally the way to go. He does get the double gold mine. And I think Zuccolo does need to think about ways in which he can approach this matchup. Playing crazy Uranus here, I'm not sure. I think in terms of the Ghost Lake maps that Kvoth wants to see, this is the one. Because this is like, okay, I can play nice and defensive. I can even go for a second town center here if there's a town center that lets me. The Iran is not really going to be able to do a whole lot there to punish it, because there's not really a gold mine that I need to grab. Even if he goes for a kind of rubbish town center over here and just drops military buildings around it plus Gaia Forest, really, really tough for the Uranus to break that if there's 2 gold mines here, if there's nowhere to attack. On the flip side here, Zuccolo can be popping over onto this side and onto this side to be preventing these gold mines. So if Zuccolo can play a strategy which is going to be preventing Kvoth to basically be getting onto these gold mines later in the game, then I think he's going to be in a really good spot. So my guess here for Uranus, and what would be a very, very nice way to play, would probably be go to the Prometheus angle, probably go for a 2 TC idea. And if the guy decides to say 1 TC and put pressure on, great. We'll just play some Uranus deflection with sky passages. We can even sack the town center if need be. Like go and grab this town center here, have sky passages over here, grabbing this hunt nice and simply, while also putting like sky passages over on this spot, grabbing this gold mine, and just grabbing all the goats. Maybe a sky passage on the deer as well to help you out. So many easy defensive ideas here. So it's very tough for the guy to play a 1 town center angle here and make it work. So I would be surprised if Zuccolo goes Prometheus, grabs the town center, if Kvoth wouldn't follow suit as well. However, I'm wrong, and Zuccolo, he's going for the aggressive approach here. He's going for the aggressive approach. So let's check out the relics. Generally, these relics are in any sort of mirror. It's not an absolute mirror. Gaia versus Uranus, some different things here. But in these sort of pantheon mirrors, these relics make a lot of difference. You got the Wuhao Bow Huang Di. This is huge because it affects the Terma, which can actually be great. Like if you're going to go for a Terma angle with Caraballister, all of a sudden life's very, very tricky for the infantry user. You've got the Pygmalion statue over here, which can be boosting up the villager hit points. Over on the left-hand corner, there is the Scarab Pendant here, and Kvoth has got in his hands the Ogre Bitten Helm, which is an absolutely insane relic for Gaia in this matchup. You've got the idea of going Oceanus, grabbing the technology Frontline Heroics in the military barracks, which makes your Murmillos, your Catapulties, your Fanatics, all your infantry units cheaper, destroyers, when converting into heroes, and you just get an extra 10% HP. So yeah, it's just like kind of just casually half a medium upgrade there. Just have it. It's gonna be good. So that's a thing. As Zuccolo does drop double military barracks to kick this game off. On the other side, I'm really interested in what Kvoth's going to go for, because he doesn't have to go for Murmillo here. He's playing defense. He doesn't need to leave his base. He's got the economic upgrade advantage in this game. He's going to have pickaxe. He's going to have hand axe. He's going to be in front. Zuccolo, on the other hand, doesn't even have an economic guild. And we see 1 military barracks. And then nothing else. Very, very slow start here from Kvoth. He might get peppered here early on, as the Zuccolo units are rushing across. Let's check out the line of sight. Nothing spotted here from Kvoth just yet. Going to make a couple of Murmillo. I think the idea here from Kvoth is he just wants to check and make sure this is going to be a 1 town center sort of situation. 2 Murmillos coming through. The villager is just going to turn around and start shanking, but you got a Caladria there, so not the best of ideas. 1 Murmillo gets converted over here as the Caladria just scouting everything out. Still just the 1 military building at the moment, as Kvoth trying to get some garrison micro in. He's taking the fight, but you can't really get anything from this. Obviously, you can heal these guys back up, and it is just a delayed idea. Maybe another Gaia Forest on the front here, as we do see a Carnivora getting dropped down. Snipes 1 Murmillo. Villagers helping out. Kvoth survives the initial onslaught from Zuccolo. This position could be tough to break through without hero Murmillos. Mana coming up onto this side. Kvoth's villagers are having some issues here in this game, as he's going to pull back into his main base. Now getting himself out. A counter barracks as the citizen's going to pull into the tower. There's a Caladria trying to heal everything up over here. And we'll pull back into the tower, still keeping his units alive for the time being. And now with a Caraballister, things start changing as the citizen gets the mana up. gets into the house, keeps himself safe. But so far, Zuccolo has been getting some pretty significant damage on here. With a Hero Carabalister out, I like that idea. Plays around the Carnivora. You can't realistically make any Carabalister versus Oceanus unless they're heroes, because they cost so many resources. The Carnivora getting dropped onto one and sniping it is just, it's so much pain. So much pain. However, Zuccolo, he's on hunt versus Kvoth, who's on berries and on goats and playing very, very scared at the moment. However, upgrade-wise, Shaft Mine's in. Bowsaw is coming through. Kvoth is getting some big advantages here in this game. He's got a couple of Terma getting queued up into his counter barracks as well. I imagine he's probably a little bit scared that there might be a couple of Carabalists coming his way. But look at this from Zuccolo. I like this idea. The pressure, immense. And he drops a town center behind this. Kvoth, he's going to have no idea what's happening here. I mean, he might be able to have some sort of an inkling if he's feeling like he's got a similar amount of military resources to Zuccolo. But, like, and the Caladria is here, and the Caladria will see the town center, so he will have an idea. His spidey senses tingle. He gets out there. I'm stupid. Kvoth's amazing. He gets the information he needs, and now he can react. He can pull out. He can do something. But the question is, did he build too many Terma here? Because it's still going to be advantage Zuccolo in terms of citizens that get built out. Also, the Carabalister, very slow. Not the best at like making use of the Carabalister is not a very good unit at making use of military resource value. It's really good at defensive play and holding a position down. When you push with it, not so easy. If you've got, say, a Sky Passage, all of a sudden becomes like an S triple plus tier unit. But without the Sky Passage helping it move around the map, it's kind of a little mid. It is kind of a little mid. And Kvoth does say, all right, I'm going to see your town center. I'm going to grab my own. You'll have a couple of citizen advantage, but I'm going to have myself those Heroic Age economic upgrades. So realistically here, this almost feels like it's going to be very, very close to equal. That being said, there is a world here where Zuccolo can catch this. He's got his Oracle. He spots it. He can come over here. He's got medium Murmillos. He's got himself a Carnivora. Doesn't have any Hero Murmillos here. So it's going to be a tough fight to win. Carnivora getting dropped on the Carabalister here to snipe that one. There's not that many Murmillos here either. He might be able to break through this and deny the town center. This timing from Zuccolo, I say timing, that this move from Kvoth, very, very spicy. Zuccoladria's a piece here as the Murmillo's getting caught. Will get healed back up, keeping himself nice and alive. You can't drop Carnivora on the ice. So this is a really nice spot for Kvoth to be actually fighting here without the Hero Carabalister. He pulls back. Town center is up. All is well and good for Kvoth. He survives. He's only behind... He's not even behind a citizen. Is there just been idle time from Zuccolo? There must have been. He's really struggling to keep the citizen coming out, whereas Kvoth is... I guess it's two citizens. It's two citizens behind. Okay. Two citizens behind only. That's it. One Oracle does get spotted. And the game continues along. Terma raids. That's one idea. You can use those to snipe your opponent's units. You do have to be careful of Caladria pacifying your stuff. Almost snipes one, but loses one in the process. Will keep his other Terma alive with his Caladria, most likely here. Over onto this side. The Sky Pass is getting beat down. At this point, Zuccolo really needs those economic upgrades, of which he is grabbing, and he needs to start thinking about, okay, what way do we play Heroic Age here? Do you go... There's not going to be a gold star. This game, without question, is going to be going maybe late game. I don't want to speak too soon because, you know, Age Mythology can just kind of... It kind of can end in a moment sometimes, and other times it can just go on for a very, very long time. So I feel like this game is going to go on. That being said, there's only like four large gold mines on that, and that's going to be a little bit challenging to to kind of keep your eyes on as the Murmillos wandering into the main base. Terma pulling back. These citizens can pull through the sky patches. There's not really going to be all too much damage getting taken here. Pulls through into the main base. The Murmillos catching all these citizens out on the wood line. One citizen down. Two citizens down. A huge raid there from Zuccolo as the sky passage falls. Zuccolo now has to be careful with these oracles. He's not paying attention to them. We take a look over here. Kvoth spots it. That's one oracle down. Over onto this side, trying to take out the economic guild. Probably not worth it there. But in the main base here, there's no Caraballos to help. Just play defense for Zuccolo. He will be getting himself watchtowers. That's nice. These villagers over here, what are they doing there? They are not going to be easily defended. The Murmillo can charge through here. You do have shockwave, so that's fine. But no sky passage. Well, the sky passage over here. He could wander into this one, get onto this wood line. That's totally fine there as well, as the Murmillo getting caught out by a handful of Caraballos to here. They have to pull back. They are 5 speed, so it's very tough for Kvoth to chase them, though Kvoth can get that speed advantage through grabbing something else, as we do see the Carnivores getting dropped down. Terma getting cleaned up onto this side. The Terma's just trying to snipe down everything else, and Kvoth loses that fight pretty big there. He's pulling away. I mean, the Terma being alive here isn't the biggest of deals. Snipes a Murmillo there with that Carnivore. Really shouldn't have. But the fact that the Terma is still alive here does mean these Caraballos have lost a lot of value now. If the Terma were still here for Kvoth, then he could use those to help limit the numbers that Zuccolo's got. But nonetheless, Kvoth now says, that's enough Classical Age. Let's go Heroic Age. Zuccolo says exactly the same thing. Trying to snipe these units. We'll be losing another Murmillo. Nope, doesn't lose the Murmillo. We'll pull back. I mean, it's really hard to call this one. It's 62 villages apiece. I don't even know where... I think I must have missed. I don't know where Kvoth got any villager picks, or if it's just idle town center time from Zuccolo. I see this all too much. It scares me whenever a player... There he goes. It scares me whenever a player cuts villages to go Heroic Age, and then doesn't immediately start it back up when that Heroic Age... When you click the Heroic Age through. But nonetheless, upgrades on the way. Still no shockwaves coming through from the Aranos here just yet. And Zuccolo here as well can start thinking about setting up some sky passages over onto this side, right? If you sky passage over here, for example, you can start pestering this, and maybe a sky passage over here or over here, and you can start pestering this, right? You can pop in, bring your opponent over, and when he starts to defend, run back to the sky passage, hit this gold mine, etc. Nonetheless, Kvoth now Heroic Age. He's got himself 4 oracles out on the other side. There's 7 oracles for Zuccolo, who will be going for a lot of Satyr now. Satyr, an incredibly powerful unit in this matchup, on the fact that they can absolutely annihilate the Dryad numbers. They can also help take out the Stymphalian birds as well. But also the Stymphalian birds are pretty good against those Satyr too. Nonetheless, there is also a chaos problem. Chaos spammage is also an idea here as the Contarius are getting mixed in. We do see Poseidon's Secret, heavy infantry. Chaos gets dropped down, allowing the Caraballos to get taken out. I wouldn't mind seeing a shockwave. There it goes. Holding Kvoth on this area. Kvoth's going to say, all right, let's take the fight. What have you got here? Not very much. This is not a great fight for Zuccolo in terms of units that can kill off his Murmillos. But Kvoth says, I don't need to fight it. I'm still in play defense mode. Comes in, picks off those guys. We will be seeing the Caladria almost going down on that side. The military barracks will finish up. Zuccolo going to be pulling back ever so slightly here. Dryads on the way. Contarius on the way. On the other side, it's Arcus Contarius. Still not spending that favor on the Satyr. He's getting that Sons of the Sun, so he's just going to give himself so much economy here. So much favor. So the Satyr's going to be going to work on the back. That's the difficult unit here for Kvoth to kill off, I think, is those Satyrs. He does have one here at Murmillo. Is there Is there any ballistics? There is ballistics in, so that's going to be a nice one to actually. I say it's an easy, hard one to kill, but he loses one here on that retreat. Could have turned around and maybe got some shoot and scoop micro off onto the hero Mamilla there, but doesn't go for it. And now more satyr on the way. Does he have the upgrade for them? Nope, Gemini not in just yet. I think in these situations, when you've got this much favor in the bank, 2 temples is always a good way to go. Nonetheless, Carnivora available for both players, as that front line will be melting here. Zuccolo needs some front line. He's running out of food, it looks like. He's got so much gold in the bank. The macro for both players is a little bit off here. Kvoth is going to be able to actually go to the Mythic Age pretty soon after this. A great choke point is the Carnivora gets dropped down here, and Kvoth says, all right, I'm out of here. No problems. He doesn't have the favor for another Carnivora. So good hold from Zuccolo. Still keeping himself in this game. Is look at this economic guild coming up onto this side, taking the town center on the right there as well. And the economy from, well, the economic advantage from Kvoth is starting to sort of show itself. As Zuccolo going to pull back, he can jump into the Sky Passage and do some little garrison micro here. There he goes, and now he's got a little bit of space here to play with. Also, Chaos up in how long? 27 seconds. And well onto the right-hand corner. Kontari is going to be looking for some villages to pick off. Surprised to see that Pygmalion statue not picked up. Did both players see it? I don't know. Anyways, good defense from Zuccolo. Kvoth does spot the Sky Passage over here. Picking this one off. I don't even think it's... I hardly think it's worth killing, like, spending time killing these Sky Passages. They build so quickly. Of course, it's resources, but they build so quickly. Where are these citizens going? A little sneaky. The town center's up for Kvoth. Over onto this side. Another Chaos getting dropped down. Can the Archer army, with the help of those Satyr, be enough to break through what Kvoth's got? Kvoth's got a hefty number of Stymphalian birds versus those Satyrs. The hero Arcus coming through. And that's going to be a fight which Zuccolo simply cannot win. He converts some hero Arcus in to try and get some sort of an answer versus these Stymphalian birds. But I mean, even if you do, you look at this, the range. Yeah, they've got 20 range versus 15, so you can keep them out of the fight. But if you can zone those hero Arcus away, then all of a sudden those Stymphalian birds are getting huge value. Same on the other side as well, as we do see Hecate coming through for Kvoth. I love this from Kvoth. This is easily the best way to take this game late game and have an army which is near unkillable for the Aranos. And why do I say that? Well, you get 2 specific upgrades, or 3 specific upgrades here if you really want to be specific for the hyper late game. So for the early late game, before you get up to 10 oracles, as we've already got 7 oracles here, but before you get up to 10 oracles, you've got Mythic Rejuvenation, you've got Celerity. So giving regen on your Dryads, giving movement speed and attack speed on all of your myth units. All of your myth units getting regen. It's a huge, huge buff as the raid coming over onto this side. That's thing number 1. And then thing number 2 is obviously that Asper Blood technology for the Lampedes, which effectively shut down any large resource spend on a unit. So for example, Kontari is relatively expensive, right? These guys cost 65-40. Just get 1 hit. Then they also can chaos other units that are effective. Like enemy satyrs and things like that. As the Kontari's are going to swing in up onto this side. Zuccolo is paying attention, pulls back. Kontari's are going to pull away. Got to be careful of those catapulties. We are actually seeing both players here going for the Hecate. Meanwhile, the Oracle numbers from Zuccolo, once at 7 or 8, they've been trimmed down to 2. Kvoth has hunted these so insanely well in this game. He is going to be grabbing himself Prophetic Sight. Raids over onto this gold mine here is Kvoth will need to get that reaction in, but a little bit slow, but just waits for it, pulls into the mana, pops out one side, and he can just walk away to some degree as his own Kontari's are going to be coming back in, doing the garrison. One side, other side. One citizen mic, nope, keeping the citizens alive. Great defense from Kvoth there, just messing around with that garrison shenanigans. Do we see any sort of Tartarian Gate? There is a really interesting interaction here, right? Tartarian Gate to counter your opponent's Tartarian Gate. Just you drop it on yourself, basically, to kill it off immediately, and then delete it to prevent any any Tartarian spawns to pop out. Or at the very least, do they attack each other? Maybe they don't. I don't know. And now we got 9 oracles in. 9 oracles in for Kvoth. And they are all hero. Wait, am I missing something? Oh, there's 2 unheroized oracles. He's heroized them manually as well for even more favor income. But the hero Arcus numbers are starting to look very scary. Catapult is in the front, going to be locking these guys out. I was saying that you can kind of zone the Arcus, but in this situation with the Catapult he's in, super hard to do so. Those Contarius need to be on top of this. Now the Stymphalian Birds need to be taking out that front line. But it's coming back in. We do see the Tartarian Gate over onto this side for Zuccolo. Kvoth doesn't have any line of sight anywhere. The Arcus heroes, everything else proving to be a little bit too much at the moment for Kvoth as he needs to get some more units out here. Over onto this side, Fire Siphon coming through for Zuccolo, trying to break through the palace. It's 100 villages apiece. Economic upgrades. Kvoth's got everything. Zuccolo now just starting to get himself his final upgrades as he's hit the Mythic Age. Kvoth coming over here. These Stymphalian Birds actually do a great job of taking down the Tartarian Gate. Unlike every other building in the game, Tartarian Gate only has 80% pierce armor, so they're getting that full amount of damage as the hero Arcus come through. Gonna start sniping these guys. Kvoth wasn't paying attention there. Gets chaosed up, drops 2. And Zuccolo desperately needs oracles. He's got 5 in queue. 5 oracles in queue here. Oh, and a Gaia Forest comes in trying to lock these guys off. Not going to be able to do so. A little bit too slow on that one, but nonetheless, charging through. Now the Tartarian Gate from Kvoth into the main base of Zuccolo. Zuccolo is hurting on units right now. He's lost a lot. He's lost a lot on that push. Look at the 7,000 wood in the bank, 3,006. The gold situation is slowly starting to end here. And this is where the big Gaia advantage does start up. Look at the market. On the back situation, up to this town center, look at how fast they go. They are zooming, 5.2 speed. On the other side here for Zuccolo, as he's now coming back to try and deal with this. On the other side for Zuccolo, does he have any out? He's got 1. 3.8 speed. He doesn't even have the upgrade though. If he gets 1 upgrade coinage, it'll go up to 4 point something. But nonetheless, Tartarian Gate slowly going down here. There's the Fire Siphon going to be able to clean that one up. Kvoth still playing defense in this one, getting himself up. A massive army of Dryad. Does he have all the upgrades? Please tell me he does. He's got the Celerity. He's got the Mythic Rejuvenation. The next thing, he's actually just going to go more Stymphalian Bird. Because why not? His opponent's got nearly full hero Arcus, not full, he's got like 9 hero Arcus remaining, but he's got nearly no answer for these Stymphalian Birds because Kvoth has killed off so many oracles. Did Kvoth also kill off the temple? He did kill the temple off as well with that Tartarian Gate, which then means, well, you have to build another temple over here. You got to get those oracles out to get some more favor in, so you can get some more heroes to deal with all of these really strong myth units. As now the palace is going to be going down quickly here to the Fire Siphons. Kvoth breaking through here. Yeah, at this moment, I don't think the Lampedes spare makes a whole lot of sense. It makes more sense against Contarius than against, say, Catapultes. Maybe the Stymphalian Birds make a lot of sense here. As Kvoth's going to pull back ever so slightly, keeping himself away from those Arcus before pulling in and cleaning up everything else here. Contarius onto the backside. Kvoth can utilize those Arcus, the normal Arcus here to take out the hero Arcus, and then he can bring his myth units in to clean everything else up as the town center for Zuccolo about to fall. Kvoth now going to be just saying, I'm going to enjoy this gigantic eco advantage. Time for guard towers. Time to claim the rest of this map. Claim this town center. And push the Iranos out of this game. Couple of hero citizen coming in just to give some survivability on the front line. If you guys don't know, hero citizens do get to enjoy armory upgrades as well. So while they also get HP and damage and extra build and extra gather time, they also go up to 54%, 53% armor compared to a regular citizen at 25%, 35%. Zuccolo pulling ever so slightly back. We will see the oracles going down on the top side. Town center for Kvoth coming up is about to be 4-2 town centers. He's about to have probably 10k military resource value after this town center comes up with everything that's in queue here. And Zuccolo here is at 4k. So this is an incredibly tough position to deal with. Shockwave onto the Dryads. Town center falling. Pallets coming up over here. And here's the other thing. These Palabads, they might not even be needed in the fight, but they're forcing so many resources to be spent on heroes. And Kvoth can just wait for them to go, and then he can just pull them back in and be like, okay, you thought you dealt with them? No, you don't have them. You don't have the answer anymore. Sky Passage going down. Town center here for Zuccolo fighting valiantly. He's trying. He's got a little bit of a destroyer right over. He did actually kill the town center. Totally missed that one. Excuse me. But Zuccolo a little bit too far behind here and not able to make it work with the Hyperion idea. I mean, Kvoth is Kvoth, and Kvoth will always be Kvoth. However, the one thing I think we were missing in this game from Zuccolo is those Sky Passage shenanigans. The most powerful, I'm just going to say it, the most powerful thing you can do with Uranus right now is a Sky Passage in a wall. That's the secret sauce with this god at the moment. A Sky Passage in a wall is incredibly tough to deal with. But well played to Kvoth, showing off some very, very powerful myth unit usage here. I love this god path of Hesperids, or what's it called, Thea plus Hecate. The only thing to make this even more spicy would be to try out the automatons. Doesn't really work all too well versus Uranus because you've got the cheaper heroes. But at the very least, it works out here for Kvoth. Up 2-1, one game away from his first win in the Champions League Season 4. Let's see if he can make it, or if Zuccolo is going to force it game number 5. Alrighty, so we are going in onto the map Giza now. So we've got the Gaia dub for Kvoth, the loss for the Uranus onto the map Giza. I think I can kind of predict that this is going to be a set for Zuccolo. You could potentially try Amaterasu or Loki on this one, but Set is such a good pick on this map in my opinion, and it's the only map that he's good on in the remaining maps. I mean, Okuchichibu isn't terrible for Set actually. I tell a lie, but I think the Giza is one of the really nice ones, and we're going to be actually seeing ourselves a bit of an Egyptian mirror. So it's going to be Ra versus Set. So this is probably one of the more challenging matchups, I think, for both of these gods, just on the fact that there's so much detail in this mirror. There is so much detail in this mirror. I don't know how else I can explain it. Now, recently, however, actually no. Can it work? No, I actually think this might be heavily Set favored at the moment. Yeah, I think it is. I think this is all about the slinger. You've got Ptah, you've got Sekhmet, you've got Spearmen from the Set who are going to be able to chase down chariot archers and things like that. You're going to have the catapults to break anything down. There is some really, really strong barracks play here from the Set that is incredibly tough to deal with on the Ra. What Ra... Actually, no. Ra does have an answer. Ra does have an answer. Petsukos. Petsukos is a unit that Set does not have access to, and that's probably going to be the unit that, if controlled well from Kvoth, is going to keep him alive in this one. That's my guess at the very least. Um, Ra's answer is Eclipse. Avenger are also a decent idea, but I don't think we see. I don't think it depends on the map. It depends on the map. If there's a back large gold mine, we might see Mythic Age. If there isn't a back gold mine, I don't think we're seeing Mythic Age for quite some time, which does lower the value of those myth units. Really, like if all those Mythic Age myth units. The thing with the Mythic Age myth units is they're the strongest. The point in the game where the Mythic Age myth units are the strongest, with the exception of like myth units like Lampedes or Colossus or units that have got like a specific role, right? Units that are just like pure DPS dealers like the Avenger, they're the strongest early on. If you get them like 15 minutes into the game when your opponent's doesn't have that many resources or whatever, don't have the strong heroes out or whatever, that's kind of when they're the strongest. So there could be some sort of a cheese here from the Ra where you rush to the Mythic Age for the Crimson Linen Avengers, but realistically, you need the back gold mine, which means it's going to be a slower game to get to the Mythic Age, and by the time you get there, it's probably not going to be on. So I think that the Pitsukos are a much better angle because it basically means you can't run in. It's going to be you can't even use the catapult to take out the Migdol because you can snipe down the catapult with those Pitsukos. And yeah, all the other good stuff that happens there. So it will really depend on how the map plays out as to what the strategies for these guys are going to come for. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see if these guys are going to be ready to go. They're just about clicking in for game number 4, so we're gonna have to wait the 3 minutes. Also, guys, if there's a matchup from let me post this. If there's a matchup from this bracket from day 1, so none of the round of 8 games, I think this is it. If there's a matchup from this bracket that you guys really want to see, we're going to be doing some qualifier 2 day 1 games after this. So if there's anything in that bracket that you guys are interested in, definitely let me know, and we'll, or at least start thinking about it and spam it at me when we get there. Because we're going to be doing some recorded games after this. Still just waiting for these guys to hit the go button, but I think Kvoth needed to go to the toilet. Oh. I think I'm in need of some tea. This is the most casting I've done in a while. My voice is not loving me at the moment. My voice is not loving me at the moment. But that's okay. Looks like they've done their good luck, have funs. I love it. Absolutely love it. Update the score. That's true. I should be on top of that. Thank you, my dude. Darth Nox versus a Sam. Yeah, okay. I'll keep it in the back of my mind. Yeah, the way that this is basically going to go normally is we have to sort of wait. Isn't it 3 a.m. now? It's 11:45 p.m. for me, but I'm a degenerate. I'm on European time zone at the moment. Alrighty, so the guys are in the game, and we're just gonna have to wait for that spectator delay. You want me to mark the thing as game 1? Sure. Do I have a line of clocks from time zones around the world in front of me? No. I just use GMT. GMT in 24-hour time That's what my entire life is based off. Like I very rarely think when I'm thinking about like myself in terms of like streaming, I don't really think about Australian time ever. I actually find it difficult. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be on at like I'm gonna be on at 1200 GMT, and then I have to be like, okay, so what's 1200? It's okay, 1200 is 8 p.m. That's how my brain works. But yeah, that's that. Anyways, we're about a minute away. I haven't really talked about the matchup a huge amount beyond. Actually, no, I've talked about it a lot. It's a Barracks army versus a Migdol army. It's going to be the question of whether or not Zuccolo can deal with the Pitsukos. They were recently nerfed slightly. We are going onto the map Giza, which is a nice 2-town center map, which is often going to be the way to go. There's a world where maybe there's some shifting sands ideas to deny second town centers from the set. There's also some 1-town center ideas if it's a really, really aggressive map for gold mines. So yeah, there's a few things to really think about here. There are a few things to really think about. But we'll try and unpack it when we actually see the map and try and maybe dive into some deeper strategy thoughts for all you guys out there who want to be trying some Egyptians in the coming weeks. But anyways, we're getting into game number 4. This is match point for Kvoth. If he wins, he wins. If he loses, there's a game 5. So let's jump into it and see what's going to happen. And in the left-hand corner of the map, spawning as the Ra, it is Kvoth. On the top side, we have Zuccolo playing a set. And already, I can tell you, we've gotten ourselves a defensive variant. We've gotten ourselves a defensive variant of this map. Back gold mine. Back gold mine. And this basically just means that the Ra player can kind of go, great. We're gonna go for a couple monuments. We're gonna get our town center up. We're gonna play some defense and ask the question of whether or not Zuccolo is going to be able to play a good enough pressure game to keep himself going, and then also a good enough game of how can I kill off the Pitsukos. Those are the two questions to ask. Because he probably shouldn't go for barracks units. Sorry, he probably shouldn't go for Migdol units in this matchup, especially not on this patch. Basically, there was a patch a long time ago called we affectionately refer to it as the Divine Damage Slinger patch. The time when the Slinger was dominant and having a fun time. This patch was probably the devs' first little attempt at trying to help out the lower level player with Egyptians, because they're very, very tricky to play. And what it actually ended up happening is that in the Egyptian mirror, you couldn't really build anything but the slingers unless you had like Desert Wind camel riders with mummies or something like that back then. But anyways, recently the slinger has lost some of its effectiveness versus archers, but it's gained effectiveness versus infantry and cav because its base damage has gone up. Its bonus multiplier versus archers has gone down. So it's still a counter archer unit, but it's only doing 8 DPS to those archers instead of 9. And instead, it's doing 4 DPS just in general. So if you're not microing them perfectly, it's not that big of a deal. And if you are microing them perfectly, you're getting a little bit less value. That being said, there's one technology that exists for the slinger that does need to be thought about. And that is Slings of the Sun. Bonus damage versus infantry on that one. Which means that you can grab that, and all of a sudden, if you get yourself Tar with Electron Bullets, which is the 0.5, it's now 0.5 divine damage a second. I think a second. 0.5 damage. Yeah. And then you get yourself Sekhmet. And both gods have got access to this, mind you. But obviously Set's a little bit better because he's got the faster barracks units and the cheaper barracks units. But you got the Slings of the Sun Sekhmet. You got the Electron Bullets, Slingers. And that's an answer for nearly everything your opponent can throw at you, human units wise. Because you got the spearmen that can kill off camels and elephants, you got the slingers that can kill off everything else. The only problem here is that this game is not rock, paper, scissors. It's rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. And lizard and Spock is hero and myth unit. And I think Kvoth here, he's already got the 2 monuments. I wouldn't be surprised to see him actually play Bast here over Ptar. And he's going to want to try and make Petsukos work here. It's the thing that makes the most sense. There is a world where he also makes some Sphinx out nice and early as well to help prevent any sort of early game spearman raids. It's a really nice counter to that. But I think he might even stay a little bit one town center here as well, which could be wild. As on the other side, however, Zuccolo going Anubis, I gotta say, I don't think that's right in this matchup. You don't need more spearman power. The spearmen are already good enough. You've got Horus for spearman power if you need it, right? You need slinger power. And you also need some pierce armor for those spearmen as well to help them help their survivability versus those really, really strong chariot archers that might be coming through as well. But nonetheless, Zuccolo does pick Anubis. It can work. You get access to Anubites, you get access to the strongest spearmen, and that can be the way to go as well. We haven't talked about the relics just yet. We've got the Trojan Gate hinge, making walls a little bit stronger. On this side, we've got that Catharo Apollo, making the villager movement speed a little bit quicker. Over onto this side, there is the Kopesh of Horus, which is going to be a hero plus 1x versus myth units relic. That's huge there actually for both players, but I think Zuccolo, does he have the eyes on it first? Zuccolo does have his eyes on it, so that's going to be nice for him. And over onto this side, one relic does come through, which is the Oseberg wagon, boosting up the caravan speed there. It's going to be a nice amount of help in the late game if we get there when the trade route starts. There's the Sphinx coming over here, and that's going to be a dead priest. Because you cannot beat a Sphinx. You cannot beat a Sphinx with a priest. He is a ranged hero. And there's 2 Sphinx here as well, so pretty easy to take that one out. Does half HP, the Sphinx, though. That being said, I'm pretty sure 1 priest does beat 1 Sphinx. I think. If it starts attacking at the... straight away. Anyways. Zuccolo is going crazy. Okay. I've got no idea what Zuccolo is doing at the moment. 1 town center all in of some variety here from Zuccolo. He throws an armory up. He's going for the heroic age here. This is a really, really good strat. If it wasn't for this gold mine. Does he see the gold mine behind his base? Oh, no. Wait, no, he sees this gold mine, though. Huh? And yet he's still going... Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say I'm confused. This is such a difficult thing to make work here. Kvoth is also staying 1 town center. He's pumping Sphinx. There's going to be net for these, so that's going to help with the Sphinx a little bit. Have access to some priests or something like that can kind of deal with it. Is he going for barracks? No. I genuinely have no... what upgrades? I genuinely have no idea what his strategy is going to be here. There's no shifting sands to put like a spicy migdal on the back. Charging around on this side, just looking for villagers to pick off, but Kvoth's villagers are in a very, very safe position. Harako Sphinx on the way. Has a little bit of micro here to try and get out. Doesn't quite manage to pick off the Cryo Sphinx, but immediately going to get healed back up to full HP as Zuccolo needs to pull his own Deuterinos back. He probably should just be looking to clean vision at the moment. Clean the obelisk so that at least he can move forward and get something happening. But now the Nephthys is in. We are seeing the Sphinx searching here. A couple of priests starting to come forward. He does have a lot of wood income. Chariot Archer. Scorpion Man. Shaft Mine coming through for Zuccolo as well. This is reminding me of like the olden days. Like there's a like when we used to have the Egyptian mirrors on vanilla. You would both players. You couldn't build a classical town center, so you would you'd just boast fast heroic, and then you'd look to spam out your chariot archer siege towers, and that'd be the matchup. A little bit of revenge damage over here, but the Cryo Sphinx are fast enough to just pull back. In the main base, we've got the Zuccolo Migdol Stronghold coming up as well. Over here, the mining camp coming through. And Kvoth up now through Sobek. I'm not surprised about this. He's got the back defensive goal. He doesn't need any sort of defense from Sekhmet in his town center. He's a little bit late on the heroic age, but he's going to have the answers for chariot archers for sure. Inside of Sphinx, inside of Betsukos, inside of Camel Rider. All the hyenas poking villagers over onto this side as Zuccolo circles around here. Up onto this fight, the Harako Sphinx just going to be hanging in. And Zuccolo now says, let me pop through here. Can I get any attacks? Oh, look at how good this building positioning is, though, from Kvoth. You just can't enter this space. Fully walled off over here. Has the back gold mine. About to be putting down a Migdol. Only problem is 0 villagers on gold. Sorry, on food right now. So Kvoth waits for just before he hits that heroic age. He puts the villagers back over onto goats. And he's going to have so much gold here for the immediate spammage of these incredibly cheap Betsukos. 200 gold, 16 favor. They've been made 1 favor more expensive. Incredibly cheap. Gonna be able to snipe a Harako Sphinx. Not quite. Does he get it? No. Does lose 1 over onto this side as Kvoth is kind of microing ever so slightly. Chariot Arch is peppering away. And Zuccolo behind this, an interesting decision. I don't mind this in the slightest. Grabs the town center, out of sight, out of mind. Realizes his opponent is playing 1 town center defense, like a 1 town center turtle. How do you beat a 1 town center turtle? Well, you get some economy going. The only problem is Zuccolo's base is so raidable. He's got no walls up. Camel Riders got no answer for Camel Riders at the moment. He's going to have to get himself some barracks and make some spearmen here to deal with the Sobek Camel Riders. Those Dark Waters Camel Riders. Do you have the upgrade? Not just yet. But Zuccolo is hunting. He does have the Nephthys as well. So, I mean, is he going for these upgrades? Not just yet. He probably should get himself cheaper priests, Nebti, and also the funeral rites tech at some point here. They're all amazing technologies, but specifically getting the priest upgrade. Also rushing to the Mythic Age here so he can have an answer for these Betsukos, for these Sphinx. Does make some sense here as well. Why? Well, priests get an extra little bit of range when they hit the Mythic Age, and all of a sudden 28 range Betsukos versus, what are they right now? They're at 18. I think they go up to like 21 range or something. I'm not exactly sure. But anyways, the priest coming over here. We'll pick off that rock. Does Kvoth see a town center? He does see the town center. Chariot archers over here. They get caught out. And this is what I'm talking about. This is such a good win here for Kvoth, picking off all of these chariot archers. That being said, I mean, there's going to be some eco advantage for Zuccolo, but Kvoth can just wander over here and grab the town center now. But does he want to do that? Things are really, we're going to be seeing Thoth actually for Zuccolo at the moment. He's got his villagers idle. He's got to get those sorted out. But the problem with Thoth is, well, Kvoth can now start launching these raids. The back gold mine is open. The villagers in the main base, they've got to get onto the goats here. He finally realizes he's coming over onto the berry bush is totally fine. I mean, that being said, there's not really a whole lot of good raiding spots. I mean, Walls here getting a couple of Scorpion men out to defend. But Kvoth, his spidey senses are tingling. His Betsukos numbers are Betsukosing. And he is looking for some big damage right away. Barracks on the way for Zuccolo. He's got to be regretting going through Thoth here. I don't think Thoth is the right call in the slightest. Horus, Tornado the army maybe. I guess Meteor on the army is going to be similar, but then you get access to those Horus upgrades, which completely shuts down the Camel Riders. Nonetheless, wow, Kvoth, he pulls back. So much patience. And Zuccolo respects the movement. So much patience here. Now the Pitsukos, however, they're going to start taking the town center down from range. 26 range. I think they might have been 28 at some point, but 26 range. Going to slowly take this town center down with that divine damage. Meanwhile, Kvoth moves over onto this side, grabbing this position. Because Zuccolo is going Mythic Age here, the villager differential is staying equal while this is all going on. As this priest does manage to pick up a couple of Myth units on the back. Zuccolo trying to distract away for the time being. There's 3 heroes here that could be used to try and take these Pitsukos out. Maybe. Actually, Kvoth just says, I got to pull back. Another Pitsukos coming in. The Anubite goes down. Scorpion Men going down as well. As the vision onto the main base here. And Meteor coming in. It's going to be erasing all those monuments, right? Haven't seen a Meteor like this be used quite some time. Houses all going down. 1 monument left with 9 HP. And the town center lives. Kvoth going to immediately drop himself. The monument to the villagers back up. The monument to the soldiers back up. He wants that favor income. However, Phoenix is up. That's going to get sniped incredibly quickly. The priest Pharaoh to take out one Petzebek here. Locust onto this backside. And Zuccolo simply just runs. Get back into the Migdol stronghold, my boy. The Phoenix does get sniped up there. Is there a Valley of the Kings? There is no Valley of the Kings in, as the Spearman numbers will start to come through, but the more important technology does have one of them, which is Spirit of Mart. That's one very important technology. The other important technology is that Nebty, and also this relic, which is Nebty in of itself. It's literally Nebty sitting in a relic. You could get double Nebty in this game if he goes over and picks that relic up. And Kvoth knows it's there as well. No, Kvoth doesn't know it's there. There's no way he would leave that. There's 0 way he would leave that there. Oh, I love that play there from Kvoth. He drops the monument to the pharaohs, empowers it, and then he gets the houses up immediately. Super quick. Really, really smart. All right. Nonetheless, the priest numbers here. Got to be careful. Spearmen slowly starting to come out. Kvoth here. Going to just keep on massing up Pitsukos. Darkwater. Darkwater's coming through. But here's the thing. Zuccolo, he's creeping ahead right now. He is creeping ahead. Villagers are coming through. He does have to catch up on the military resource value. He really didn't get much value out of his Meteor. I mean, he got some idle time on the villagers. He picked off the monument to the villagers, the monument to the soldiers, made some houses need to get built. There still hasn't been a rain thrown down just yet. And look at this. This is what I was talking about. How do the priests beat this many Pitsukos when controlled by a player of Kvoth's caliber? Sniping chariot archers for free. A couple of priests coming in. Almost picking off one. Do we have that technology in just yet? Still not in. There is funeral rites in though, so the army will give a little bit of gold back. The big problem here though, actually for Zuccolo, his gold mine situation, he's got to move over here. That's a ways away. Rain coming down now for Kvoth. How many farms? 21 farms for his first rain. He can start getting more of them. He's at full pop. Oh, we can go up to full pop and be good. Villagers popping into the town center. As Zuccolo says, time to charge forward, but I mean, he's got to be so careful there. Charging forward just means dead units. We get one snipe. One snipe is in. As the Camel Riders onto the backside here. Plague of Serpents and Ancestors gets dropped. But there's no pushing power with this. There's no siege. And Kvoth just says, no worries. Let me just run. It's all good. Migdol coming up over here to grab this gold mine. Spearman on top of the Camel Riders doing a good job there, but the Camel Riders will just pull back into the Migdol stronghold. Cannot kill them when they're inside there. Minions taking out the priests on the bottom side here. There's the Spearman sneaking around now, going to try and take out some villagers on this spot. Kvoth can move up onto this gold mine, so it's not really that big of a deal. Meanwhile, Sphinx coming through. They take a big amount of damage there from the priest. Gets one snipe. Splash one. And Zuccolo, for the first time in this game, looks like he's actually in control. That being said, there's still rains. Multiple rains will keep Kvoth going here. The boost of this rain, what is it? 150% of base. So it's like it increases his villagers by, I don't know, 2-ish, 1.5. 1.5 of villagers on farms, boost them up. Which is on this side. Great control from Zuccolo. Still no answer to push through here as those Berserkers can just sit, wait, watch, enjoy. Camel Riders coming over onto the right-hand corner, looking to take out the Migdol on that spot as the villagers will simply just pull into the town center. So a couple of kills here from Kvoth with these speedy Camel Riders. I should say that one big advantage of this Thoth here from Zuccolo that hasn't been talked about just yet is this specific technology here, Book of Thoth. It's a big eco boost for the set. But at this point, Kvoth is still turtling. You have to have that in the back of your mind. Okay, my opponent's still turtling. Let's take another town center. If he wants to push out, that's fine. We can try and take a fight when he's out of position. But underneath these Migdols, these are very, very tough to push here. A couple of Spearmen coming back here to put some defense on as the Spearmen chasing after the Camel Riders on this right side. Snipes another Sphinx over here as well. Carrot Archers going down. Camel Riders going down over here as well. As Kvoth says, all right, I'm time to move forward. He is now out of his little shell, but he can move back very, very simply here. Look at this. The Sea Spearman trying to come forward. The priest coming in as well. So hard to get in here. And now all the priests are going to get melted to the Camel Riders. As Kvoth's control on these Berserkers is making this so difficult. Chariot Archers to snipe these guys as well. One Berserkers will end up going down as they do get zoned. Zuccolo, equally amazing control here. His priest numbers will start to fall. The town center does end up going up. But there's a 25 villager differential right now. Siege works on the way. How many temples for Zuccolo? I think he needs another 2 temples or something so he can pump out priests if he needs them, if he loses them quickly. The other problem here is if Kvoth can somehow sneak up here and grab this gold mine, then life gets tough. And on top of that, Kvoth does have this relic here in the temple called Oseberg Wagon. So if he can continue to force this game late, it's going to be very, very tough for Zuccolo to hold against that economic power of the Oseberg Wagon relic in that moment there. Now Kvoth's town center under attack. Camel Riders need to get brought back. Kvoth does notice the Migdol coming up from Zuccolo as he's trying to secure this final gold mine. Sniping the Camel Rider might give Kvoth the reason to head back over there, but he is scared he's going to be losing his town center. Normally these Berserkers can deal with the catapults, but Kvoth's been a little bit dilly-dallying with them, not able to actually take him out. And now Zuccolo might even be... is he going to have the Migdol up? I don't know. Camel Riders... Kvoth a little bit indecisive in this game. The Priest pulling forward. You can just sit here with the Chariot Archers and snipe those off, though. Like, you don't even have to run the other guys. Anyways, we do have a Locust coming through. Just misses it. As the Migdol Stronghold will be coming in. We will see Horus, actually, from Kvoth. Instead of the Osiris. I was almost expecting to see an Osiris here, but the Horus is the idea. Maybe a tech switch into like infantry units or something to break this army is going to be necessary. Axeman here would be so good, especially Horus Axeman.
Into you.
The heavy camel riders bashing away, and now we're finally seeing Nebty coming in for Zuccolo. I can't believe we've waited this long for this tech against this strategy which Kvoth is going for. The camel caravans are in 4.2 speed while in the heroic age, so huge value here. Horus about to hit, which will mean a potential for a tornado on top of this army to clean it all up. This town center now up as well, as Kvoth will at least be able to get a little bit of economy going. But he is falling behind on the economy. The problem is, well, probably not the problem, but the thing is here, this game, it's not for Kvoth, it's not about resource total. It's about favor total for him in this game. Not the best control there from Kvoth, as he's now losing some more of these Patsukos, and the Spearmen manage to catch him out as the Eclipse comes through. Patsukos now turning in to try and deal with this. This timing hitting from Zuccolo, absolutely huge. The priests, however, are going to be going down. More Camel Riders coming through. No micro from Kvoth, utilizing that speed advantage as the Camel Riders coming in to try and take out the priests, but it's not going to be enough. Well, yes, it is actually. No, Zuccolo has to pull away. The Patsukos numbers have been limited ever so slightly. And Zuccolo at 90 villagers now. He can't break through this army anymore. He gets more priests out. Does he have it? He's still only on the one temple. It makes me so nervous. Makes me so nervous. He's going to pull over. He can grab the town center. Zuccolo also needs to start a trade route. I don't think we're going to be... we might. The game might just end in an instant, right? That happens. But I don't think we're going to be seeing this game ending in the next 5 minutes. I think we need to see some trade here. As the Avenger comes in, trying to snipe some of these Deuterinos. The priest's going to be trying to take, or the Chariot Archers to take out the priest. Another Avenger on the way here from Kvoth, as he takes out a whole bunch of those Spearmen. The kill-loss ratio here for Kvoth must be through the roof, but the economic side here for Zuccolo, so good. Third town center now up for Zuccolo. Villagers into the corner for some markets. I need to see walls set up whenever you start that trade route. Both players actually got to get those walls in there just to deny any sort of raids here. Kvoth getting himself up. Siege works. Chariot Archers wandering forward. Poke on the siege works there, but not going to be able to do all too much. As Kvoth is continuously getting his units healed up. Priests, Pharaoh, bringing themselves over onto this spot. Let's check out the armor upgrade situation. Kvoth now getting himself bronze. Zuccolo heading towards iron here, as it's going to be a Chariot Archer Patsukos Avenger army from Kvoth. Good dodging here from Zuccolo. The wiggle micro on point, but that is allowing huge damage onto those Spearmen there, as one of the Avengers does end up going down. Another catapult to pick it off here, as well as over onto this spot. A little bit of a raid. Lots of low HP villagers. The Avenger comes through. Will Zuccolo be paying attention here? Answer is yes, but no, he's not paying attention. The Avenger gets so many kills here. A couple of Camel Riders are out to try and deal with this, as Kvoth pulling back. Now for the town center. Like I said, this is not for Kvoth. You have to ignore the score, guys. The score doesn't mean anything in this game. The score just means that Zuccolo has got more total resources. That's literally all it means. It doesn't... That's it. The game state is going to be a 3 versus 3 town center. It's going to be 80 villagers plus a really big trade route. These Zuccolos here are just holding forever. Zuccolo can't break through this. And with the town center up, Kvoth gets his late game. He's going to be at full upgrades. He's going to have everything he needs. What can Zuccolo do is the big question. How can he find a win? Sneak in here. Cut the trade off. But Kvoth, smart. Get in here. Get those walls. And we are seeing some slingers attempting to be built here to try and deal with the chariot numbers. I like this move. However, camel riders will be able to get built on the other side for Kvoth. He has to pull back ever so slightly. Maybe some rare mercenary cavalry here. If the gold income starts coming up, would be nice for Kvoth, but we'll see if it's going to be enough as the camel riders are in, and that's going to push these units back. Kvoth has cleaned up those siege works, so no more siege for Zuccolo as the spearmen coming back in to help out, immediately targeting down these units as we do see the tornado coming in. Forgot about that one as all of the spearmen get cleaned up. The entirety of Zuccolo's army evaporates. As Kvoth slowly wandering forward, trying to take out the town center over here. Necropolis on the way for Zuccolo. He's got 3 monuments, 144 favor. What can he build here myth unit wise to help him? Not a lot. The fact of the matter is 2x versus myth unit plus divine damage plus range. These guys eliminate myth units. And Zuccolo, Scorpion Man, Anubite, Phoenix, not really that much value there. We do see the walls coming up. All the markets are up. Both players are getting that trade route in. Siege works coming through for Zuccolo. Yeah, and all of a sudden, like it's literally an equal game right now. Zuccolo just needs to get himself fortified town centers. He's sort of forgotten that one. Let's get a quick trade route guesstimate here. 24 for Kvoth, 17 for Zuccolo. Walls coming in over onto this side as well. As the spearman sniping a whole bunch of villagers on this spot. Up onto the top position here. The Migdol stronghold is nice. You got to finish that wall off though. Really have to finish that wall off because you don't want to allow... Oh god, Kvoth is so good at this. Kvoth is now in his element. This is the late game. Walls everywhere. Towers start sprawling. Targeting down the town center over on this spot. The chariot archers are in to deal with this. We do see one mercenary cavalry popping in the front there to tank. We'll be able to shut down this little attack for the start here. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we've got a monument to the pharaohs coming up on the front. That's not going to be that helpful. We've got the catapults do manage to come through here. Now they can start targeting down the fortified town center yet again. Over onto this side, the spearmen get cleaned up. Villagers going down here as well. Catapult gets sniped. Camel riders sneaking through. The slingers are in. They don't have that divine damage, so they're really tickling the camel riders at this point. The priest trying to get forward to snipe these Zuccolos, but Kvoth so quick, pulls back. The catapult yet again targeting down Zuccolo's town center over here. There's the town center on the left side. Both players' town centers might be falling here. What an insane game we're watching at the moment. We've got a little cheeky locust to help out as the units simply just move straight through it. With the priest helping you, just got to snipe that priest down with those slingers, and that's going to help out a lot. Nonetheless, not happening just yet, but Zuccolo's town center has fallen. A Migdol stronghold on this side. As Zuccolo is desperately trying to level the situation here. He's got the military advantage. Kvoth loses his town center. He's holding this one. What's more important? Because over here, Zuccolo can push forward and knock off the trade route. Kvoth can push forward, but look at the Migdol sprawl from Zuccolo. He knows how important this position is. Does he have fortified, advanced fortifications? Answer, no. On the other side, both players, answer, no. That advanced fortifications is so important. Villagers, no. Slingers coming forward. No attempt at grabbing this town center just yet. Kvoth trying to grab this one. Slinger, Spearman over here, but look at this from Kvoth. He says, okay, I see my opportunity now. The priests, they're over the right side. Let's get some Avengers on the left side. Town center, 8 seconds from completion here. Getting delayed. Slinger's trying to take down all the villagers, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Kvoth will get himself his third town center back here. Diving into the town center for the time being. Still no gold really for the answer to this, which would be really nice, those mercenary cav in this specific situation. He doesn't have the resources for it. As the Avengers now starting to build up on the back here for Kvoth. Burning pitch slingers without divine damage. Still look fearsome on this right corner. A whole bunch of gold now in after those camel caravans dumping the gold off. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pharaoh actually moving over there. Sure, you get the bonus favor from empowering that, but maybe more gold here wouldn't go astray. But nonetheless, a couple mercenary cav pop out, and Zuccolo's grip on this game looks to be struggling. 7 Avengers out now for Kvoth as he is charging forward to snipe everything here. And there's no answer for these Avengers at the moment. I was saying that Avengers kind of aren't that good unless you get them sort of early, but Kvoth says, I heard you say that, Boit. Let me show you how it works. And I'm like, okay, fair enough, Kvoth. These Avengers are really good no matter what time the game is. It's all about countering what your opponent's building, and there's no priests out at the moment for Zuccolo. Not only is there no priest, but there's also not very much population. He's at 94 villages. He's at 49 camel caravans. It's nearly full economy for Zuccolo at the moment. As Kvoth is breaking through this side, the mercenary cavalry come forward, sniping the catapult on the back here. Mercenary cavalry going to town. A lighthouse for Kvoth. If you guys remember the advanced tooltips mod from the great Ipit from Legacy. The only usage for this is for trolling your opponent. Written on that advanced tooltips mod from way back when. But it is actually quite amazing. We've also got a Titan, Secrets of the Titans to come through. And Kvoth now onto the trade route, erasing everything over here. As Zuccolo's trying to get himself some priests out. I still only got the one town center. Yes, you can use one temple. You can use the town centers to build some priests as well, but multiple temples are without question necessary in this game. Kvoth has lost his army somewhere though. Somewhere along this Beyblade spinning Avenger action, Kvoth has lost his army. He drops the Titan Gate. Vision onto this side. There's a meteor! There's a meteor! He's got the meteor! He's going to drop it. Does it have enough damage to actually kill the Titan Gate? What were you waiting on for the meteor? Well, I'm waiting on the second meteor. What's the favor for? Is it enough? 8,000. 1,600. The Titan Gate's down! Zuccolo, the madman. Now he's got a Titan he can grab, which Kvoth has got. Well, Kvoth does have an answer for it. Kvoth does have an answer. He can get his own tornado. He just needs to get 350 favor for it, mind you. But he does have... No, he lost his monuments as well. Spearman cleaning up onto this side. Hello there, Mr. Avenger. I'm not sure exactly what you're doing there, but you're stuck in a barracks. Now, Zuccolo, to move back, claim the town center for himself. Kvoth wanders forward, grabs the Migdol stronghold. He will be able to release his Avenger from his prison. But while this town center went down and Zuccolo can look to grab this one back, all of a sudden this town center is now under threat. And Kvoth is set up with a whole bunch of Migdols. He's going up for advanced fortifications. You guys want another little check on this? 60, 42. Heavy catapult is out, so that Siege Engineers is in. Zuccolo's town center under threat. Avengers coming through to help snipe down these chariot archers. And the other thing is these chariot archers, these are fully upgraded. Fully upgraded chariot archers, so these Avengers still looking very powerful. Meanwhile, advanced fortifications now in. Take a look at the difference. 19.6 versus 15 DPS. Times 3, by the way, guys. Times 3. That's 58.7 PS damage per second per Migdol stronghold at this point in the game. Zuccolo loses his back town center. That's not where the trade route is going, though, so no harm here. There's the Pharaoh going down on this side. Catapults getting picked off onto this point as well. And now, for whatever reason, Kvoth says, I've had enough of the Camel Rider. I've had enough of the Avenger. I've used everything. It's time for some elephants. They got buffs, right? Let's try them out. 40 minutes into the game. Village is trying to get the town center back up at the moment, but the elephant will put an end to that as the Avengers will clean up the rest of those villages there. Zuccolo looking for something to try and break through over. This is Citadel gates here. Impossible to break through these without the siege weapons. Obviously, can make some siege towers and try and make that happen. We are seeing Zuccolo now saying, "Hey, you've had some you've had some success with some Mythians. Let me try Phoenix out." But Kvoth moving over to the left side to grab his 4th town center to try and find the end of this game. The end of this game is in sight, ladies and gentlemen. Zuccolo has his Titan queued up. But is that going to be enough? Is the Phoenix getting cleaned? Ever so slightly. Chariot Archer's doing a decent amount of damage to those bad boys over there. Migdol strongholds up for the Zuccolo on the front. There's the Phoenix. I like this idea. If he can get there, he's flying straight over the army. He goes for the trade route. Not a bad idea there, but it's going to be a long, long way to get there. And Zuccolo looks like he is out of steam in this game. He's got 0 food. He's got 61 villages. He's got 155 of 170 population. He's got a huge amount of spearmen in queue here. But Kvoth, in Kvoth fashion, shows how it's done. He might even be saving up for a wonder here. I wouldn't be surprised. Another lighthouse for Kvoth to just be like, okay, let me see what's going on. I need to see what's going on in your main base. Let me just build another 270 gold lighthouse. Because he's got 4,500 gold in the bank. He could also spam out Mercenary here if he wants to. But the Spearmen, numbers are up. Fighting underneath these Migdol strongholds is really, really tough. They do so much damage to these Spearmen. Onto this right side now. Kvoth is back and he says, I've already got the walls up, dude. Let me just kill off your buildings slowly. We'll get these catapults to take you out. And we'll keep on pushing on this left side very slowly, building more things. Kvoth continues to rally the elephants in, taking out those slingers and everything else. Over on this side, the catapults to take out the town center of Kvoth as well. The good control there from Zuccolo, fighting valiantly in this game. Kvoth is still not at full pop here at the moment. He does send some mercenary cavalry over, cleans up those catapults. Scorpion men coming out for Zuccolo. Yeah, everything you possibly can. You've got to use every little bit of resource here to hold on. Kvoth's got himself only 5 Migdols here. I say only, but only 5 Migdols to spam units. That's why he doesn't have anything out here at the moment. He just needs more of them. But nonetheless, Zuccolo in 42 minutes, 43 seconds, taps out. And ladies and gentlemen, this, if nothing, is Age of Mythology, as Kvoth claims the very first win of Champions League Season 4 main event group stage. Congratulations, and in style here. This was such a fun game. Complete clash of styles. See, Kvoth, let me break it down. I think a lot of you guys might have been like, Kvoth was trolling here. I legitimately think Kvoth played this game exactly how he thinks is the best way to play this game. He's in tournament mode right now. Why didn't he go for the town center? Well, very tough to hold that town center versus set cheese. Very tough to do anything there. He stays one town center. Instead of getting the resources on the town center, he goes for monuments. He goes for favor, which is effectively extra villages, right? If you're getting an extra 0.08 favor a second, that's kind of like you getting an extra 0.8 resources a second in terms of food, wood, or gold, something like that. Each one of these is obviously getting more. So if he's just going to layer those on, even if he's behind on villager count, he's not actually behind on income because of all of those extra monuments propping him up. Those Zuccolo, so much value here. You look at the all resource total, and yeah, Zuccolo way in front. But this does not account for the favor differential here. In the end of the day, this is an extra one. Excuse me, let me break my brain with math. 12,400 resources in the end here that Kvoth has. 12,000. Because it's worth about 10 resources of favor. And you can see, if you add it up together, it's pretty close. It's been pretty close this entirety of this game. A great display from Kvoth of all of the different ways you can play Age of Mythology at the top level. And I say congratulations to him. We're going to move into some day 2 qualifier games now, as we're going to cast those a little bit. So if you guys want to hang around and watch those, they have already been completed. So we are going into the past to watch them. So no more games for today. If you guys do want to be checking out what's happening with the schedule, it's a free schedule. So there's going to be random games going all throughout the week for the next 4 weeks-ish. You can head over to my Discord in the hashtag CL4 upcoming games channel. Check those out there. And also on Liquipedia, if you want to see it in a different format, it's going to tell you what's happening there as well. But nonetheless, Champions League Season 4 is here, guys. And it's going to be a huge season. Thanks for sticking with me. We'll get this next thing sorted out momentarily. Going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense, as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force SETI is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushi there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like Adopessu is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Adopessu just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Adopessu. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access. Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. But now, Hell's Wrath. Imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. The throw and action, great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough, is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Karabalista are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalista. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forcetti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that Bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like we got to change over onto this little scene here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading back in time. Now, I know what you're saying. This isn't as good as live games, but I don't have any more live games for today. We got the next best thing. We do have the next best thing. We're going to have a Darth Nox versus a Sem showdown. Now, this is bangers only. So strap in, get your seatbelt sorted. Make sure that all limbs stay inside the ride at all times. But more importantly, some popcorn, some tasty beverages, maybe a cup of coffee, a beer if you feel so inclined, a nice bottle of wine. We've got the in Perth in Western Australia, we've got the delicious Margaret River Lewin Estate Vintage. On ice. No, it's not on ice. It's too good for on ice. The names are on the opposite sides. That's why I flip-a-roonied them. All right. So this is going to be some fun. I, unfortunately, am going to be right back. I was sorting everything out while we were waiting. So you will have to wait an extra 3 minutes here. I'm going to try and get myself some honey tea to sort my throat out because it's hurting. So I'm going to get right back and we're going to get this next game going in about 3 minutes. It shouldn't take me too much. Shouldn't take me longer than that. And then we'll get game number 1 between Assem and Darth Nox on the way. Actually, you guys can have highlights still. Highlights are good, right? Fought out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Karabalister are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Karabalistar are getting demolished. As even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. Use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Karabalistar. Does not get that value as the term are trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Karabalistar here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The Forseti is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm gonna retreat. I'm gonna pull my dwarves over and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Midi Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raizu goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adopessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adopessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Adopessu's army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Adopessu says, that's the game. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in the center. Thank you for bearing with me, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's been a tough time. I've got my tea. I'm an old man now. I'm in my 30s. I'm well and truly into my 30s. I woke up this morning at like 8:30 a.m. Granted, I went to sleep at like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. or something, so it wasn't much of a sleep. I woke up and my leg had the biggest cramp in it. It was so much pain. I literally was screaming. I was like, oh, it was a tough morning to be one Mr. Boit for that morning. But that's my story. The other story is I had a neck issue and now I don't. It's all magically gotten better. So I'm a happy camper. I'm a very, very happy camper. I'm a very, very happy camper. All right, let me get a little sip of this one, and let's tell you, we're going to be watching a game on Mirage. It's going to be Darth Nox playing as Gaia. And Assem playing as Thor. Let's get into it. There's no sense in waiting. We're watching the replay, so I get to choose when we start the game and when we wait for stuff. That's how it works. Let's go. And off we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, Darth Nox spawning as the blue Gaia. In the right-hand corner of the map, Assem, the red Thor. I've actually seen this map popping up quite a bit as the first map. So for those of you playing at home who are like, how does this draft system even work? Is it just random? Do these guys even have any strategy behind this? No. The way that it works is the first maps that the players pick, they are ace map picks. Just like there's an ace god pick in this tournament. You can pick whatever god you want first. It's totally fine. So Just like there's ace god picks, that's an ace map pick, which means every single map, if a player wants to play on it, can be featured in this tournament. It can't be banned out. If that map is good enough, if it's fun enough, if it's got any sort of reason to be in there. If it's just a terrible map that no one ever wants to play on, it's going to get banned out and no one's going to pick it. So there is that element as well. So I give a lot of give to the players to make some decisions on what they want to play on, and I also say, you know, there's all these other options as well for other creative players who want to make some strategies happen. So they have their ace pick, then they both ban a map, then they have another pick, and then they both ban a map, and then the final map that is left ends up being the map that they start on. So both these players did decide they didn't want to ban Mirage, and they wanted to play on it. So we get to see a Gaia versus Thor on Mirage. Yay! Alrighty. So let's check out some relics here. On the right-hand corner of the map, we do have the Ring of the Nibelung, the Nibbing Lung. And this is going to be a gold trickle rate plus 0.5. Over onto this side, there is the Gungnir Odin Spear. I'm going to be boosting up those spearmen. And this one here, this is my problem. Remember that new relic that they introduced into Japan? It's something like the Diamond Spear or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. Gungnir Odin Spear, for some reason, affects the Hoplite. And the other one, which is also a spear, affects the Prodromus. Whereas every other unit gets to double up. They all double dip. If both of these relics pop into one map, you can get the super units. Except for Greek. Greek gets a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Peldavargas here with unit line of sight plus 0.6. And we finally have Blanket of Empress Zoe, which is going to be a crush minus 15% there as well. I believe this is not supposed to be... I think I've got the wrong thing up. This is not Qualifier 1. We're in Qualifier 2 here. But it's also not Day 2. So let me see if I can quickly... don't think I can fix this. Yes, I can. Perfect. Yay. Get wrecked. I got the skills. Heavenly Jeweled Spear. That's the one. Thank you, Novell. Anyways, let's continue along and see how this game's going to go. So, Darthnox, for those of you playing at home, this guy is a Gaia one-trick. And by a one-trick, I mean he just plays Gaia a lot. He is a Gaia main, and he enjoys playing Gaia. He can play some other gods as well. You have to be able to play other gods to be able to function inside of the tournament space. The more we play these tournaments, the more the top players are getting used to and actually starting to really enjoy the draft system and the fact that you get to play a whole range of different gods throughout a series. I should make an announcement on this. I haven't done it yet. There was originally going to be a Challengers League specific draft system, which meant that the players did not have to use that Champions League draft system. It was going to be more about practicing only a handful of gods, and then you can pull them out and play the tournament with those. But I polled the Challengers League participants, which is the next 16 below Champions League, and then it was like overwhelmingly in support of using the draft system that is in Champions League. So there you go. What can I say? It's good for the audience, it's good for the players, it's good for everyone. And I'll tell you what else is good. A little bit of honey in my tea. Alrighty. So, Classical Ages coming in. We do see a very quick Oceanus through for Darthnox, as he will be dropping an Armory. He's going for a fast heroic here, it looks like. I like that idea. This is an idea that I haven't really... I met it once. I met it the other day, literally. I haven't seen it in probably over a year. Is the fast heroic from Gaia versus Norse, specifically for Stymphalian birds. So a quick Armory here on the side of Darthnox will allow him to go to the heroic age, will allow him to have those Stymphalian birds and be able to continue along from there. Now, Assem, he could equally just go for a heroic age as well, get access to his Goatee, and it's not going to be a problem. However, if he doesn't, and for whatever reason tries to get very aggressive right now, well, it's really hard to kill a Stymphalian bird as Norse without having those Goatee. I was like, surely the trolls are good enough to beat a Stymphalian bird. Answer, they're not. They are not. They are not good enough to beat a Stymphalian Bird. 2 of them, maybe. It's very difficult, though, to outmass the Stymphalian Birds with your trolls if your opponent is not fighting you. So it is. It's a really, really good idea here. Nice idea from Darthnox. We'll see if Asem's going to have any sort of answer for it. He's dropping the military barracks now. He can go for something really, really smart, which is going to be Contarius plus Stymphalian Bird. Allows him to have a whole bunch of raiding angles. Meanwhile, Asem just says, all right, town center time. If you're not going to attack me, I believe, has Asem scouted? He hasn't scouted the armory. He hasn't scouted the back town center. And I think what Asem thinks here, as he's dropping a dock over here, I think what Asem thinks here is that Darthnox is going for 2 TC. If Darthnox isn't here to attack me and I haven't seen any of his units, then I'm just going to go for a town center as to be the thought process for Asem. Means he gets to stay nice and competitive with the second town center timing of a Gaia had it been that. But it's not. It's a heroic age. Darthnox is going for a big fat all-in here. And Asem does have a back gold mine. The Caladria will spot this. But there's not going to be any good answer for Stymphalian Birds. If I'm Darthnox in this situation and I see that town center go down, I'm going to immediately drop out 3 oracles here. Immediately, 3 oracles. Why? So I can get more Stymphalian Birds out, put more pressure on with those, and enjoy the bonus economy that comes from that bonus favor income. Now the dragon ship coming in to hit the docks over here. We do have a Hesperid's tree up here for Darthnox, and he is ready to send his Stymphalian Birds forward. Now, one answer here, actually, I hype up the Stymphalian Birds a bit too much here. Now, I'm going to see a little bit of a fight over here as the dragon ship going to go down. The Nereid is in, and this is going to get shut down. I'm hyping the Stymphalian Bird up a bit. There is an answer for a defensive Thor player for the Stymphalian Bird, which is watchtowers. Grab your watchtowers, put a watchtower over here, put a watchtower over here, put a watchtower over here. It's expensive, but it can be enough. And especially when you have the town center as a defensive tool there and also an economic tool, it's also very, very good. There's Darthnox flying in. We'll spot the wood line, but there's nothing over there as the villagers have relocated over onto this right-hand corner. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing some Contarius here. I remember I put out if you guys haven't seen it, it's a pretty fun video. I put out the most broken strategies, top 5 most broken strategies. They're not all as viable anymore. I know a couple of them have been nerfed, but there was this one strategy with Gaia, which is more of a fun broken strategy than anything else. It's effectively you rush for the heroic age and then you cut villages and you just pump nothing but Contarius and raid your opponent into the ground. That's basically what Darthnox is doing, except instead of cutting villages, which you don't need to because you got all these extra fishing ships, he's keeping himself competitive, economically speaking, while spamming out the Contarius and ready to go. What Asem's doing here, which I love, is he's got that Bragi pre-queued, which means he's going to have access to Swine Array Herdman, which absolutely annihilate Contarius. Meanwhile, Stymphalian Bird in for Darthnox is going to be looking for huge value here. This is a difficult thing to deal with. Like, one option for SM is to get himself out maybe 1 or 2 longboats, and then also get himself out the technology here. It's a huge spend. Absolutely huge spend. But there's nothing really else he can do here. Another dock to come up. Fishing ship's going to be popping back out. Stymphalian Bird's just holding onto this spot. Can one longboat beat one? I don't think it can. There's no way. There's no way. Well, not without the technology, surely. Fishing ship's back to work. Contarius coming over onto this side. Asem is completely locked up here. He's walled everything. He's in a really, really good defensive position. Longboat pulls back. Fishing ship's getting targeted down. Darthnox paying attention over here. It's nice, that one. Drops a water carnivore here as well to help out. That's going to be another longboat down. To add insult to injury here would be to bring Caladria over onto this side as well. Heal up that bad boy. That Stymphalian Bird, cause even more problems. Contarius swinging around onto this side, looking to take out some villagers or some dwarves on the gold mine. There are some units on the back here. As Asem is in with his Herdman, has a handful of them. Needs his upgrade though, as he is now grabbing himself the Dwarven Breastplate, Hall of Thanes as well. There's a Herdman around onto the back. If he could have got in and got a wall off here and locked those Contarius off, would have been huge. Meanwhile, into the main base, however, Contarius going after a handful of villages here. So there's still no... There is now Swine Array queued up as Assem realizing exactly what's coming his way. And this one Stymphalian Bird, 35 HP, is just paid for itself in gold. So much damage. Look at that, 1,241 damage. Speaking of which, I probably should have looked at the damage from those Petsukos in that last game. That would have been really, really big. I do think that the correct answer here was to just get the technology out. This one here. Would have been able to kill off this bad boy pretty quickly. But anyways. Palace coming up on this side for Darth Nox. And he's now going to grab himself that second town center. He's behind on villages, but he has killed off the fishing economy to some degree on this top side. So Contarius, however, getting caught out on this spot. Those Herdmen are going to rinse the Contarius. Does pick up a handful of dwarves there, but I don't know if that's ever worth it. Military differential now equal-ish. More Contarius going down as Darth Nox not paying attention there. Equal-ish on military, but an advantage still for Assem. Upgrade-wise, Assem does have himself that shaft mine, missing bowsaw. Darth Nox now just grabbing himself tier 3 quarry and carpenter's economic upgrades there. We'll see that hill fort coming up for Assem. I think Assem has dealt with this basic strategy pretty well so far. I think he's dealt with it pretty well. So Darth Nox now thinking about, okay, what do we do next? Palace is up. Atlas is queued up. Contarius are still motoring out. Chat says we want this map in ranked. I think it's a good map. Has it ever been in ranked? I think this is like a perfect map to like introduce lower level players to water. Because you don't have to worry about the pressure of like a build order and it going wrong. Like if your build order goes wrong on this map as a low level player, what's the worst that can happen? You just lose out on 100 food. Your opponent can potentially get over you. Whereas if you screw up a build order on a map like Mediterranean, well, you just lose the game because your opponent can just rush in with a whole bunch of Deuterinos and kill you off. So yeah, I think this is a really, really nice foot in the door for water maps for your average gamer. Now double hill fort up, third town center in. Darth Nox grabbing himself his own town center on the right-hand corner here. Grabbing himself now also heavy infantry. The idea of maybe going for something like Arcus, Contarius, Mermillo here. It's a great raid in from Assem now. Gets those Huskal getting some pretty big damage. The Citizen's just simply going to be pulling back. And look at this. The Battleborn numbers, though, from Assem. He's been pumping these behind everything. He's got all of this favor to come in. Look at the gold income as well. He can just keep on pumping them. There are a handful of hero Argus, but they will not be enough as the flaming weapons come down. You look at that 60% PSI. Yeah, those are not going to be doing anything here. It's just Valiant Bird coming over for Darth Nox. The Huskal, incredibly tough to take out on this position, and Darth Nox will not be able to hold here. He's got so many resources in the bank. Assem has hit a brutal timing attack as he claims game 1 here. And Darth Nox was not prepared for this in the slightest. He was trying to get Mythic Age. He was trying to do all of this random cutesy stuff. When Palace's play, he needed to get units out. Look at the amount of military buildings he's got. He's got, I can't click on them. He's got 4. 4 is not enough military buildings for an economy this big. And that's why this attack ended the game here. There just wasn't enough stuff. So a well-played game from Assem. Now, Assem is also floating resources, mind you, but not really as much as Darth Nox is. But nonetheless, a well-played first game for Assem. Gets his first win. Let's move back into the draft and see what we're going to see for the next game. 1. In the books. A win for the Thor. A loss for the ace-picked Gaia. A loss for the ace-picked Gaia. How upsetting. Just want to take this time to say shout out to all those players out there that think Cavalry OP. Herdman. With their little upgrade, seemed pretty good. Anyways, we're going to be moving in onto this next game, which is going to be an Amaterasu versus Poseidon game. So Amaterasu versus Poseidon, and we are on the map Alissium. Let me do this now. So Amaterasu. Huh? Oh, it's over here. I'm stupid. Amaterasu and Poseidon. The ace pick for SM was Poseidon. That's kind of wild. Alrighty. So, I don't actually know much about this matchup. The only thing that I know is that last patch Amaterasu was really strong. This patch seems a little bit weaker. Not only that, the Weasels against Poseidon really shouldn't get any value. I don't believe in Weasels in this matchup. Why? Well, Pegasus floating over the opponent's your opponent's temple, tracking Weasels moving around the map. Atalanta with the movement of moving at the speed of sound. You'll be able to hunt those down, kill them before they're in your base, and then you don't want to drop the Solar Shield unless you've got some value coming forward. But anyways, let's jump into game number 2. And, oh, we should have also given the point over to Assem there. Let's jump into game number 2 and see how things are going to go. Alrighty, into game 2. Darknox in the right-hand corner of the map playing as Amaterasu. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Assem playing as Poseidon. Map is Alissium. A nice open map for the raiding cavalry. Not the raiding cavalry. Well, yes, the raiding cavalry, the Hippias. The Hippias of Assem. It's also a nice open map for those Weasels. So it's kamikaze Weasels. If I translate that, I would say Weasel, kamikaze Weasels. Anyways, like I said, if you guys are struggling against this specific strategy, people are like throwing their Weasels in to your base and then using their Solar Shield, you've got to switch on against this god. You've got to be proactive on scouting. It's not easy. Do not get me wrong. It is not easy. It's a really, really strong strategy. But it is not without its counters. Scout. They have to come from somewhere. They're coming from the temple. You know they're coming from the temple. They have to come from the Goshinboku. Find where that is. Get eyes on it. Figure out where they're coming from. Don't let them get into your base without you knowing. You could even think about doing things like grabbing the technology here, Signal Fires, to give a little bit more line of sight so you can react a bit quicker. And all that other good stuff. Nonetheless, let's check out the relics on this map and see what's going to be happening. Got the Wuhao Bow of Huangdi. This one's kind of nice. I think this one might... I don't actually know if this is good or not. I don't know how much actual snare is default. I feel like the snare being default is 85%. I feel like that's default, which does mean that the archers are going to be really good here, especially if Assem grabs this for Toxotes to try and deal... It is default. There you go. Especially if Assem grabs this to try and deal with Samurai. Because if you can snare those Samurai and shoot and scoot, and all of a sudden, they can't catch up to your archers. Whereas normally, they can. So you can just like shoot and scoot with attack move. It doesn't matter what they're going to attack because you're just going to be getting that DPS off. On this top position, there is the Staff of Dionysus, one of my favorite relics, and incredibly useful in this specific matchup on the fact that healing your villagers means that one Weasel coming into your base, getting a swipe off onto your villagers and getting a couple of hits, followed by a second one coming in to kill off your villagers, will get negated. Because they're just going to heal up with that one extra regen per second there. Over onto this side, we've also got the Eye of Ornlu. Huge relic for Darknox. This relic is quadruple plus tier for Amaterasu. The Samurai Goddess. You get an extra 5% bonus damage on a unit that's got high damage. Well, not only that, also all of the upgrades. You've got that Katagi, you've got that Hanya Mask, you've got the Sumo Training. There's so many upgrades that go into those Samurai. And yeah, and then there's Nose of the Sphinx over here, which is a nice defensive relic there for the building's extra 15% HP. Nonetheless. Hermes has got a choice here for Assem. I don't hate the Hermes pick just on the fact that you can rush this technology out straight... He's on the next stage. You can rush this technology out straight away, which gives you the Pegasus, which is really, really strong. I don't hate it, but you need to be going for that one. If you're not going to go for that, it's better to go Ares, in my opinion. It's better to go Ares, and it's better to just get the Pegasus out manually and have it ready to go. Because then you get the super... A little bit of a high five as the first Kamotachi coming through. You'll see the Centaur in for some defense as Assem can, or Darthnox can turn around and just get some damage there. But now the walls are up. The house wall, stable, building wall, excuse me, coming through. Wouldn't mind seeing a little cheeky wall getting dropped over onto this side at this point, and that is exactly what he's going to be doing. And that's going to put a stop to all of these weasels as it does get pushed back, does get cleaned up, and a nice defense there. Great play from Assem in the early stages of this game. Wow. Meanwhile, the Atalanta chasing down that Kitsune. It's a long chase. The only way to actually kill these off is to get yourself Spirited Charge, I believe. Spirited Charge will make those Hippias fast enough to actually catch them, and Darthnox just charging around the map. In his main base, he's got himself a dojo, a guardhouse, another dojo. And he is ready to start defending himself about all of this shenanigans. Yeah, I think at this point, all Darthnox is planning on doing is playing some defense with the units over here, as the villagers will have to pull back, trying to shank down the Centaur on this spot. Oh, he is caught. Oh, there's an opening here. Abushi will come forward, and that's going to be a little bit of an unwelcome surprise there for the Centaur. Got to be careful here for your Darthnox. A little cheeky house would not go astray to block this position off, because if I'm Assem, I'm keeping that in the back of my mind. I'm like, oh, there's an opening there. Let me just wait. Let me build up like 10 cav, and I'll just charge through there later in the game. Big weakness for Darthnox. Another Kamotachi to come through. Those villagers pulling back ever so slightly. Atalanta sees blood. But Darthnox pulls back nicely. Katagi is now on the way, so that's going to make his infantry just a little bit stronger. All units popping out for Darthnox. This here is just going to go for a very nice defense here of all this stuff. The first of the Winged Messenger Pegasi are out, and he's going to be looking for anything here, spotting, say, a random shrine in the corner of a map. Always nice. There's the villagers on this top side getting sniped. Villagers in the main base getting picked off. And Darthnox pulls into his tower. He's still okay. He's lost some stuff, but Assem does say second town center time. Now, I'm really not sure what the best way to play this matchup is on the Poseidon side of things, but if you're going to grab that back town center here, at least grab this one. You put the pressure on, grab the forward town center so you're close to this gold mine. Because this town center doesn't give me anything. Whereas this one gives me some pressure. It gives me options to go here or here if I get attacked. Assem is just going to be running around, distracting. The other thing here is Darthnox playing Amaterasu. You really do not need to go for a town center. You've got so much power in the timing attack. Because you're going to get yourself the Bushido in for tier 1 very quickly. and then you're going to get that tier, or sorry, one, you start at tier 1. You get the Bushido in for tier 2 very quickly, and then tier 3 hits when that gold mine expires, and life gets really, really challenging. You just see a little cheeky Hippias raid up to the top here as Darth Nox pulls into his shrine, but he is caught out over there. Sending some Yadi Spearman up to the top here makes some sense. The thing is, he can also pop the Miko out and heal the Yadi Spearman up if Sam wants to turn around and actually take this fight. So it's a nice little defense. Meanwhile, over to this side, the Kamatachi does manage to get onto some villagers there, getting one pick. Nox got to be careful not to lose that one as the Yadi Spearman comes out, and the Hippias will just simply pull away. So defenses all set up. No, it does not look like any sort of plan here for Darth Nox to go for a town center. You can just keep spamming Samurai out at the moment and then just wander forward. Make sure you push. You have to make sure you're pushing off these gold mines. At the moment, Assem will not be wanting to fight. So you do have to be careful. And there's the big raid. I mean, it's only 3. He picks 2 villagers off there. I told you. Got to keep that little spot safe. I knew Assem realized that. And Darth Nox comes over onto this side, and he does drop the house there finally, but I would leave this and move over onto this wood line now and just say, all right, I see ya. Let's not open up this position anymore. There might even be an opening here, actually, to get back in there as well now. There's a little push from Darth Nox. Coming through is now up to medium, which means he gets an extra 1 gold per second. And also all of his units at medium for free. Oop. Can take this fight and use that solar shield if he wants. Nope, doesn't throw it down there. This is a good fight for Darth Nox here for sure. The Yadi Spearman going to town on those cavalry. As it looks like Darth Nox, or Sam feels like he's overstayed his welcome here. He has snuck over onto this spot with his villagers. Darth Nox hasn't really got any idea that that's going on. It's so risky to do that, but if your opponent's not going to check you, it pays off in a really big way. He actually leaves the hunt here as well, so full sneak mode. But if he gets caught out, it's highest risk, highest reward type situation here for Assem. He's slowly building up these Toxotes, but I mean, he hasn't. Did he grab the Bow of Wuhao? Yes, he did. Bow of Wuhao, Bow of Huang Di. There's the Razor Wind Kamaitachi now on the way. Going to look to hit these villagers yet again. It looks like he's popping forward on the retreat path here. Assem not paying attention. Oh, wait, where is... He's not going to... Oh, he sees the villagers over here. The villagers will pull back. Uses that special ability, unfortunately, not to get much done there, but he will pick off another villager, and we will see ceasefire there from Assem. Very, very risky now at this point in the game. No ceasefire. Gold mine about to expire. A market coming down. Assem wants to go heroic age for both Hippolyta, the 3rd age Greek hero, and also, most importantly, the pacifist, to try and deal with these samurai. The samurai numbers are starting to creep up. 16 of them. He's almost at Bushido tier 3. As villagers almost getting sniped down. Town center going to be the next port of call here. With this many samurai, I mean, there's only 11 on this spot, but with this many samurai, Town center will go down very quickly. Kamaitachi are coming in onto this spot. They see the Toxotes, but maybe killing off the villagers is a better call. Drops down that solar shield. Missed on the other one, unfortunately, there. Could have got that back up to full HP. Town center will fall here for Assem, but he does get a whole bunch of militia. He has got to be careful here, because losing those is more Bushido, as Darth Nox now is up to heavy. And Assem turns around, loses another militia, giving more experience over to Darth Nox. He's on heavy. He's in the classical age. He's going to be able to get somewhat of a gold star. Maybe SM can chuck a sneaky and go for this gold mine. Over onto this side, the Atalanta does manage to snipe this shrine down, so at least cutting down the amount of favor coming through from Darth Nox. So seeing some Centaur coming in. It's a nice choice of unit here for SM because he's going to be short on gold. So making a whole bunch of those is going to be a big help, but he needs to get heavy infantry. He needs to get heavy archers. Curse gets dropped down. Get some pigs in, and he can eat a little later. You do see a little bit of a spread out here from the Naginata Riders searching for everything on that left side. Over on this position, the Atalanta getting some kills. At the moment, the villager differential is equal. It's just the difference is one player is 2,500 resources behind. And the other player has got heavy. Though one player is in the heroic age. So there is that. There's more Centaur coming out now for SM. Some Hypaspist as well, Hoplites. And we do see the sneak here from SM. I like this play. This is really smart. Leaves his hunt over here, no problems. Comes over onto this gold mine. Hang out there and just sit back and just delay as long as you can. Darth Nox is 175 pop. He's got 41 villages. He's not able to build any more villages. But can he hold? If Darth Nox just says, it's go time. There's no watchtowers in here. Charging in. Solar Shield on top of the Kamatachi there to take out those Centaur. There's nothing in this base for SM. He doesn't have the units here to deal with this. Yeah, there's a town center, but I mean, you still need units. These are heavy samurai. Villagers falling. SM crumbling at this attack at the moment. Centaur's going down. And what else here can SM do but tap out as Darth Nox returns fire and levels the series 1-1. Yeah, the more I play this, the more I think that second town center as Greek is simply a mistake. I don't believe like a light harass into a second town center is a viable strategy for Poseidon versus Amaterasu here. This just plays into Amaterasu, which is let me spam units, let me take a fight, which you have to take if you want to defend the town center. No worries. If you don't, I'll just kill off the villages and get Bushido. It's fine. You really have to do something different here. I'm thinking staying one town center, Ares, and making those bow of horror archers and things like that, hoplites. But nonetheless, let's get into game number 3. Might be worth it to go for a very fast second town center in that matchup, like super fast, while getting out your heroes rather than doing a light pressure thing. That might be enough time to sort of save you. I don't know. Let me get some water into me, guys. Why do you get punished for going for the second town center? Because the Amaterasu wants to make samurai to get passive XP for their Bushido. That's why. That's the big reason. All right, so our next map is going to be on Marsh. It's going to be a Shenong versus Odin game. Not going to lie, my throat is not liking me at the moment. Second TC takes so long to pay itself off. It takes about 6 minutes at the moment, I think. 6 minutes. I don't think there's any need to buff the town center. I think we see a very nice array of strategies working in Age Mythology. That's what I think. All right. Let's get into game number 3. Hey, guys. Hey. And in the right-hand corner of the map, it's Darthox playing as Shenong. In the left-hand corner of the map, it is Awesome playing as Odin. You guys had a favorite game so far that you've seen in this tournament. What is your favorite game so far? I think I've got 2 favorite games I've seen thus far, and one I literally just saw. The other one you might be able to guess. So far, what are you guys' favorite games? Let me know. But while you're letting me know, relics. We got the Tower of Cestus, plus 1x there for the myth units. Thar Scepter. Minus 25% there for the wood and gold cost farms. We've got that Chariots of Sibel. A couple of gold lions. We've got that Sharon's Obel. Going to be some food, gold, wood coming back if you lose a villager. Tawara Todder's Last Arrow. A little bit of divine damage on the range attacks there. And then we've also got Cathara of Apollo, which is going to be 10% of base there for the villagers. Yeah, my favorite game so far has been that Kvoth versus Zuccolo game with the Ra versus Set. Super fun. That was such a fun game to watch. And then the Eric versus Chasing the Sun, Zeus versus Freya game. They were bangers. Absolute bangers. Nonetheless, we do see Darthox actually opting to open with the double Shenong farm. I'm going to say that if you want to do this, I don't mind. However, don't put the farms on your bloody town center. It is worth the, 3 food loss to drop them on your gold mine. Best way to do this is you drop the silo. Can I even do this? I need to wait. I need to wait on the wood. I need some extra wood. I want to show you guys the best way. Hold on. Wait for this Quailfu. He's going to drop the wood in. Oh, I was too slow. Now we have to wait for the next one. Anyways, I'll explain it. You want to put it on a corner of the gold mine. And then you can put the farms on the long side. And that's going to make your villages unraidable on the gold. Which is kind of a big deal. It's worth the loss of 3 to 5 food to make that happen. So like this basically, right? You can put it off the gold mine as well a little bit, and then the farms can go like this and like this. I've seen a few people doing it. It's really, 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 really good. Nonetheless, an Odin versus Shenong game. So recently, this matchup was really, really hard, and the thing that makes this matchup really hard for Norse is twofold. One, it's the myth units. Yatsa, very tough to kill. You've got the Valkyrie, though, to kind of compete with them a little bit. The other thing that's really hard to deal with is the Master of Weaponry, Halberdier. And then finally, the last thing is the Fire Archer, which can be really good at killing off your Berserks, killing off your Herser, and also killing off your Throwing Axemen. Beyond all of that, the Valkyrie has since had a nerf, and the economy of Norse has had a nerf, which does make it very tough now to get through what Shenong's going to be doing. That all being said, Shenong did take a small nerf. I think the Fire Archers lost a range, which can be a big deal when you're microing Throwing Axemen and things like that. And finally, what's the other one? There was a slight nerf to the heroes of China as well, and maybe more of a specific role differentiation for what they actually do. Instead of being a unit that kills off everything very, very quickly, it's now more focusing onto the myth units and less onto killing off actual army. There's a Great Hall comes down now for Assem on the front. Cathar of Apollo does get grabbed. Over onto this side. Good Munder Grand Morrison over on this spot, looking to grab his first relic, which is going to be that Tower of Cestus. A nice defensive one there. If I see that relic and I'm playing versus China, I really start thinking I should go for Heimdall, right? And the extra damage on those towers is a great way to sort of survive against a whole bunch of stuff like that. Nevertheless, it is going to be a military camp up for Dartnox. He's got his temple. I like the building placement thus far. You do really want to try and lock your base up. You don't need to care too much about the favor income at this stage of the game. You really want to just... I mean, you're obviously getting some. Like, if you take a look over here, it's obviously increasing a little bit. But you don't need to maximize it by spreading the buildings out against Norse. You want to lock your base in so that raiding cavalry can't sneak into your base. Meanwhile, on this side as well for SM, he's dropping walls everywhere. Looks good. Just locking his own resources and things there up. As the Yarts are sneaking in. And this is going to be some pain for SM here, unless he is ready. Which I don't see that he is. He doesn't have any Herser in his main base. A great pathing from Dartnox, but he does get spotted. The dwarves, villagers, all pulling in now underneath the town center, diving in to try and pick up a villager, and he does manage to pin that villager. Gets that snipe. Herser are going to be charging in, and now the Yarts are behind enemy lines. The Valkyrie from SM is probably your best bet to get some snaring done, as well as the raiding cavalry. And then you also want to sit on the back of this wooden wall, making sure they can't just dive over that spot. But Dartnox pulls a little... Oh! Big mistake from Dartnox. I don't think he used shift. Secret with myth unit special ability casting those manually is you use shift and Q, and that'll send all of them to use that ability at once. My favorite Champions League game is I'll eat my hat beaver. No, I never said that. That's not what happened. Yeah, Yatsa have got a teleport. It's called, what did they call it? Flash Strike. It's a teleport. It's not like a mass speed boost for a little bit of time. It's a teleport. The army does collide in the center. As Sam, not paying attention, has to drop the forest fire. Good disengage, but big mistake there. I mean, following this all up, the one technology which Dartnox is missing here, he would have killed off probably all of those raiding cavalry in that moment, would have been if he had Master of Weaponry, but he still hasn't picked that one up just yet. Villagers pulling back, just trying to expand the houses. The raiding cavalry from SM have managed to find their way through the opening here for of Dartnox's base, losing a villager there. No defenses on this right side. Needs those walls up, or maybe some more buildings, or maybe not spreading your houses out like this for favor and more just building them in a straight line here. But nonetheless. The armory coming up for SM. In the main base is the Yatsa coming over onto this side. Turns around and decides to shank. This is really dangerous because as soon as the Yatsa gets a kill, his lifesteal goes through the roof. Gets 2 kills. Charging back now as the Herser are coming in. Dartnox Yatsa down to 55 HP as he will get out of here. Ability differential now 26 to 33. You do have to remember though, these villagers are working at 80%. These ones, for Odin, are working at basically the same rate, 99% of a Greek villager. So while it is an advantage for Darth Nox, it's not a crazy big advantage. And on top of that, the Kvoth, they do only work at 3x of a they work at 3x of a villager. Like, that's it. So there's not like more economy for the Chinese, if that makes any sense. Though at this point, villager differential of it being this big, it is kind of a big deal. As Assem swinging around this right-hand corner, and we do see the house wall is up. Which Chinese god do I think is the best overall? At the moment, I think it's Shenong. I think Shenong is the best Chinese at the moment. Maybe it's Noir, but probably Shenong is my guess. But I actually don't think I know. There's been this big balance patch recently which shook the whole meta up. So, I don't know. There's a nice raid in from Assem, getting a whole bunch of villager picks here. One villager down, another one down. Another one down. Nope. Yes. Another one down. Yata comes over to say, excuse you, please stop picking off my villagers. And Darth Nox still hasn't gotten Master of Weaponry. He is playing the most ethical Shenong game I think I've ever seen. This is like a must grab. You grab it like instantly. Not instantly, but like after you got like 4 halberdier, it's probably worth it to get Master of Weaponry because, yeah, it's just really strong. Valkyrie coming forward. We'll be able to snipe at least one of those there as the Archer can pull back now and get back to the safety, heal up. With that Shenong unique passive ability. The army of Darth Nox over onto this side, checking things out. We do see a town center up for SM. Another crazy town center grab from SM in this series. He doesn't have a good gold mine here. Like, where is he going? He's sneaking this one. He's like, let me grab this town center, which is a risk in of itself. And then not only am I going to take that risk, I'm gonna run into the casino, right? And I'm gonna bet it all on a hand of blackjack, right? And then on top of that, I'm going to take the winnings from that hand of blackjack and I'm going to throw it all in on number 32 in the roulette game. That's what he's doing right now. It's as risky as it can possibly get. Mountain Giant does get sniped. We see the lightning weapons coming through. Darth Nox is just saying, you went heroic age? You're not allowed to do that. That's a whole bunch of resources you spent. He's got those walking woods in here, but they're getting stunned up as the units over onto this side, picking off villagers on that left side. We do have the raiding cavalry now returning in as Darth Nox is out of position to defend that with his halberdier, struggling to get through this little choke point as he pulls back. He's done so much damage to Assem on this push. Rusho coming through as well for Darth Nox behind this. As the Yatsa swinging around onto this left side, going to look to kill off these villagers. Wouldn't mind seeing him coming over and knocking the wall down. Obviously, if he can find the villagers on that other gold mine, it would be ideal, but not going to be able to do so, I don't think, anytime soon. As the Yatsa come up onto this side, can start maybe sniping another villager or just pull out through this open wall here. Darth Nox, is he going to be able to get out of it? Answer is yes. I mean, on the one hand, Darth Nox hasn't grabbed himself Master of Weaponry, but on the other hand, he has 0 favor in the bank, so he has been spending his favor, so I can't fault him for the strategy. As the villagers coming over onto the hippopotamus, oh nope, they're sneaking some deer on that corner. And Darth Nox has kind of a big advantage here. He's only up by 1,000 resources, but he's got military resources, but he does have himself a lot of resources in the bank. He's got himself heroic age god power. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him attempting to get to the mythic age here, but he does need to drop a Bowlay first. He's also got himself that divine judgment tech queued up. As the Yatsa swinging around onto this left side. Does he have an inkling? Yes, he does. He knows. He knows. Sneaking hunt is the hardest resource to sneak in Age of Mythology. Darthnox coming in, and he's going to pick off a bunch of those, but he does take a big raid onto this gold mine while this is all going on. As Assem going to lose big on this raid, however. Both players bleeding villagers. We do have a couple of Jarls to come over here and help out. They do have that bonus versus myth units with that ring giver technology. Who dives in, has a nom nom onto the Ulf Jarl, but that's going to be it there as the raiding cavalry coming in onto the bottom side. Going to be looking for more kills in this main base of Darthnox. Darthnox does say, you know what? What sounds good here? Wang Di sounds good. Grabbing upgrades and just go high. Yeah, anyways, grabbing the upgrades first and foremost as the villagers do have to pull back. Some quick farms and a prosperous seeds. Qualfu having some troubles here. Darthnox not reacting to this one very well. He pulls a couple of villagers away, but these ones get left for dead. There's a couple more villagers going down, but I mean, the fact of the matter here is Assem has gambled on this gold mine on the right-hand corner. He's grabbed nearly 3,000 gold from it. This gamble has paid off big time for Assem, but is it going to be enough is the big question. Some machine workshops going down for Darthnox to get even more stuff. Still hasn't got any upgrades in for his units here. He's missing just base upgrades, let alone the unique upgrades. He's missing those base ones as the raiding cavalry are back in here. We'll come in and at least pick off another couple of raiding cavalry over here. This one going to fall as well. And Assem has now caught up on villager count. The only problem is he is behind an age up. He's behind 2,400 resources. So he needs to figure something out here, get to the next age, survive what's coming for him. Villagers over onto this side. Long distance mining on this gold mine. Not ideal. He's going to pull them off and go over onto the water buffalo for the time being. We'll drop himself a silo there as well. As we see a hill fort coming for Assem. And finally, Master of Weaponry queued up after all this time. Medium infantry. These raiding cavalry. They've paid for themselves in a big way in this game, but as soon as that tech comes through, 30 seconds, then all of a sudden these are going to die very quickly if they try and raid against the halberdiers. What really Assem should be thinking here is, how do I break through all of that infantry army? And throwing axemen is the answer. There's only a handful of fire archers here, so a good hefty amount of throwing axemen would be huge. It's the Bai who dives in to take out the Valkyrie on that spot. Assem pulling back ever so slightly. There is about to be a big fat dragon coming in. We do have another Walking Woods. Fey Beast coming through. The Ying Long gets called in. Flies in. Animation cancelled by Darthnox. The Goaty are through though. That Jin Long is taking some big damage. You got to be careful there. No answer for the Goaty at the moment from Darthnox. He doesn't have any Javelineers. More Halberdiers on the way, but a perfect defense from Assem there. He's going to continue to fight as he's being caught out. The Ying Long coming back in with the Goaty going to town, and he's still targeting the Goaty. It doesn't do any damage to heroes. It's a myth unit. Cannot kill off heroes. As Darthnox is now in trouble. He's in big trouble. He gets that Hundunian, but he doesn't have... Well, he is getting the medium Chukono. Okay, so Chukono is a decent idea. A decent idea for dealing with those Goaty, because obviously it's high DPS. But realistically, he needs Javelineers if he wants to take them out quickly. 20 HP on the Yinglong. Can send it back over the town center and just idle it there for the slight bonus. For those you don't know, it gets 10% boosted food gather rate on farms that are 20 meters around it. It's now a Sem. Up on villages. Doing good on military resource count. Still not in the mythic age. But I'm not sure how much that matters here. So Yinglong is going to still be valuable if you can control it. 20 HP can go a long way if your opponent's got 0 range units. So I say that, he runs it straight forward. He's almost going to lose it. It can go a long way. It can go a very, very long way. Yowls, Huskal, Town Center coming up for Darth Nox as well. So these medium Chuko new, we'll see how they're going to go. I haven't seen them used against Norse in a very, very long time. There's no bonus upgrades for them, really. I mean, you can get some extra HP on them, I think, from this tech. Wait, does that work? No, not that tech. This tech. But that's about it. Ragnarok time? I don't think Ragnarok here would be the way forward. I'd go for Fimbulwinter 9 times out of 10 at this point. Stronger Huskal to raid buildings, kill off town centers and things like that, dealing with a slow army. But Assem still playing very, very cautiously at the moment. Upgrades coming through. Maybe he's waiting on that heavy cav first and bronze armor, and then he might look for an engagement. There's the Liju's Silk pre-queued. Pickaxe on the way. And Assem now charging in his 3rd usage of the Walking Woods God Power at the moment. Coming through to hit those Wuzu Javelinier and everything else. The Hundun getting that damage done. That one does end up going down. Is there going to be enough stuff here for Darth Nox? He does not have that Leju Silk. The Zhu coming in though, that one's going to be a huge assistance. However, with the Goatee, maybe it's going to do nothing. He needs to stay away from the Goatee, not controlling it very well. Gets a big amount of damage off nonetheless, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Yinglong coming back over here, and Darth Nox taps out. A great game played by Assem here. The big power play from Darth Nox was countered by those Goatees so well. Darth Nox did not play around it. He needed Javeliniers to take them out. If he could have cleaned up those Goatee, then the Yinglong would have carried that fight for him. But because he didn't have him, Assem could stand there, take the fight, and enjoy it. A spicy series here. Assem now up 2-1. Let's get into game number 4 and see what's going to happen. Alrighty then. Game number 4. What are we going to see here? I'll give that point over to Assem. Okay, so game number 4 is Aranos versus Ra on what can only be described as is the map key. I will remind everyone what's going on right now. We are watching the best of the qualifiers. We already watched one game from the Champions League today. There's no more games from Champions League today. There's only the qualifiers from the weekend that we just saw. I didn't get to watch all the games. There were, hang on, let me count up for you how many games, how many series we had. So round 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 29 games plus 16 plus 8 plus 4. So yeah. The next schedule. Okay, I'll let you guys know before we jump into this next one. The next upcoming game, as Kvoth and Zuccolo is finished. The next upcoming game is going to be tomorrow. We will be watching Shelty versus Tiger Boss for Challengers League. That's going to be at, I can't do the conversion backwards. What is it? 13 GMT. And following that later in the day, we're going to be having the Mister versus Chasing the Sun. And that's going to be at 1800 GMT. So basically now, tomorrow is Mister. So if you guys want to be here for that, make sure you're here. Don't be anywhere else. Or do, but don't be anywhere else. Anyways, let's get into game number 4. Actually, no, let me do this first. Let's get into game number 4. We got Uranos as our 4th pick. Which one was it? Ra. Uranos versus Ra on key. Someone said hop. Yeah, give me a hoplite costume. I'll wear it. I'm not much of a Halloween person, to be honest. I'm not much of a Halloween person. Halloween is... Of all the events that I enjoy, of all of the like... I'm not going to get into it. Yeah, Mr. tomorrow. Mr.'s first game tomorrow. All right, let's get into this game. Alrighty then, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Darthnox, playing as Uranos. His name is Darthnox. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Ra. His name is Alissium. We are on the map key. It is currently 2-1 for Alissium in this best of 5 for the qualifier. This was day 1 of qualifier 2. You can see it says, no, that's the wrong way. It says just there. What's going? Just there. Relics on the map. We've got ourselves the blue crystal shard. Gather rate for golden wood plus 5%. Over here, we got Sistrum of Bast. Minus 15% of current for villagers. Over on this side, we've got the Tearfing Angantir's sword. Plus 10% for lifesteal on the healable heroes. And finally, we've got the Scarab Pendant. Question from Honey Nuts. This new map seems good. Anyone else like it? I am a big fan of both of the... I'm a big fan of the 2 maps that are in Champions League. The other maps, I mean, I could take or leave them, to be honest. The snake, what's it called? Snake, I don't want to poop you on it, but it's a very, very difficult map to play on, I think. It does come in, you do get some interesting games on it though, so I have to give it credit where credit's due, but it is a difficult map to play on. Snake Dance, there it is. And the Settle Naikai, I'm yet to have the game there that makes me go, this is going to be the map to play on. I'm yet to have it. I think some work needs to be done in terms of some balancing for how water works. For example, I think that archer ships need to be useful versus human units. And anyways, there's some stuff. Let's watch this game though, because we've got Uranos versus Ra. Darthnox. The Darthnoxinator. Noxing his way through on the strongest god in the game, without question. Without question, the strongest god in the game. Anyways, Uranos here for Darthnox. Alissium, just playing the lowly Ra. Everyone's the only players who are allowed to play Ra at a top level is Kvoth and company. Everyone else, Ra is garbage, right? Well, actually, what is the win rate for Ra at the moment? I know Ra is doing really well in Champions League. Ra is at a 44.71% win rate overall. Feels bad to be a Ra main. But actually, the Ra mains are doing really well. It's just the players who don't play Ra, they're the ones that aren't doing very well. Nonetheless, let's have a look at what's going on. We've got the Oceanus coming through for Darth Nox here. On the other side, Assem slowly getting himself to the next stage. I do think that Egyptian versus Uranus is one of the more trickier matchups for the Egyptians, on the fact that Uranus has got this really speedy catapulti, so you can get yourself this technology here, which is called Empyrean Speed, which boosts the catapulti speed up. And then also on top of that, you can get the weightless mace from going for Oceanus, which means you double dip, and the speed on those guys gets even further. And then you can even go one step further, get Heroic Age for, what's it called? Hyperion. Get yourself the healing upgrade, the hero upgrade, and also get yourself frontline heroics, and then you can heroize all of those catapultis. So they get even faster, and they're able to deal with all of the Migdol units without really needing much else. Now, obviously, you say, well, boy, what if the Egyptian player just builds, barracks units? Well, then I say Satyr. Hero catapulti Satyr. That sounds terrifying if you can get there. Absolutely terrifying. A second monument coming up for Assem right now. Has a military barracks coming down as well. And a counter barracks for Darth Nox as he's going to be ready to start putting some pressure on. Now, the good thing here for Assem is he does get some back berries. He is going through Bast. He's going for a double monument. Looks like he's going to be playing some classical fighting shenanigans here for the start of this game. With the Uranus get the Lifesteal Relic. We do see the Lifesteal Relic here, and we do see the Scarab Pendant, and we do have the Blue Crystal Shard. So a lot of really good relics for Darth Nox as Assem only gets System of Bast. It is really, really tough to get relics. I think this map is actually low-key really good for Atlantean, just on the fact that you can get heroized 2 oracles and just grab 3 relics, or maybe even 4 if you're quick enough. There is this build that you can do with Atlantean, which starts off with villages on gold. Get yourself a really fast temple in, and then you can just grab all the relics immediately. And on a map like Key, where they'll always spawn in the center of the map, where the shrines are, it's probably a really good opening. You can also bail on that strategy as well by moving the villagers over onto food after you grab the gold and build the temple. Even if you're just rushing the temple up, it's not that big of a deal. You still get a nice advance time if the relics aren't very good. Nonetheless, a nice defensive base up for Assem to kick this game off. He does drop the barracks and another barracks. And we'll see what Darth Nox's plan is going to be. Has he noticed this yet? Answer, yes. He sees 1 barracks. He hasn't seen the monuments. He's going to grab himself that frontline heroics technology super early. Sky Passage number 1 up. But no extra Sky Passages. Oh, excuse me. There is a Sky Passage over here on the Serra. So a nice little defensive position to be in. And Oracle Heroes going down to Sphinx. Run for it, Sunny Jim. Oh, the Calidria are in. He can turn and take this fight. A couple of Hero Momellos getting converted just before that frontline heroics comes in. Hurts. Probably didn't. Oh, he cancelled it. He cancelled it. Brilliancy from Darth Nox. He goes, I'll fake him. I'll fake him out. And now he can heroize all of his Momilla heroes for very, very cheap. Oh, which he does. It doesn't tell me how much that it is, does it? Does it tell me here? No. Well, it's 85.49 when the Momilla is normally 55.30 something, right? 30? Anyways. Onwards and upwards as now Assem's got himself those Hierarcho Sphinx, going to be heading off to the left-hand corner of the map. On the right-hand corner of the map, we do have the Granary up for Assem. Takes down the Serra. You can start thinking about Town Center here. You might be going to the Heroic Age. I always find it really hard to play these one town center ideas versus Uranus unless the map is really... Actually, this might be a decent map to try and cut the Uranus from resources with a classical fight because the Sky Passages can't kind of go everywhere. They have to go around the outside. You can put them in the middle, but there's no gold there. We see this citizen getting taken out as he gets pushed a little bit back. 1 citizen down. Hero Catapulti. Oh, sorry, Carabal's still there. Not quite enough, but those 5.3 speed Momillos chasing in. Come back there, Sphinx. Why are the Sphinx so fast? Over onto this side, the Caladric can come in and get some pacification going on. Use that special ability. These Mamillos are only a little bit behind. Hits one as the Mamillo can catch up, get some damage done. Looking to hit another one here. Does he need to? Yes, he does. And he snipes that, which means gets one kill there as Darth Nox is on the hunt for as much damage as he possibly can. Meanwhile, he's still pumping units, but he does have some resources here. Alissium is floating 1,000 wood here. 1,000. I don't know what that's for. Slinger? Chariot Archer? Siege Tower? Fortified Town Centers? I got no idea. Nonetheless, the Alissium game plan, he coming over onto this left side. Now he's grabbing a half-decent town center. He's got the gold mines here. But Darth Nox is just in full send at the moment. He's looking for blood. Wanders forward. We'll be able to spot these villages. Alissium is. He does notice that he's paying attention, trying to get that obelisk up. Notices that the priest's going to go down. Not that big of a deal there to lose the priest, as long as the villagers get to safety here. One villager going to be going down. He needs to get some slingers out to deal with Carabalister here. He only has 2 barracks at the moment as well. Now, luckily for Alissium, Darth Nox has no idea this town center is going up. So that's a pretty big advantage. Just the Sphinx coming in over onto this side, looking for some things to kill off. Oh, he's saving wood for the farms. Ah, I see. No, he needs slingers here to deal with those Carabalister. You don't need that many. Maybe like 5 or 6 total is enough. Because you don't want to overdo it, because then that sort of leads into you dying to Contarius and things like that. And nonetheless, Sam coming onto this forward goal line. He keeps on risking this so much. He's like, let me go onto this one. He could come over here. I'm in the back here. This is probably the most risky spot considering where the army is, but this gold mine here, nice and close to the town center. Sphinx coming around onto the backside here. The segment on the way. I mean, he will have access to a citadel. It's a little bit scary there for Darth Nox to try and break through. So many heroes in at the moment, though, for Darth Nox. I was just kidding. Ra doesn't use... I was making a joke. It was just a silly joke. Town center under siege here. Citadel center will come up onto it immediately. That's going to be a big amount of damage onto those units there. And Darth Nox says, I got to get out of there. Alissium pushing it onto the right side. Keeps the town center alive. Now Darth Nox has to figure out what to do next here. The thing is, though, Alissium's lost a lot of villages in this game. He's behind by 6 here when he's on 2 town centers at the moment. So it is a big deal. As the hero, more heroes coming in for Darth Nox. He just says, I heard heroes are good. If you're gonna go boss, you're gonna make a whole bunch of Sphinx. I'm just gonna go mass units, charge in. There's no citadel in this main base, so all of a sudden, huge advantage for Darth Nox to be attacking in this spot. Axeman up to the top, spotting those villages. We will see a Carnivora getting dropped down to try and slow down those Axemen while the Carabalister is sniping them down. Over onto this side, Alissium not controlling those myth units all too well, as we do have the Eclipse to try and keep them alive. If he's going to try and swing around and get onto those Carabalister, it looks like that's exactly what he's going to go for here. Can he get that damage in? But the Murmillo heroes, they're so strong at the moment. There's also a shockwave on the cards here for Darth Nox if he needs to, but he's completely erased Alissium's army. He's going after the villagers, and Alissium has got nothing left in the tank in this game, as in one foul swoop, Darth Nox pounces, and Alissium is out of here. He didn't even grab watchtowers. If you grab watchtowers, you probably would have been in a little bit of a better spot. But no slingers to deal with those Carabalister, and it's just a great timing all around from Darth Nox to punish this super delayed town center, heroic age, you have to ask yourself this question. Is it possible to grab a town center and go heroic age against someone who's spamming units? No, should not be. That's a bit of a strategic mistake from SM in a game versus a very, very strong Uranus player, which does bring us to game number 5. And let's check out the draft and see what they're going to pick. So the win on the Uranus, the loss on the Ra. Yeah, so in Retold, recently there was a balance patch that hit, well, maybe not even recent, like 6 months ago, where where the towers got boosted and Egyptian did lose their free tower upgrade. So they have to pay for it now. It is cheaper than every other Civ, but they do have to pay for it. Alrighty, our next game is going to be onto the map Blue Lagoon. Bring back free towers. Never. Does Egyptian not already get enough free stuff? Looks like we're going to be seeing for game number 5 a Nuwa versus Hushi affair. I'm going to take the shortest of breaks, guys, before we get into game number 5. Need to fill up my water bottle. And then following this, we will be playing some games. I'm not going to cast any more games today. My throat is dying. But finally, guys, if you don't want to mine or chop the wood for the tower, just drop a market and buy it. Just drop a market and buy it. It's still cheaper than everyone else's bloody watchtower upgrade. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to get myself some water. I'll be back in about 3 minutes, and then we're going to be doing ourselves this final game between SM and Darthnox. Don't you guys go anywhere. 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearman coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from Hell's Ravage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hell's head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful. And all of a sudden, Hell's Ravage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army. Gullenbursty is in, trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hell's army does seem to have taken some significant damage. Looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballista are getting collapsed onto here, as this is a huge fight now for Hell's Ravage. He gets himself a Drago over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballista are getting demolished, as even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. This one, he charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballista. Does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballista here getting some big damage on as the Yartser to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tawu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and Hell's Ravage's army melts there. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earthwall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force set is on the way. Earthwall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down, but Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Adabessu says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Adabessu looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down the entirety of Adabessu's army. Alrighty, game number 5. Apologies for the intermissions. I'm sorry, man. It's a tough world. You guys are having some difficulties. I know. I understand. Not only that, I'm watching over onto my right hand here, and I'm seeing that there's an ad starting in a minute and 30 seconds. I got nothing I can do other than snooze it for 5 minutes, but then we're going to get snoozed in the middle of the game. So I'm going to run that ad right now so you don't get hit with any losing anything else in this game. I'm sorry, guys. Alrighty. In the left-hand corner of the map, we have Darth Nox playing as Fushi, and in the right-hand corner of the map, in the red color, I have literally, my brain is over here. We've got Assem playing as Nuwa. One last game, and I'll let you guys know the secret here of the pleasure of who they got to play after this one. The winner of this series got the pleasure to meet the great Mosca in the next round. So while they both have to try as hard as they can here to win, because every single win does actually matter, they will be getting greeted by Mosca. An unfortunate draw, to say the very least, for both these guys. They're both really, really strong. And I do believe they both made it into Challengers League. So while we won't be seeing them in Champions League this season, we will be seeing them in the coming weeks playing games in their Challengers League, and it's going to be a fun one. Who's Mosca? Mosca is one of the best players playing the game at the moment. There are probably, yeah, there's about, well, I mean, there's top 16. There's a top 16 players in Age Mythology Retold, and Mosca is one of them. Oh, relics. Let's have a look. Over here we've got the Staff of Dionysus. This is going to be +1 regen per second there for the villagers. On the bottom side, there is the Tower of Cestus here, which is myth units +1x there. Against... Wait. For towers there. For towers getting bonus damage versus myth units. I've never really seen this relic. Maybe this relic needs a bit of a buff. I've never really seen this relic feel like it helps. Because myth units have got naturally, like, tanky... Myth units are naturally tanky. And, like, having 1x on a tower versus myth units is like having 2 towers there. It's kind of like... Do I even care? Myth units are literally, like, you hear it in the campaign, right? You've got to break there. We need heavy myth units from Zeus or Siege, to wipe out Troy. And 2 towers doesn't really help you against a myth unit with 60% pierce armor. I could be onto something. Maybe we need a little bit of a boost on this relic. Maybe a +2x might not be a terrible idea. Anything to help people with those defenses and stuff in those sort of situations. Makes it fun. Nonetheless. Jade Hair over here with movement speed +5% there as well. So we've got the movement speed relic here, which is absolutely amazing for myth units. And we've got the relic over here. It's supposed to be a good help in defending against myth units, which I'm still trying to scratch my head against and see if it's any good. Nonetheless, Chiao on the way, and on the right-hand corner of the map, there is going to be a how-to to come through for Assem. And SM just going to go for the fast second town. So generally in this, basically, I'm kind of trying to read this chat, but I've got no idea what you guys are talking about. But let me talk about the game. In the Chinese mirror, the big thing is that it's very similar to the Egyptian mirror in that it's very tough to deny town centers. So oftentimes the best way to go is just go for that naked second town center. As you can see up onto this side, there's the house up over here. I'm not exactly sure why Darth Nox put that house there. I think he's role-playing as a how-to user. But he's going to grab his own town center. On the bottom here, you can see how fast this one's coming up. It's almost finished, and it's less than 5 minutes into the game. So yeah, it's really tough to actually construct a strat that is going to be able to deny this. You can go for a nice quick advance, make some pioneers, and try and deny this and things like that. But I mean, in the same sense, you can kind of do similar stuff in the Egyptian mirror, which might be able to kill a naked town center. But generally speaking, these are the good ways to play. And the big thing is that this earth wall shuts down so much early game stuff that as a Fuji player, it's better for you to kind of aim towards getting out those crossbows in the heroic age, the siege crossbows in the heroic age, so you can actually siege and break through walls and things like that, than try and do much in the classical age. So I wouldn't be surprised to see these guys just get a nice quick boom, nice quick, a little bit of harassment from myth units and things like that, but trying to get into the heroic age as fast as possible, unlocking things like the ballet with raiding for the cav, but also those siege weapons can be very good as well. Over onto this side. SM drops his earth wall, and he's going to make a couple of buildings. Now, on the flip side here, actually, SM, he's actually 100% right. You can definitely go for some classical age aggression as the Noir versus a non-how-to China. So he can do that if he wants to. Make a whole bunch of Dao, make a whole bunch of fire archers, and go from there. But yeah, we're just going to get this boom going on. And we'll see how things are going to go. Darth Nox drops himself the armory over here. That's going to be heading to the next age. And here is the first of the raids. Can't really take down a Qualfu, but you can go after the villagers as he pulls out of here as a pioneer pops out of the temple. Good defense from SM as Darth Nox. A little bit of idle time cause, but that's about it. One idea here for Darth Nox is to rush straight to the Mythic Age here as well. Idea being you've got this Peach Blossom Spring, go to the Heroic Age. When you hit that, you can pull the villagers off of the chickens, or the next thing, come over to grab the Peach Blossom Spring while you have all of your Qualfu on gold. Slap the ballet down, quick Mythic Age for your massive heroes for the late game, as well as all those upgrades. That can be a good way to play. Same thing can be kind of done from the Noir player as well. But I think the better idea with the Noir is to stay in the Heroic Age and spam out those White Horse Cavalry and get some raids on. Because there's no real easy... Like, you have to lock your base up, right? As the Fushi. And if you don't, then those White Horse Cavalry can get a huge amount of pressure, damage on, and all that other good stuff. As the kid is out. Look at this guy. He's one strong cookie. I haven't done. There was recently a bit of a nerf to the kid. I don't exactly know off the top of my head what it was. There's a lot of changes to the heroes for the China, but I know that they were refocused to be more of a counter myth unit thing than a counter human unit thing. So I haven't really seen exactly what this guy's doing. I used to be able to beat like a Heracles. I don't know if that's still the case. Anyways, we might actually see how he's going to do here as a third town center for SM. Now this is what I like to call very, very greedy. As the kid is on the way, the SM Xiongqi coming in to try and deal with this, and picking off one Qualfu for one kid. That's not a bad trade there in the slightest. There's not really many units here to defend at all. So a nice big win here for Darth Nox as he trades that one. He'll turn around and get a little bit of damage onto that Xiongqi as well before he does disintegrate. One thing that I do know happened to the kid was he went up from 0 population, which was ridiculous, up to 3 population, which is much more, it's much nicer. I mean, a different way to have done it would have been like maybe +1 in the classical age, +2 in the heroic age, +3 in the mythic age, but I'm not, well, it's fine. That might be a little bit crazy. Yeah, he was 0 pop. I know, guys. Everyone's completely bewildered by this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, Gormang on the way for Darth Nox, and he will be facing 3 Town Center Noir. For some reason here, I feel like Darth Nox. Darth Nox is just. Wait, both players are pumping these Quaofu. There's 10 Quaofu for Darth Nox on the other side. There's 5. So, or 6 if you count the hero Quaofu. So, the reason why Darth Nox is kind of in front on villager differential is 1, he killed off a Quaofu. But 2, he's also been pumping his own Quaofu at a much faster rate, it seems, than Alissium, as a 3rd Town Center now coming up for Darth Nox. And where to next is the big question. Lots of resources in the bank, ready to go to that heroic age if he wants to. No ballet down straight away. He's making some Wuzu Javelineers to try and break through this. That's kind of cute. Don't often see that being made. Nonetheless, now we do have that rush all on the way here for Alissium. So both players now in that heroic age and ready to move into the next stage of the game. And onto this side, Ballet coming through for Darth Nox as well. And a Ballet for Alissium. No surprises here. Moving forward in this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see Alissium trying to get Mythic Age. I mean, it's just, this is just going to be a big fat boom until we get into the next stage of this game. Unfortunately I think the big advantage here for Fuxi in this matchup is inside of this Peach Blossom Spring. Because while you get the faster town center as Noir, which helps you out with the villager differential and getting an advantage there, which you can build in. Like if you get like a 2 villager advantage on your opponent, that's going to be a significant amount of income over your opponent. But then if you go onto that Peach Blossom Spring at the right time, then you catch up on that differential and it can be able to help you get to the Mythic Age just that little bit quicker. Does deny the Ballet here as Tao Wu, the kid, and a whole bunch of Wuzu Javelineers coming through, causing some problems here, as we have got the Fey Beasts getting dropped down, the heroes turning around trying to snipe these bad boys. Also, a lightning weapons gets turned to basically take out the Fey Beasts. The great counter from Darth Nox as the Ballet up onto this side, getting that boosted speed from the auto build feature there for Noir. As the Najar sliding in over here, almost sniping the Cheongchi and everything else, and Alissium is in a very, very difficult spot here. There's Darth Nox picking Alissium apart at the moment. He's found such a big advantage. Alissium is trying to get to the Mythic Age. I'm surprised he actually went for, what's it called, for Rush Ult here, when Gormang would be for the style of play he's going for, Gormang would be a really nice defensive stopper with that Forest Protection God Power. Cloudfoot pulling back into the main base. Sam's still in a lot of trouble. He's going up Gong, excuse me. But Gong also coming through for Darth Nox. Darth Nox just feels like he's just one step in front of Sam here. Just that little bit of extra pressure. He's got so much more military out at the moment. And Sam is crumbling to this. Villas popping over here, over onto the bottom side of the map. Gold mine getting mined away, and the issue, actually, he's still got a gold mine over here. So even given all of the damage that Asem's taken, Darth Nox has still got some work cut out for him. He has to get the map control, ballets all over the place, lock up the map as much as he possibly can. It's that fourth age just about to hit for Asem. We'll see if he's going to go for that Great Flood straight away or however he's going to go. It's now Gong is in. The Qinglong's through. Military differential is starting to get close, but it's going to be who can use the Earth, the Great Flood the best, seemingly, is going to be able to get themselves out of this position. I mean, the thing is, Darth Nox has got all the gold mines. So if he can just trade, he doesn't actually have to kill anything. If he can just trade, then this gold mine will be gone. There's only 6,000, or there's 12,000 over here. So if he can just hold the middle for as long as possible, he should be able to just win the war of attrition here, which sort of makes sense. As the Great Flood gets dropped in, both players going for a bit of a ride here on this one. Who comes out in front is unknowable. Actually, generally, the person who clicks the God Power second wins in these sorts of situations. Generally. So White Horse Cavalry all pulling back over here. We've got a couple of units that are sitting right underneath the Ballet Town Center shenanigans, but a huge advantage it looks like for Darth Nox in military resource value. Meanwhile, both players getting that last stand tech makes those Tiger Cav just that little bit stronger. On this side, the Tempestuous Storm, Shake with the Heavens, also coming through, so that's going to boost up those heroes. Look if the heroes are out. There's no... Najah, now the adult. John Wick also waiting to come in. I don't know if we can call him John Wick anymore. I've yet to see him absolutely dominate, but I haven't seen him just yet, so he might still be really strong. Meanwhile, Li Jing's out for a Sem. Big unit to have with that special. Stun everyone up. Also a great counter for the Qinglong here on the top. As Darth Nox turns, he says, alright, let's fight. Li Jing can get that special off if he wants. There's a Sem. Good defense thus far. Darth Nox is literally farming in the center of the map. What is going on here? I guess the big advantage right now for Darth Nox is that he's got himself this technology, right? This one here. Hooves of the Wind. Which means his Cav is going to be really strong. He's also got Answer for Cav with the champion Halberdier. On the other side for Asem, he's got access to the Fey or the Rushol Dao Swordsman, which have to be an incredibly powerful unit to be building right now. But he doesn't have the techs at all. So Asem is kind of ignoring that strength that he's got. Darth Nox, on the other hand, has got every bit of strength he needs. Like the the Chi Yao Halberdier. He's got the really strong cav. Waiting on that final upgrade for his cav. Got a lot of gold in the bank. There's a couple of forward machine workshops are in. We've got the celestial weapons to come through as Naja and Yangxian to come through. They're both players just staring down each other. I'd love to see some siege coming through and knocking on this, but neither player is really going for siege just yet. In fact, Alissium says it's time for a Titan Age. He's got that pre-queued. He's a little bit more gold. This gold mine's going down. This one's going down as well. Gold mine count is 4 remaining, right? 4 remaining to 2. The thing is, though, with a trade route set up here, going over here, I don't think it's even going to matter if he does win the War of Attrition. Though a couple of Tiger Cavalry do manage to get through onto this back gold mine here, so a couple of kills going to come through. Alissium not noticing this one just yet. Now pulls back. Is getting a machine workshop onto this spot as the earth wall gets broken down. Fire archers should be really good at taking down earth walls, actually. It's only 75% pierce armor there. There's the Li Jing stun coming in. It's 2 seconds of stun, but that's it. As we see the lightning weapons now coming through. A nice timing actually there from Darkness. He's going to avoid the stun to take away some of his lightning weapons. We'll see if he can actually take this fight and win. Both players are just going to be spamming stuff out. The Titan Gate is now in for Alissium as he pulls back his cav from this side. Darknox still standing very, very strong in this fight. Charging in with his guys. Where's the... does he have the guy? He does. Where is he? Wandering in. 24 hack. 3 divine. 1.4 damage per second. I want to see if he's any good. I want to see if he's been over-nerfed, under-nerfed, or just perfect. Nonetheless, I don't think Darth Nox is making a huge amount of ground here. And on the other side, Alissium kind of has... He's got this Titan Gate he can drop down, but can he actually drop it down with the resources he's got? Probably. I think he's probably got enough to keep playing defense, get his Titan out. Meanwhile, we see advanced fortifications coming through for Darth Nox. And now with the heavy axe cart, Darth Nox is going to be making some ground here. But the big fat Titan Gate in the main base here, that's getting shot up. 2 minutes roughly to get that one up. Will Darth Nox notice it? Has he spotted it yet? He doesn't know it's here. Hasn't seen it. He's looking. He's searching. He does spot it now onto this position. Is there any real... I mean, charging it with the Tiger Cavalry, it's all well and good, but he has to kill off so much HP to actually kill this Titan Gate. Earth Wall gets dropped on this spot, but the units can kill off the Earth Wall pretty quickly here. Titan Gate still standing strong. 12,000 HP going on soon. Killing off the HP doesn't slow the Titan down. The Titan Gate is based on build points. So you can have 1 HP remaining on the Titan Gate and still get it out to get those build points in. And Alissium will have his Titan, it seems. I don't think that Darth Nox is going to be able to stop this one. But Darth Nox has got his own Titan coming up onto this side. Question is, can Alissium spot it? It's in a nice... It's in a strange place on the map, so scouting it out is going to be really, really difficult. But running straight over there, he probably can actually kill that Titan Gate before it finishes if he were to be able to run straight there. Noir is also helping build a gate. Yes, I think so. Yeah, he's got this one. This is no, it doesn't. It doesn't help. Maybe it's the other. Is it the other technology? Did he not grab it? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, he didn't grab it. So no help there from being Noir. But nonetheless, the Titan now out for SM. Charging forward at this moment, looking to try and take out these units. Darthnox is on the retreat. He can't really take a fight without his Titan. I mean, he does have those heroes. Does decide to turn around, but the Titan is going to get a lot of damage here. Charges forward. Big smack there. He does so much damage with that smack. Look at that. It's 20 hack per second, but 70 with 8 area of effect. And then also that special. How much is the special? 180. So yeah, he does some damage as Darthnox is leading SM up here. He hasn't seen the Titan. This is so dangerous. Why isn't he running up this way? Why is he running this way? Well, it's because there's a Titan gate there. And Darthnox will be able to get his Titan through, it looks like. Which will mean an answer for SM's Titan. Do we see a trade route started yet? Answer, no. The gold is about to expire for SM. He is going for a siege crossbow on this position. Nice play where that's concerned. The Darthnox Titan wanders forward here. SM's Titan already down to 2300 HP. The Li Jing getting sniped by the ballet. Comes in, whacks some units as the Titans with no face. I mean, they kind of have a face. Do you think they have a face? Can they see? Can the Chinese Titans? I mean, it's just a mask, right? Oh, he sees out of the shield. No, maybe he does. Anyways, they're bashing at each other. And look at the amount of damage which Darthnox's Titan is getting over SM's. He survives with 1600 here. There's a ballet up. Town center slowly going down on this spot as Darthnox has not reacted. The Qinglong's coming through to get some damage back. Jiang Xia plus a couple of pioneers. This is not going to be enough here. All the heroes in the world coming through for SM. He doesn't have those hero upgrades either. In the town center of Darthnox. Now almost down. Now only starting to repair this one up. But does it matter? Losing that town center doesn't matter. Dragons flying overhead. Can't really take those out with any of these units. You need Pioneer, or you need Sage, or you need Jiang Xia. Actually, wait. Never mind. He can attack up. I didn't realize he could attack up. Yang Xian's OP. I didn't think he... I guess Najar can't attack up. No, he can attack up. Oh. I didn't know that. There you go. The more you know, the stronger you become. And Sam, well, he killed off this. Now the champion Tiger Cavalry coming in. The villagers will get their town center back up. Got to clean up this ballet and deal with all these problems. But he's able to kill off the town center while this is all going on. And that's going to level the population differential here. But the more important thing for the moment is that SM has got 8 mechanical ox carts only. He's lost his town center over here, which means no trade route to there. He has to go to this town center. And SM in that moment says, the game is lost. He taps out, and Darthnox claims the game and the series in the same breath. A well-played game here from Darthnox. Solid boom, great advantage, and not overcommitting on it. Just keeping that advantage and just building. SM almost made it work. He was very close to spotting this Titan gate, and if he spots it, then I think this game would probably be very, very close, because I think it would continue to go on. I think that Darthnox would have been able to kill off the Titan without needing his own anyways, but SM would have been able to set up a trade route and been able to continue regardless. So that would have been the difference. But nonetheless, well played by Darthnox. Congratulations to him. He goes on to play off Mosca in the qualifier. I will spoil that right now. I'm not going to be casting that series. Mosca is a champion, so he did win that series. But nonetheless, GG, well played. guys, I think the Champions League shenanigans is done for today. I feel like playing some games before I finish up. We got maybe another 2-ish hours something of streaming, so we're going to play a couple games before we finish off. For those of you sticking around, thanks for coming and hanging out with me. Everyone else, it's great to hang out with you guys. But also tomorrow, the schedule for tomorrow. At the moment, they might get more games for tomorrow already, but the schedule for tomorrow is Shelty vs Tiger Boss at 1300 GMT. There's going to be a game from the qualifiers cast between them and the next game, which is going to be at Brain Function 1800 GMT, which is the Mister versus Chasing the Sun. So our first little look in to what the Mister is going to be doing for this tournament. So hell's good. We're gonna be having some fun tomorrow. So I'm gonna host some games and let's have some fun now for a couple of hours. As I pop over to this thing. Wait. Alrighty. That thing there needs to change as well. That's okay. All right, let's host some games. If someone wants to play me, let's play some 1v1s. Whoops. All right, let me change this title as well. We're going to just go over and actually, I'm not going to change the title because that screws things up on YouTube. But that's not right. That's okay. I'll edit it afterwards. Actually, I'll do this. Champions League. Next Champions League games start tomorrow at 1300 GMT. If there's someone out there to play me, we can have a cheeky little game. Is there someone out there? Does anyone want to play a game? Oh, Shiny, what's happening, man? Is there a chance to catch the VOD spoiler free that the Team Liquid page just shows results? Yeah, so on my YouTube channel, if you go over to the live section on my YouTube channel, you'll be able to watch everything without spoilers, I believe, because that's just what I've watched in the day. Let me give you a link. Team Liquid page just shows results. That's incorrect. Here you go. See if we can find a game would someone like to play who is 1500 plus. New Moon seems like it's just fundamentally broken. I don't know if it is fundamentally broken. I think what it should do, I think this is what I reckon. I reckon it should give you a amount of charges on the building to get upgrades in. And that amount of charges should not be everything. So like four charges of free stuff inside of the building rather than everything. No one wants to play me? Do we play a ranked game? Do I dare play a ranked game? I'm scared of ranked. Ranked is a scary place to be. So not too much value for it. I mean, think about it. If I drop... Oops, I just bug splatted. Well, that's weird. I haven't seen that one in a while. If I drop prosperity and I have 40 villagers on the gold mine, that would give me That would net me something. What is it like? 0.8? 0.8 times 1.8. No. 0.8 times 0.8. So you get an extra 0.64 gold per second. I don't think that math is quite right. And you times it by 40. And then you times it by... What's the time on it? $50 seconds. You get 1,280 resources. So, if I drop my Tsukiyomi, if I drop my new moon onto something, let's say I drop it onto my my armory, right? Obviously, this is different because it's resources out of thin air. 400, 800, 1,000. Sorry, 400, 800, 1,200. A little bit less than 1,200. But whatever. We'll take off the 50. 1,200. 1,600. So 1,500 there. Obviously, you can get that as well. So that's an extra 200. So 1,700 resources. Plus the favor on that, I guess. So it's a little bit more in the heroic age. Or maybe you're right. Maybe it's too much. Maybe I'm right. Maybe it should be charges. 4 charges for free on that building. You have to manually click them. I don't know. I'm not here. Also have to remember that these gods are built differently as well. You can't just look at the one thing. You have to look at the whole thing. But yeah, maybe Tsukiyomi is absolutely busted. You're absolutely right. I don't know. I'll complain later when I get pissed off. For now, I don't Someone come play me. I want to play a game. Anyone? A thief? Is he playing a team game? This isn't for me. Negativity is an addiction. Feed your mind positive thoughts. Go ranked. I'm scared of ranked. I'm scared of ranked. You guys are sitting there sweating over my points. Just come play me for a friendly custom game. I do need to eat something. I guess we could finish the stream. Oh, no, we're going to play Yannick the Yordle. Yay! Let's go. Yannick destroyed me the other day. Yeah, Yannick destroyed me the other day with some stuff. Tankers are a broken unit, yeah. They are way too cheap for how good they are. Without question. Poseidon versus this. I think what we're going to try in this game is going to be...
Πρόσνε. Τέκτον. Προστέστο. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμο. Ορθώς. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Wait, what am I doing? I thought I was playing Hades for a second there. the hell?
Έτοιμη. Θηρευτής.
Τέκτον. Θηρευτής.
I literally thought I was playing Hades for a second there. It's fine. Yeah, so the Tengu actually did get buffed in the last patch, which was, I mean, stuff happens. I think sometimes, sometimes in the patches, certain units look like they're not getting used all too much. So that the devs just give them a nudge in one way or another, and then people go, oh, we should use that unit. But with the Tengu, I think it was maybe a little bit too early to give that one a nudge. But I mean, I'm speaking retroactively now. It's kind of obvious. It's obvious now that it was too much, but maybe when we looked at it the first time, it was like, oh yeah, it's really fine. Not really seeing much use, but I was using them.
Έτοιμη. Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Βουλάνι. Ορθός.
Έτοιμος.
Jump over to gold here. Might just go for a town center in this one. There's a nice town center here, gold mine, things like that.
Πρόσεχε. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Hate the train of thought for balance? What's the train of thought for balance? What do you hate? Explain.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Ivory Netsuke needs a little bit of a nerf. It is a really interesting it is a really interesting technology.
Μάλθι θηρευτής. Θρητόμος. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Ορθός.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Τέκτον. Θρητόμος. Έτοιμος.
Προσέκτον.
Do you drop gold off into this temple? You do, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Λέγε.
Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Λέγε. Παν.
God damn it.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη. Βούλομαι. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βρυτόμος.
Βούλον. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμη.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Θηρευτής. Λέει ναι. Μα δες ναι. Μα δες το. Θηρευτής.
I've got...
Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε. Εισβολή.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Revenge!
Πρόσεχε. Μεταλλεύς.
Ετοίμος. Βούλομαι.
Πρόστα. Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος.
Ναι. Βούλομαι.
I don't think that does anything.
Έτοιμη. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
I was kind of hoping it would.
Έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούνε. Μάλιστα.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μα βούλομαι. Έστω.
Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Μα έστω.
Λέει βούλομαι. Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Θηρευτής.
Πάμε. Βούλουμε. Πάμε. Εις μαχήν. Λέγε.
Λέγε βούλο. Τέκτον.
Προς ναι.
Προς μάλιστα. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Πάμε. Πάμε, βούλομαι. Λέγε, πάμε, βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής.
Προς μάλιστα.
Έτοιμη. Μάλι.
Ετοίμους,
Μεταλλεύς.
μάλιστα.
Λέγε, πάμε.
Let's see if we can sneak in here, hey?
Ναι.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος.
Έστω. Βρυτόμος.
Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Εισβολή.
Έτοιμο, πάμε.
Πρόσεχε.
Παρακαλώ, θα εισπάρω. Θα καλώς. Βούλομαι, εις μάχην.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μα έστω. Λέγε. Ναι. Μα βούλομαι.
Καλώς.
Έτοιμος. Ναι.
Έτοιμο, πρόσταγμα. Πάμε, πάμε, βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε, πάμε. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Τέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Πάμε.
Λέγε. Ναι.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. 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 Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα, βούλομαι. Πάμε.
Λέγε. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Καλώς.
Έτοιμος.
Προς εισβολή. Καλώς.
Πάμε, βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμο. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Πρόστα.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Μα βρυτόμος.
Πρόστα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Λέγε.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Τέκτον.
Προς έστω. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
See if we can find what he's doing.
Πρόσταγμα, πάμε, βούλομαι. Πάμε, μπορώ. Βούλομαι. Πάμε, εις μάχην, εισβολή.
Ah, no. Couldn't get the attack off.
Έτοιμος. Πάμε,
That's
βούλομαι.
fine. Let's go next stage.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Τι βούλο.
Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Προσβούλο. Μεταλλεύς.
Of course they're not on the gold mine. Why would they be on the
Έτοιμο.
gold mine?
Βούλομαι.
Λέγε. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω. Μαλ. Βούλ. Ναι. Έστω. Μαλ. Ναι. Έστω. Βούλο. Μαλ. Ναι.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Πρόστα.
Θηρευτής.
Έστω.
Πρόστα, βούλομαι. Πάμε, βούλομαι. Πάμε.
Ετοίμους. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσεχε. Μαλ. Βούλ. Ναι.
Έτοιμος.
Έτοιμη. Μα θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε.
Εσαπεινός.
Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή. Βούλομαι.
Man, these
Λέγε. Ναι,
these
βούλο,
Cyclops
μάλιστα.
raids are like popping off.
Προσέκτον. Βρυτό. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Ναι.
Προς εις καλός. Πάμε. Πάμε. Μπορώ. Εις μπορώ. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμη. Λέγε. Βουλ. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Man, I'm not playing. I'm not macroing very well here.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορφάνι.
Πρόσεχε.
Μάλιστα. Ταπεινός.
Λέγε. Καλό. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Ναι. Εισβολή. Έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμη.
Ετοίμος.
Πρόσταγμα πάνι. Λέγε ορθός.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα πάνι. Έτοιμο. Ορθάν. Βούλαν. Ορθβούλο. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Έστω. Πρόσμα. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Έτοιμος. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Καλώς. Καλώς.
Okay. Fine.
Μάλιστα. Έτοιμο. Έστω. Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Καλώς.
Βούλγης καλός.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Πρόσταγρος. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Καλώς. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Έστω. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα.
Βουβουβοργός.
Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή καλός. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Προς λέγε. Μάνε. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Εις μάχη. Έστω. Τι μ' αρέσει. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Μ' αρέσει. Ναι. Μα βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Ναι.
Λέγε. Μα ναι. Θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι. Καλός πάνι.
Ετοίμος. Προσές. Ναι. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
I need more wood income, I guess.
Πρόσταγμα.
Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέει τι πρόσεχε. Μα ναι. Έστω.
Λέγε βούλομαι. Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι.
Λέει τίμους. Πρόσεχε.
Let's work towards all of our upgrades.
Λέγε.
Yeah.
Πρόσεχε.
Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Έστω.
Έτοιμη. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Ναι. Ναι.
Βούλε. Έστω.
I think if we set up to kill this position here, let's not get this just yet.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον.
I definitely need myself some
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλ μάλιστα. Θηρευτής.
Τέκτον.
Βούλομαι. Τι πρόσταγμα. Μα βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Πρόσεχε. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα.
Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος. Βούλ. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Μα βούλομαι. Ετοίμου. Λέγε. Ναι. Έστω.
Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Ετοίμου. Πρόσεχε.
I get some siege out, maybe I can force him to have to do something. He does have the
Θηρευτής.
thing that sends me flying.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Ετοίμους. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμο. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα.
Ετοίμους. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε λέει μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Πρόσεχε, ναι.
Έτοιμος. Εις μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι. Μάλλον, βούλομαι. Μάλλον,
Ορθός.
Ναι, έστω.
Πάνι.
Ετοίμος.
Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Μεταλλεύς. Πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Γεωργός.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέει, μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε, ναι, βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Ναι. Γεωργός.
Λέγε έτοιμη. Τέκτον. Βούλομαι. Ναι. Βουφορβός.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Βουφορβός. Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμη. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμος. Έστεκτον.
Έστω. Εισβολή. Βούλε, μάλιστα. Βούλομαι, μάλιστα.
Έτοιμος.
Λέει, ναι, μάλιστα. Ναι, βούλομαι.
Προβούλ. Ναι.
Λέει μάλιστα.
Προλέγε.
Βούλομαι.
Μάλιστα, βούλομαι. Ναι. Βούλες του.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Έστω. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε
Βουφορβός.
τέκτον. Έτοιμη.
Πρόσεχε. Ετοίμος.
Έτοιμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε. Μ' αρέσει. Λέγε. Ναι.
Λέγε.
Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθό. Πάνι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Πώς. Εισβολή.
Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Βούλο. Γεωργός.
Μάλιστα. Εισβολή. Ναι. Έστω. Ναι.
Okay.
Βούλ, μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι.
Πρόσεχε.
Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Τεκ
Προσλέγε.
θηρευτής.
Έτοιμος.
Actually, don't go there. That's a terrible move.
Προλέγε.
Okay.
Τεκ θηρευτής.
Λέγε.
Τι βούλ, μάλιστα.
Βούλομαι.
Ναι, ναι. Βούλομαι. Εις μάχη.
Καλός. Όρος. Καλός. Έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα. Εισβολή. Όρο. Καλός. Εισβολή. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Και πάνω. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Ναι. Ταπεινός.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Ταπεινό.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε.
Έτοιμη. Λέει τέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Okay. I have successfully broken through that.
Έστω. Μάλιστα.
Μ' αρέσει. Βούλ, ναι. Βούλ, ναι. Μάλιστα.
Εισμάχη. Όρο. Καλός. Εισμάχη. Όρο. Εισβολή. Καλός. Όρο.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Έτοιμος. Λέει ναι. Τέκτον.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, βούλο. Πρόσεχε. Ναι, μάλιστα.
Βούλο. Τέκτον.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
Okay.
Ναι, έστω.
This is going well.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Λέγε. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Τέκτον.
There we're going mythic age. That's nice.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Καλώς. Μαλβούν, έστω. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι, μαλβούλομαι. Ναι, έστω.
Πρόσταγμα.
Yeah, it's good.
Πρόσταγμα. Έστω.
Guys, come
Τέκτον.
here.
Λέγει μεταλλεύς.
Πάνε.
Μεταλλεύς.
Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμοι.
Τέκτον.
Μάρνε, βούλες, μάρνε, βούλ, μάλιστα, έστω. Βούλ, μάρνε, μάρνε, έστω, βούλο, μάλιστα. Εις μάχη, έστω.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Ναι. Τέκτον. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Φως.
Μάρ, βούλομαι. Ναι, βούλ, μάλιστα. Λέει έτοιμος.
Έτοιμος.
Έστω, μάρ, βούλο, βούλομαι. Μάρ, έστω, βούλ, μάρνε, βούλο, μάρ, έστω, μάρ, βούλε. Βούλομαι.
Καλός, εις μάχη. Καλός, εισβολή, εις μάχη. Χώρο, εις μάχη. Καλός, καλός. Λέγε. Εις μάχη.
Λέγε. Έτοιμοι.
I have enough. I don't know if I have enough buildings.
Τέκτον. Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Τέκτον.
Μάλιστα, πρόσταγμα.
Πάνε.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ναι.
Έστω, μάλιστα. Ναι.
Έτοιμος. Πρόσθρη. Έστω. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Maybe
Έστω.
over
Τέκτον.
to that wood line.
Λέγε. Πρόσεχε. Γεωργός.
Βούλομαι.
Πρόσταγμα. Έτοιμος. Ναι. Τέκτον.
Ερώσα.
Πρόσταγμα, έστω.
Βούλομαι. Χώρο, καλός, εισβολή. Καλό χώρο, εισβολή.
Okay. You want to fight over here?
Βούλο, μάλιστα, έστω.
Χώρο.
GG. Poseidon OP. Ares OP. We went really fast for that town center. I didn't even notice. I was like, killing villagers,
Λέγε.
causing problems with my Cyclops. What did he use the new moon on? He used it on his temple first, and then he dropped it on, I think, his armory, right? Yeah. Actually, I don't know what he used it on second. Probably the armory. What's the civ count? I'm in front. I was getting good pressure on. I was getting good kills. I wasn't. I guess I wasn't that far behind on the town center, or at the very least, I was stopping his food income. Right? Like, you see how low his food is here? He's not actually training villagers because of all the Cyclops abuse. One Cyclops. That's how much damage one speedy Cyclops did. Maybe if I build another one. Yeah, Smiting Gust is one of those god powers. I'm a little bit like, this is busted, right? Like, it is. It's a busted god power. You need to, like, the thing that's busted about it is, if I'm defending an area, you walk in and shoot me, right? Shoot. You don't even care. You literally just like, say you're coming in to kill this area. You just walk in, don't attack move, just walk move. Walk in, get onto this, and then the other guy away. And they're like, hang on. I guess you have to sit on top of onto the villagers, and then but even then they just you away, and then the villagers have to run. I don't know. There's some pretty brutal usages of this gold power, I think. Jeepers. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. And then we'll play another game. Alrighty, let's play another one. That was a fun game. Fun game against the Japanese. What game is this? It's called Age of Mythology Retold. Alright, someone come play me. I kill you, want to play? Sure. Zeus, please? I play random. That's all I play. I don't know how to pick a god. It's too hard for me. I play random so that I get every god in the game. And there's no bias on it. I get to play everything. It's fun. Illuminati's gonna try some. I got you, Zeus.
Πρόσεχε, μάλιστα.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Έτι, μάλιστα. Έστω.
All you gotta do is be patient, and your god will come.
Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθάνι. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Έτοιμος.
Λέει έτοιμος. Ορθός. Πάνι.
I'm gonna try something here against Susan. I've not had any success versus Susan. I'm gonna try something.
Λέγε. Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Λέγε.
I go one more on food and then I can pop over onto wood. I don't know. Should net me a 14 pop advance. That's what I'm going for. Little Hippolyta is nice for my archers.
Λέγει βούλομαι. Θηρευτής.
Έτοιμη.
Πρόσεχε. Έστω. Θηρευτής.
Λέει έτοιμος. Βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Μάλιστα. Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Λέγει ναι. Βούλο. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς. Έτοιμος. Προσέκτο. Θρητόμος.
Λέει πρόσταγμα.
One more villager in
Πάλι.
advance.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Λέγε. Ετέκτο. Μεταλλεύς.
Προτέκτον.
Λέγε. Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Βάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Πάνι.
Προς ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Λέγε. Ορθβούλομαι. Πάνι.
Προς
I think I can afford to do that.
Λέγε. Βουλ.
I should have the wood for a house by the time I get to the next stage.
Ετοίμος. Ναι. Βούλο. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Έστω.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Λέγε έτοιμος. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
For the wood line, I guess.
Πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτο. Θρητόμος.
House.
Έτοιμη. Ναι. Θηρευτής.
This in.
Πρόσεχε. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Θηρευτής. Πρόσταγμα.
Μάλιστα. Θρητόμος.
Get my guy.
Πρόσταγμα.
Send my Minotaur in to get some pressure. And we'll throw my
Πρόσεχε.
barracks up
Τεκ.
here.
Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε έτοιμος. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Έτοιμο. Τεκ. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Ετοίμος. Μάλιστα. Βούλομαι.
Don't ask me why I'm building a house wall this side. Should be over here.
Έτεκτο. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσταγμα. Ναι.
Why did that not work?
Λέει έστω. Εισβολή. Πρόσεχε. Καλώς. Ετοίμος. Μ' αρέσει. Ναι. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε.
Μάλιστα. Λέγε έστω. Εις μάχην. Ναι. Βούλ. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Βούλ. Ναι. Μάλιστα.
Λέγε.
Λέει ναι. Έστω. Τέκτον. Πρόσταγμα. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον.
Λέει ορθός. Βούλομαι. Καλό όρο. Προστάνει.
Έστω. Βούλο. Μάλιστα. Ναι. Λέγε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Βούλομαι.
Προς έστω. Ναι. Μάλιστα. Βούλε. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλομαι. Μάλιστα.
Λέει ορθός.
Ετοίμος. Βούνε. Έστω. Βούλε. Μάλιστα. Έστω. Ναι. Βούλ. Μάλιστα. Ναι.
Προς βούλομαι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Ετέκτον. Τέκτον.
Έτοιμη.
Θηρευτής.
Ορθάνει. Ορθός. Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέει έστω. Προς βούλομαι. Μάλιστα. Προς βούλομαι. Έστω. Βούλ. Μάλιστα.
Ορθός. Λέει πρόσταγμα.
Ναι. Βούλ. Έστω.
Πρόσταγμα. Μάλιστα. Τέκτον. Θρητόμος.
Πρόσταγμα. Τέκτον. Τέκτον.
Λέει
Βρυτόμος.
έτοιμος. Πρόσταγμα.
Μάλιστα.
Πρόσεχε. Τέκτον. Μεταλλεύς.
Λέγε. Πάνι. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Λέει πάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Πάνι. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα.
Καλώς.
Βρυτόμος. Έτι βρυτόμος.
Έτοιμο. Πάνω. Χώρο. Λέγε. Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Καλός. Βούλο. Ισμάχιν. Έτοιμος. Λέγε. Ορφάν. Ορθάν. Ορθός. Εισβολή. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλο. Καλό. Καλός.
Προτέκτον. Λέει βούμα μεταλλεύς.
Okay.
Λέγε. Εις μάχη.
Προσέκτον. Προτέκτον.
Ετοίμος.
I'm trying to come around this way.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα.
You might be going heroic age. I haven't seen an army yet.
Λέει πρόσταγμα. Έστω. Βούλομαι.
Λέει έστω ταπεινός. Πρόσεχε. Ναι. Μεταλλεύς.
Πρόσεχε. Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Ετοίμος. Ναι. Καλός.
Πρόσταγμα. Λέγε. Πάνι.
Πρόσεχε. Μάλιστα. Έστω.
Έτοιμ. Ναι. Βούλο. Τέκτον.
Λέει πρόσταγμα.
God house.
Λέει
I
πρόσεχε.
need to go
Ετοίμος.
next
Ναι.
stage
Βούλε.
for
Εισβολή.
Peltast
Έτοιμο.
here.
Ορθός. Πάνι.
Πρόσταγμα. Εις μάχην.
Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Εισβολή. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε.
Πάνι. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Πρόσεχε. Έσμαρνε, βούλεσνε, μαρβούλ, μαρέσνε, βούλ, μαρέστο, βούλε, βούλ, μαρέσ, μαρβούλε, μάλισ, λέγε, βούλομαι, ναι, μάλισ, βούλομαι, ναι, έστω, καλώς.
Ορθός. Ισμάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμο. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Λέγε μαρέκτον.
Πρόσταγμα.
Ετοίμος. Ναι, βούλομαι, μάλισ, ναι, έστω, βούλω, ναι, μάλ, βούλομαι. Πρόσταγμα, ναι, βούλω, μάλιστα.
Λέγε τέκτον.
Προστέκτον.
Πρόσεχε, ναι, έστω, βούλομαι, εισβολή, έστω.
Λέγε. Βούλομαι.
Λέγε, μάλ, βούλ, έστω. Εις μάχη.
Πρόσταγμα. Πάνι. Έτοιμος. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Πάνι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Βούλομαι.
Πρόσεχε. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα.
Χώρο.
Ετοίμος, λέει, ναι. Πρόσταγμα, μάλιστα. Πρόσεχε, έστω. Βούλε, λέγε, έστω.
Λέει. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
Ετοίμος, μάλ, βούλομαι.
Έτοιμο. Ορθός. Πρόσταγμα. Βούλομαι. Ορθός.
Πρόστα, ναι, εισβολή. Λέγε, πρόσεχε, εις μάχην.
Λέει. Πάνι. Βούλομαι. Έτοιμος. Πάνι. Ορθός.
Ετοίμος. Μαρές, βούλο, πρόσεχε, ναι. Λέγε, βούλ, μαρές, ναι, μάλιστα. Καλώς. Πρόσταγμα,
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Λέγε. Ορθός. Βούλομαι. Ορθός. Πάνι. Βούλομαι.
ετοίμος. Βούλ, ναι, ναι, βούλ, μάλιστα. Ναι, βούλ, μάλιστα. Ναι, βούλ, έστω. Εισβολή.
Πρόσεχε, βουλέκτον.
Προτίμος. Ναι, εις μάχην. Μ' αρέσει, ναι, βούλο, ναι, μάλλον,
That
ναι.
guy.
Καλώς.
Πάνι.
Εισβολή.
Πρόσταγμα. Ορθάνι. Έτοιμο. Ορθάνι. Βούλομαι. Εισβολή.
I did it! I beat the Susan. This Zeus squad's very, very strong. Beat S tier. S tier's Susan. I don't know what he was trying to do, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just trying to kill all these shrines, but yeah, I wasn't really sure what his strategy was. He obviously wanted something, maybe like some sort of kitsune thing, but yeah, I don't know. What happened? I used to be 1600 ELO, now 2k. I've always been 2k at heart. Always. That game went really well. That's the first Zeus game that's gone well for me in the longest of times. Oh wait, we have Fushi now. I think I'll do this and just wander out this way. Probably the worst usage of this, but
是的，
is there anything this way?
出发。
准备好了。
Don't ask me why she went on to gold. I cannot be bothered to move her now.
出发。
是的。
Him? Her?
什么？
What is it? I need
请下
a
遵命。建筑工、矿工。
请下命令，遵命。请下命令，遵命，遵命，出发，遵命。
好的。
we just go mass gold and we make all the qualfus. Apparently that's all you have to do with this civ, is just make qualfu.
出发，遵命。
I got an idea I want to try in this specific game. I don't know if it'll be any good. I have an idea. People are sleeping on it.
准备好了，遵命。是的，遵命。请下遵命，出发。准什么？准备好了。
Fushi, balanced god unlike Zeus? True.
遵命，
Yeah,
出发。
I agree.
请遵命，出发。
What's that?
准什么？
Very nice.
请下命令。出遵命。
I'm
建
gonna
筑
put
工
that there.
猎人。
Start a little wall.
请下命令，遵命，出发。
准备好了。
准备好了，遵命，遵命。
I wonder if it's even worth it to get the third qualfu out, like, and do this. Maybe it's better to just rush, just to keep rushing the next age instead. I don't know.
请下命令。好的。
I wanted that favor in. Bugger. Oh well.
是的，遵命，出发。
是建筑工猎人。
请下命令，出发，遵命，遵命，出发，遵命。是的，遵命，遵命。
Is this ultimate victim of power creep? Really?
什么？
I don't know.
请下命令。
是的。遵命。是的。准备好的。
I am not sold. Let's go this one.
是的。请下命令。
出发。
Actually, no, we got plenty over there. Let's grab this.
准备好了，遵命，出发。
什么？建筑工。猎人。
什么？遵命，出发。请遵命，出发。遵命。是的，出发。遵命。
准备好了，建筑工，猎人。
是的。
出发，遵命。准备好了，请出发，遵命。
All right.
出发，遵命。是的。什么？出发。
是的。 建筑工，伐木工。
遵命。是的，出发。遵命，出发。遵命。出发。
请下出发。建筑工，猎人。
什么？请下命令。是的。好的。是的。
请下命令。遵命，出发。是的，出发，请下命令。
He's gonna Shrine of the Hunt. Hello.
是的，出发。
Kind of surprised.
遵命，请下命。是的，什么？攻击，准备出发，开战。是左出发。是的，左出发，攻击，左出发。是的，出发，开战。 请下命令攻击，遵命。是出发， 遵命。出发，出发，遵命。请下命令。什么？遵命，出发。是的。
什么？遵命，出发。见主公。
是的，好的，是的。
准备好了，开战！
遵命。
是的，遵命。
什么？没问题。攻击。是的。
请出发。
准备好了，揍他。
是的。
是的，准备遵命。见主公。
出发，遵命，攻击！
请下命令。遵命。
请下命令。
好的，攻击！
出发，出发。
什么？出发
What else can he build out of that?
什么
Not a whole lot,
攻击
right?
是出发，攻击！
准备好，攻击！
准备好，开战！是的，出发！是的，请攻击！
好的，是的。
出发！遵命。出发！是的，是的，
出发！出发！开战！出发！攻击！出发！出发！遵命！开战！请下命令！发！遵命！出发！
请下命令！
什么？没问题。揍他！
开战！
准备好了，建筑工，猎人。什么？是的，遵命，出发，攻击！遵命，出发，
攻击！准备好了，是的。开战！攻击！什么？遵命，遵命。准备好了，出发！遵命。请下命令，开战！是的。
什么？建筑工。
I guess we should probably get some anti-cav for whatever's coming next.
出发，攻击！开战！
好的。是的，命令。
请下命令。
出发，建筑工。
出发，遵命。
请下命，遵命。建筑工。
出发，遵命。出发，遵命。
He could have gone for a town center. He did just throw another 2 of those things there, but yeah, he's got cav. We gotta wait for the herdman. How much is this? 10.
什么？遵命，出发，遵命，遵命，出发，遵命，出发，出发，遵命，出发，遵命。
I do have 2 herdmen in my army.
遵命，
There's no sense in risking at the moment.
遵命，出发，是的，开战，攻击，是的。
准备好了，出发，建筑工。
遵命，
遵命，
遵命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命。
是的，建主公。什么？建主公，猎人。
出发，准备好了。出发。
什么？遵命，建筑工。
是的，遵命。
I guess the next unit would be the samurai, no?
出发，出发。
This relic.
准备好了，遵命，出发，遵命，遵命，出发，开战，攻击，
请下命令。
准公走起！
出发，是的，
开战。
准备好了，出发，建筑工。
好的。
开战，什么？攻击。准备好了，是的。
遵命，建主公。
是的。什么？准备好了，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发，遵命，出发。是的，什么？遵命，
命令，出发，建筑工。
准备好了。
遵命，出发。建筑工。
什么？请下命令。是的，准备好了，出发。遵命。
是的，遵命，出发。出
准
发
备。好了，出发
Alright.。
建筑
Here's
工，
my plan.
是的，准备好了。
请下命，遵命，出发，遵命。建筑工，建筑工，
什么？出发。
My plan is I come up here, I tower this.
遵命。出发。建筑工。
I'd also tower this.
建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，建筑工，猎人，
什么？遵命。粮食工。
出发。遵命。准备好了，开战！
请下命令。行。准备遵命。出发。遵命。出发。遵命。遵命。遵命。遵命。遵命。
出发。是的。
请下遵命。遵命。
好的。是的。是出发。遵命。
请遵命。遵命。
是的。好的。是的。
请下命令。
建筑矿工，什么？出发，粮食工，请下命令。
好的。
是没走，好的，没问题，走起。出发，出遵命，出发。准备好，遵命，猎人。
请下分工前进。
什么？建筑工。
请下命令。好的。是的。
遵命，请下命令，出发。
遵命。
什么？准备好了，出发！遵命，遵命，出发！遵命，出发！遵命，出发！攻击！
是的，准备好了。
出发！遵命。是的，遵命。准备好了。
Oh, he has a whole bunch of those guys.
请下命令。好的。
出发。什么？出发。
我遵命。是的。
是的，出遵命。猎人。
是的。
是的。遵命。
是的。出发。 好的，
出发，准备好了，出发，遵命，遵命，下命令，出发，是的，遵命，开战，攻击，是开战，攻击，开战，是的，
遵命，是的，开战，攻击，
开战，攻击，是的，出发。 出发！遵命！出发！
出发！是的，
是的，遵命！
遵命！好的，
遵命！遵
请下命
命！
令，出发，遵命。是的，建筑工，
是的，准备起出发，遵命！准备好出发，
准备是出发，遵命。是的，
是的，出发。 出发！
遵命。好的。
遵命。
It's kind of fun.
出发，遵命。出发。
遵命。遵命。
是的，是的。
The old. Oh, hello there.
出发，遵命，攻击。
出发。
开战！是的，攻击。是的。
开战！是的，开战！攻击！攻击！开战！
是的。遵命。
Jeez, that's some speed walking. What the hell?
是的。
出发！是的，开战！
是的。
Did you say that? That guy was zooming. Nerf China. I don't know. China seems pretty good. Tower for favored land. Yeah. My idea here was that I get all this extra wood and gold from the Quailfu spam. Like, how many do I have? I only got 6. I lost 1, so I would have had 7. And I should have been making more. I got 75 favor at the moment. My idea is that if I get all that boosted wood and gold, then why don't I just make some things that are like buildings that are really, really strong. Another tier of abuse? Oh no. Oh no. Alright guys, it's nearly 4 AM. I think I might be done for today. We'll be back tomorrow for more Champions League. We've got Champions League from 1300 GMT tomorrow. I am exhaust renoed and I am going to head off. I'll have a little look-see at see who's streaming and I'll send you all over to them. Not exactly sure about anyone here. Is there anyone else streaming that I know? I don't think so.